मैंने ख्वाब से तो खिलने हिले. Oh yeah, सही टाइम पे आ गए guys अपन. Entry time. What is up दोस्तों, क्या हाल है?
BCK, Tammy.
Popaji is on time. What do you mean late, bro?
Here we go, an upper bracket final. Two kings in their respective regions vying for domination in the upper bracket. Mimi, you couldn't ask for a better clash, a better international clash than this right here, champions.
And somehow still neither of these teams have met each other before.
That's
at
wild.
an international event. Both
Let's
of them
go,
have had
DRX.
consistently strong placements, but only one can stay alive in this upper bracket, can make their way to a top 3 finish.
What is your thoughts about
carrying the pride
reality
of their
announcement?
on their backs right now, trying
Neither
to escort them
do
into
they
the top
care.
4. For Loud, it would be a repeat for
Neither
them.
do I.
DRX would be for the very
If they think
first
it will
time.
work for them, good.
Either way, the pressure mounting.
मेरे लिए तो they are
players.
just an
I'm sure,
opponent.
Becca, you can speak to how much pressure you
And
feel when you're
yeah,
in this moment, when you know you
We
can
just
get
need to
into
beat
that top
anyone on
spot.
the roster.
Yes, but obviously these two teams are
But Deadly
like
is a young
battle-hardened
kid,
veterans
promising,
by now.
so
They know how to handle
good
the
pickup.
pressure. And I think this time, as me here on the desk as the advocate for Asian Valorant, I think this is the time where narratives are going to be rewritten and cursors are going to be lifted. I think DRX are going to have this one.
Wow. I was going to ask for a little prediction after we did the Asian select, but you just...
He doesn't even
went for it.
see what they're playing.
You know, it is interesting, though, because when you, when it was DRX FPX, you were so
He's
confident.
replacing
like,
MW1.
What gives you that confidence in DRX?
It's just a
Hello,
continuous
Ishan
feeling
bhai.
of like this has to be the time where they perform.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always get so close, but I feel like surely by now they just know how to handle those nerves. They are always losing to themselves.
Yeah, well, here's a Prime Gaming Agent select, and hey, you know what? The enemy could very well be yourself in this situation. But Mimi, I'm curious to see what we end up getting here between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Loud want to go. They've shown a Cypher comp, they've also shown a Chamber comp, and it looks like they're going to head their way back to their prior composition, playing RB on that Chamber, playing Buzz on the Jet. On the other side, though, for Loud, this is actually the team I was thinking of with the Cypher, and they do return to it, so excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breeze,
they're
I got
just gonna be bringing
first
this one
map.
back out. And I wasn't sure how it was going to go when they did go ahead and decide to pilot this, but honestly, we saw so much value
Loud pick
found
Breeze.
for less. He managed to
I
get, like, 17,
need.
12 as far as his game
I
is concerned, and he was
need.
consistently slowing down or shutting down the entries onto the sites. And that could be incredibly valuable when you have Buzz who wants to get into a site quickly. If you can catch him with that tripwire, that's going to really slow things up and maybe even just cost his life.
Yeah, and for the other side here, it will be DRX returning to their normal. They play a little different than some other teams, generally bringing that Sky instead of that KO, but it oftentimes does just come down to the personal preference and what you add by bringing that dog into the equation. I think the most interesting thing about this head-to-head is the Chamber versus the Cypher. There's not a whole ton of variation on Breeze, but we do get a clear-cut head-to-head here, Bench.
Yeah, and especially, I think DRX's composition is maybe slightly better than Loud's current one because they have the Skydog and they have so many utility that can just break the tripwires. And knowing DRX, they're going to be really methodical with going into the bomb site, and they're just going to use the shock darts and the dots to just clear those traps.
All right, well, we're all set for map 1.
Your
These
attitude
two
towards
upper bracket
competition is amazing.
powerhouses are going to clash. So let's go ahead and send it over to
I
our
just
cast
tried
who's
to
going to
shut
bring
out
the
the
energy.
noise.
It's Mitch and Tom.
ये सब बस बातें हैं.
Thank you so much, GB. Tom, I'm ready to kick this one off. Loud and DRX, a breeze to start it, and util heavy comps for DRX are always such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it's a really interesting map pool actually, I think as a whole, because I do
पता नहीं
think
क्यों मुझे चाहिए था
DRX
Pansy
have
और
done a very good
Hyper
job of
cast
almost
करिए.
pushing Loud to exactly where they want them to be. Okay, maybe the Icebox at the end is a little bit of an interesting one as they haven't played it in so long, but these first two are two of their strongest maps within the pool at the moment, so I almost feel like it's up to Loud to show us what they've got here today.
Loud are no fools. They come in today knowing that these are the maps that are probably going to be played, at least for Breeze, right?
I
With the
think
way
the
that they're going to be
Ascent
rolling.
That was the
It
interesting
could have caught them with a little curveball, but I imagine they're picking Breeze. They know what they're getting into. They know what they're up against. They haven't come in and gone, oh, wait,
अच्छा हाँ,
is this a
DRX
strong
ने
DRX?
ये percent ban कर दिया ना.
It's a whole different thing when you put that into practice. We're diving into the rounds. The barriers will be going up shortly, and DRX will be mounting their attack. We see so many ghosts in play, but one man over on Loud's even gone in for the Sheriff. Excited to see what Aspis can do. He hasn't had the best tournament so far, and massively underperforming compared to some previous events.
Yeah, the last game we saw the real Aspas. That was where he was able to really step up and show us what he's got, but ultimately, it's whether he can keep that up consistently. And the man on the other side of things, Buzz, has been insane the whole tournament.
Absolutely. He's currently the second highest rated player next to 𝘼𝐽𝐿, which, pretty solid achievement for a man that...
Not a bad man to be second to.
Absolutely. And Buzz, he hasn't always had the best of tournaments when he reaches this international stage. So it's a pleasure to see him actually start to step it up. Now, we'll get into more of the conversation around the stats and the players a little later. For now, it looks like that Sheriff's about to be challenged. Aspis happy to concede the ground after just the shot, the information, and, well, they're going to have to play back into this site, back behind the wall. But Sassy still has a recon to play with. It's going to be making its way into the site anytime now.
Well, they spotted the cam at least, so that's not going to cause them too much troubles later into the round. A full retake, though, is not the most common setup going into these pistol rounds. It can be quite difficult to get back in, especially with no damage done.
Some ideas there. Aspis putting a ping down and then spamming through the wall, but he's not going to find anything, and Stax has grabbed one. The flash now primed and ready, and Buzz is going to utilize that, but the shots are not connected. And with Stax going down, the site is now lost. DRX have to fight their way back in, and they've now lost window as well. Everything's falling apart for the Koreans. RB is the last bastion, and he will fall as well. The round goes to Loud as they pick up their pistol.
Yeah, solid retake from them. It was looking very shaky, especially with the afterplant positions, like having to clear out 3 different players from those backlines, and Pancada does an incredible job of it. We saw the stats earlier on. I feel like the stat sheet was a little bit unreliable, putting Sadak at the top with only 2 games currently on Viper.
He's a Viper main
He's not even playing. He's not even playing Viper in this game. It's just But I do think Pancada has been one of the best players, especially for this Loud squad, but also just in general on the controllers. He's been brilliant.
DRX को support कर रहा हूँ भाई. Pistol हार गई भाई.
Support कर दो. The last event.
Pistol हार गए पर
Aspis
बुरा
in the
लगा.
top 10. He was having a solid bunch of games start to finish. You look at it this time around, and actually, there's no Loud players in the top 10. There's none in the top 15. You've got Les as the highest rated player. He's number 16, and Aspis has found himself in 26. So it's definitely been a fall off from previous events, but maybe just slow to start and warm up. They're only against pistols here. The Classics already netting themselves 1 kill. Damage here is the name of the game. You don't expect to walk out with a victory. And with the reinforcements already here, that's pretty much out of the question. The only thing is, can they manage to drop 1 or 2 more weapons and make this one expensive? And already this is a success.
Yeah, it's going to be the farm up for less, which unfortunately is not going to be the most useful to have going into this 3rd round. I look at it slightly differently though with Loud. I look at it as their team has consistently been good across every single player. That they haven't needed that superstar. I would be very worried going into this match, for example.
Red carpet हुआ क्या? अच्छा.
इसलिए जब तक वो green नहीं बनेगा मैं नहीं सोऊंगा decide करके खेलना.
पर फिर भी बना
green obviously बना इसलिए तो सोया मैं.
But if they go missing, they could be.
एक green बना कि carpet green बना?
Having a well-rounded team.
पूरा carpet green बनाया भाई.
One in the event and top 5. It doesn't even matter as long as you're all performing to the level you need to be. They're going to keep pushing forward. Loud have caught them completely off guard. They thought maybe the presence they've shown would be enough to deter them, but no. Loud come in with a brave face and an opening duel, giving them a rifle to play with and completely dismantling DRX's plans. They're looking for space elsewhere, and a good shot by Zest.
You are facing some problems.
A little bit more room to play with.
Yeah, bear in mind this bonus round on the side of Loud actually every single player. So
2 साल से IGL 3 साल होने आया.
DRX definitely have to take their time with that initial aggression, slowing things back down,
Sentinel में
making sure things don't get too far out of control.
Roll में
बोल रहा हूँ.
Sentinel
The problem is though, they're pushing into what is normally your 2 side axis, so this could be tough.
Well, That snake bite should slow them down, but one man's already gone in. Buzz is on the site, another snake bite coming his way, stopping that wide swing from coming in. There's a gap. He's trying to find the angle on it. So is bhavinkotwani though. Returning fire and the shots are landing. Good damage done, but he's surrounded. Taken down. Another kill for DRX with a player sitting inside holes. Well, he can't quite help out his teammate. Loud are starting to chip away at these players and still having the rifles. This makes it very intimidating for DRX. They're going to concede the site and try to play the post plans. But even then, Mako only is the one snake bite. They're going to have to rely on duels, bringing it across the line.
At least he gets the snake bite out before they actually get it. No, it's just removed. But Marco's managed to actually hit the shot. It comes down to the 1v1 with it already. Oh, sorry, 1v2. And with it already half, they have to peek into this one. Marco is going to be landing that final shot, and DRX, okay, it's costly, but they've got themselves on the board, and Marco actually getting that many kills.
This is something we've seen from FPX many times, right? The ability to deal damage in rounds like this, just exaggerated by the sheer quantity of rifles you're bringing into what should be a low-buy round, but this has come way too close. In the dueling ability, Loud have matched up 1-to-1 easy, and outside of that, they were seconds away, not even seconds, a second away from getting that defused from right under their nose. That could have went badly wrong. It didn't. DRX win the round, but they'll pay for it fiscally as they move into this with all their credits on the line. But a fantastic opening duel by Buzz. He's taking that inside double doors by the looks of it. Just a straight swing from both players that leaves the attackers with the advantage.
4 लोग हैंडल यूज कर रहे हैं उन लोग पे.
अच्छा ब्रीज है ना. ब्रीज में
नहीं नो लास्ट टाइम ब्रीज में भी पर यही यूज कर रहे थे.
Again, it was mentioned on the desk. A lot of that utility is expected to be removed by Sky, but with the dog already gone, they might have to do that a little bit more manually. The thing is, though, with this advantage, you can see DRX slowly resetting into that take of B. Aspas is already here, and they are going to be walking into Less's trap.
ये क्या ट्रैप लगाया इसने? अच्छा अपड्राफ्ट डैश का ट्रैप लगाया.
Look at the updraft trap. You don't see that every single day, but he's going to try to get past it in theory and get caught by it. Maybe the drone at least will be found, and indeed it is on the way through. Aspas not able to catch those kills. I mean, they've got the info, but not yet able to capitalize on it. At least they'll find the one, and an attempted swing reveals there's at least 2 here. The player's ready to duel, but so is RB. A fantastic opening for DRX as they steal this side away from Loud and leave bhavinkotwani all alone. That was very close.
Not live. He's actually going to be able to do anything in this round. Credits in the bin. Maybe if he gets a few orbs, that would be something. Get the Viper's Pit, might give them an opportunity going into the next round. The fact is, DRX didn't even have to really use that much either. They didn't use the Viper's Pit. They've still got Seekers for the next one, so they can even use that just as an eco buffer if they wanted to.
upper bracket semis है, जीतने वाले upper bracket finals.
They just almost walked past each other. A couple of kills on the way out. That's at least a first, but RB is going to manage to spin on a dime.
ये जो जीतेगा वो upper bracket final में जाएगा.
DRX stabilized very quickly indeed. And now, well, that's economy in the bin.
Yeah, the danger was there that DRX would end up in the same position Loud now find themselves in. Look at this opening. Absolutely fantastic. Seeing the feet and tapping away. And RB, that kill, plus he's 31 HP coming out of this engagement. Puts him 1 away from his ultimate moving into the next round. They even have the choice to drop a weapon and run that if you wanted to. But up against this kind of buy from Loud, it is just one that you want to play conventionally and win off the advantages that you've come into the round with. A little bit of a risk taken here, RB on the other side of the map. Now, if Loud can manage to isolate him in a duel and pick that rifle up, that's already a success for them.
Yeah. Easier said than done. No, damn. All right.
Looked pretty easy to me.
Les is on form at the moment. Top of the board, 8 kills already. And he's going to get a rifle for Aspas. Now, even if he gets 1 kill, Bladestorm, I don't think he's going to be able to juggle around the weapon just because of his position, but maybe he can take over it again, though. DRX slowing things back down, waiting patiently, and it's only going to be that 1-for-1 trade.
Leaving your teammates with an advantage. They have the Marshal to play with. They have Sheriffs to follow up. This could be huge. It is a gun gob, but look, for 2 trades, you will take that every day of the week. Les has really just been on fire, like I said. Look at these traps changing it up. We had the updraft trap previously, and then also caught the drone on the way through.
Yeah,
waiting to allow them to move back. And this is the part of the map they've been pushing to. When they take B control, they've been sending 2 or 3 players to fight back left. Now they'll have some trouble. They've even put a shock dart down to break a trap that isn't there. And they might even think, oh, maybe Cypher's not around here. Maybe his traps aren't here. Oh, if they turn, they'd see him. Just in time, they've spotted less.
Because
they're going to see them now. No, okay. Keep an eye for those in future rounds.
Yeah, this is where things should become quite easy. They're actually going to use the Viper's pit. Especially considering they should know at this point they're up against pistols. Maybe worried about that rifle being picked up from behind, but still quite a heavy investment. Sadak, though, is going to be able to drop one. This leaves things problematic as they're looking to try and break through Pancada with another. It's getting very dangerous, but Marco still lies within this pit. Always a nuisance to try and clear the flash. It's perfect, but they got past each other. They don't even realize. Finally, Sadak will turn around and actually they will clear him out. The question is, do they have the time? And it looks like they do comfortably.
Yeah, it's a resounding yes on that. Coming through with 4 seconds left on the clock. And so unfortunate if you're DRX, you're going to be scratching your head as to how Pancada made it there. But Zest put out a drone. He watched behind them. It came through and cleared elbow and cleared their back. Watched for the gun being picked up, but he had just slipped past it. That is an unbelievable round from Loud, coming in with 4 sheriffs and a marshal. And it's Aspis getting those first 2 duels, putting the numbers in their favor, putting DRX on the back foot.
The lucky thing, though, is on the other side, they've got so many ults that it doesn't even matter that much. Tour de force straight through. They can even use them themselves to knives as well if they really need to in the late round. So it is very costly, and the round going to Loud is huge, but at least DRX aren't in the bin.
Yeah, it was starting to feel like maybe DRX had that command and control over the early round, but what a fantastic answer from Loud. I thought even the 2 kills they started with set them up to do a decent bit of damage, making an okay eco, but the round win
10 versus 5 kilo.
This hold on B side again, a completely different setup from these traps. It's the benefit of running the Cypher. If you're able to just keep them guessing, even going to burn utility like we saw before. Now the drone making its way through B main. It's not even spotted the trap, I believe. This could be very dangerous. Even though they get themselves onto the site, there's so much more to worry about. They have destroyed the trap on the way through, though, luckily. And they'll make their way in for the plant. That Blade Storm lurking around.
मैं भी Phantom खेल रहा हूँ पापा आजकल बहुत मार रहा हूँ
आप खेलो गणेश
जब 2-3 बार डिंग पड़ेगा उसको
उसके बाद फ्लॉप कर बग में डिंग पड़ेगा उतना बुरा नहीं लगेगा जब हम लोग मैच खेलेंगे और जब डिंग पड़ेगा ना तब तो बोलेगा नहीं खेलना
but look how far away he is. Just making sure that ult will be used no matter what happens here if they need it. Clearing Buzz already the first point of call and they failed at it. He's still sticking around in the back lines and they need to get rid of him before they can do anything. They are starting to get some damage done, Mitch, but the problem is until he goes down they don't have anywhere near the site. Even still, the time is ticking. Buzz already going to get one more, and eventually it all falls apart. A good after-plant scenario for DRX, and again, it's those faster B takes that have been causing real issue.
He saw Aspis on the way back through because of the little skirmish around mid and trying to catch them on the way through B main. He only had that 1 knife remaining and went to get a rifle. Couldn't really do it with that.
Big Daddy
was taking the space, grabbing them that opening and staying alive until beat Sadak. I mean, the round could have fallen apart. Keep running around. That snake might not have made it down. In the end, they've managed to put it up 3-3, tie up the scoreline. Again to a very big buy. Look at what they've got to start the round off with. An entire portion of the map locked out by this Viper's pit.
Yeah, it's still
irreplaceable.
They only have 2 rifles. Oh, Aspas! He's been pushing elbow quite regularly, and with the information they got, it was something, but instead, Hunter's Fury already used so much info guarded, and it is an easy cleanup for DRX. This was a pretty decent investment on a couple of players, still having enough to buy into the next round, but Mitch, they got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you saw those players swinging out after the Hunter's Fury tagged up less. They wanted to swing Aspis and Sassy to provide a bit of support, thinking he was about to be pushed, wall banged or scanned up again, but instead, they met Stacks, who was ready and waiting for that covering fire. Sadak managed to recover a rifle at least, but the chances don't prove that much. You can see DRX in complete control right now with Pancada. He'll find the one and maybe start farming up that ult again. I don't know that he has the time to get this done. Still got his wall to play with, so he can maybe block off some vision. But that's about where the hope ends.
He's got to almost just, again, try and do as much damage as he can, and he's going to get absolutely nothing for it. DRX break back very easily indeed, and these B takes have just been fantastic. And that's the thing, a lot of teams do almost try to avoid heading into this B site so regularly. Like, the execution, the afterplan, and that's the most common point of call on this map, just because how easy it is to get into afterplan positions with the same Viper screen you see every single time. I feel like they're almost just putting the pressure on. Although Les is at the top of the board as that defender, there's only so much he can do, and the retakes thus far from Loud have been inconsistent.
But मेरे को genuinely कुछ नहीं पता रहता. मैं ही पोपा जी से
पूछता हूँ group पे. पोपा जी, one of the best chances they've had to break the mold. They've set in for so long. They've been in this position twice this year.
We have our sources.
Exact same
पोपा का sources से बहुत sources
and the same color scheme as
पोपा
well.
इतने
They're up against the green wall of
industry में
OPTIC
10 years से
both
politics
times.
कर रहे हैं तो
Politics अरे दोस्त है भाई, दोस्तों को पूछता हूँ क्या
पोपा जी 10 साल से industry में है तो sources
Nobody wants these same rematches. Like, I know that I'm sure the XSET guys, they're like, yeah, we want to prove we're the best team in NA.
क्या बोलता रोशी, मैं भी फार्म करना चालू करता हूँ, सबसे ज्यादा कर सकता हूँ मैं.
I think it's the same for the like
different.
when Liquid and Panic have them both.
है वो तो है ऑलरेडी, इसलिए तो नहीं करते हैं.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ तू फार्म मत कर, तू लीक कर.
अच्छा लीक करूँ.
Of course, I almost feel like we're leading the X for that. I'm just looking at that low bracket, I'm like,
announcement दे देता हूँ सबका मैं.
Yeah, I mean, there's some powerful teams to be
ऐसा
knocked back
एक और
down there.
दूसरा अकाउंट बना दे.
हाँ.
Right here, we're gonna be DRX looking to send Loud that way.
ऐसा
This
कुछ
being
लीक
Loud's
करने
map
वाला
pick,
अकाउंट जो
Tom,
भी ऐसा
what
नाम
are our
रख दे भाई.
expectations to close out this half? I
और
mean, Loud currently
सबका
on
announcement कर
3.
दो.
Feels like they could have had more, but at the same time, the eco round they won gave them that little injection.
Everyone farming SK
I
किसान
can still see this
में
half slipping away from them if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one because I feel like they definitely can still do it on that attacking side, but DRX are very good at the
पोपा जी
attack.
को बोलो आप बस
So
रेज
it's
करो
an odd
easy
one.
million
Like, I
views.
feel
हाँ
like
वो
we
तो
can
है
end up
मैं भी
almost
पोपा जी
somewhat
को
level
बोला
here
पोपा
and
जी आपका
neither
रेज
team ends up
highlights
with a
videos
massive,
बना दो.
massive
Indian
advantage
exclusive
just
सिर्फ
because
इंडिया
DRX
का
actually
नहीं
likes to play
पूरा
the map.
दुनिया लोग देखेंगे क्योंकि ऐसा
In the
रेज
same round,
बहुत
we've already seen
कम
the trap
देखे.
destroyed, and
पोपा
that
जी
has
आपको
taken a
आई
lot
शो
of
स्पीड
DRX's
पता है ना आई
focus.
शो स्पीड
Clearing out cave,
हाँ हाँ
making sure there's nobody
वो
close on the
देखा है
boxes or
मैंने
anything
इसका
like that.
थोड़ा
एक यूनिक ये है इसलिए वो बहुत फेमस है.
Just there,
आपका भी
it's gone
है
down
मैं
inside
बता
a
रहा हूँ
cave.
यूज
Because they're
करो.
worried about maybe he's gone
आपको
all the way
टिल्ट
through.
करना है
Maybe
तो
that's
बोलो
why.
मैं आके डेली टिल्ट
But
करता
now they've
हूँ.
seen it
हम अभी
wasted.
शांत
What is
आदमी
it
बन रहे.
wasted? It was wise
I am
to check
becoming
it.
a man
But a
of
minute's off the clock, and they've got to do something. And all of them are stacked up to
Problem
A.
is, there's not much to delay on this A side of the
आसपास
map.
दो लोग
Okay,
को
you've got
मारेगा
a single
पोपा जी क्या
fragment which Sadak will be able to throw
एक को
out,
भी
and
नहीं
then
मारेगा.
it will give a little bit of time for
बोल
Sassy. He might
दो
even just
लोग
want
को
to try and
वो
slow
भी
them out
burst
with
मारेगा
Hunter's
burst
Fury if they
3 bullet.
continue in this direction. But because of how slow DRX have been, we've gone from just 2 players defending this A site to maybe even 4.
Yeah, I mean, they think they've won it because they've reset their cycle of utility, right? The Viper on the defensive side is now out of util, but on the attack they've got plenty still. That's such a good tag! Sassy revealing assisting that way, but it's the kill as well to follow. This leaves DRX with basically no hope. They've got to get in here and plant right here and now. The attempt is being made. Loud rushing in to try and stop it, to halt the plant before it comes through, but they missed. The plant was on the back of the site, and Pancada now has to clutch again. The Viper on the other side, just running out of Viper's screen. Mako rotating around the pyramid now, about to take the fight. Pancada's looking elsewhere.
Nice, Mako!
DRX have crushed Loud's economy, and the lead is well and truly theirs.
I think coming into today, if you were looking at the majority of controllers, you'd have number 1 and number 2 as the 2 controllers we currently have in this matchup. Like Marco, even going back to the last event, the amount of assists he was able to pull off was just truly
Which team are you guys supporting? Like for Loud and subscribe for DRX. प्रतीक भाई तुम ही हो मेरे लिए मार्केटिंग तुम ही हो भाई. ए प्रतीक भाई मैं ऐड कर दिया आपको मॉडल. ये जो लाइन लिखी है ना बस मॉड बना दिया मैंने. ये करते रहो आप.
करते रहो.
प्रतीक भाई की बात सुनो guys. Very smart man.
Look, they're using both shock darts, still not destroying the traps. Buzz has gone down on the way through. We've seen Loud do this before. For DRX, the story of today is stopping history from repeating itself. They need to do that here and now. The pistol still not being dealt with. Sassy will fall. But look at the swing on the back of the site. So much firepower here for Loud.
Nice.
They only managed to hold out, not take anyone else from DRX down. RB surviving that round with
भाई
one
चिंता आ रही है
health stats on
बस
10.
होने दे 2-0 DRX जीतने दे मजा आ
That
जाएगा
economy
मजा आ
is
जाएगा
such a
मजा आ
किधर आ
जाएगा
जाएगा मजा
Yeah, and again, it's those fast B takes. I've said it already. Like Les has been doing a decent job. I think Pancada even getting the
सीने
opener
में
there.
ठंडक
But
दिल में
it's just-
खुशी
it doesn't seem like the synergy between them is that great. Like you would know even towards the end of that round, a lot of the duels were able to be isolated just because they were slightly off. And sure, they had weaker weaponry. I think we can give them that excuse, but there was a real opportunity for them to steal that round away.
शायरी आई थी मैं बोल नहीं
Viper's
सकता
gonna be
पर अभी
online with the blade storm on the
बोलना,
other
उससे
side,
क्या
but
होता है
unless
भाई?
Buzz gets into some sort of clutch, I don't think he's going to use it.
सीने में ठंडक दिल में खुशी सीने में ठंडक दिल में खुशी जो पीक नहीं करता उसको रॉसी बोलता है why being a pussy
Seeing the
हाँ,
scoreline
बात तो सही
even
है।
wouldn't be
बात
too
तो
bad
सही
for either team, but looking at Loud right now, they have a ways to
बोलता
go
हूँ।
to make that happen. DRX with the same approach. The movement up through mid, I mean, they've seen a lot of these trap wires playing on the B side again and again. They know maybe they don't have anything to cover this off.
पापा जी देखो ऐसे इंडियन यूट्यूब मार्केट नहीं चलता व्यूज के लिए सब करना पड़ता है देखो एमुलेटर मोबाइल चलता है मार्क
At least I think he might
भाई
have
व्यूज
either
के लिए
way.
थोड़ी हम
Shot
लोग बैठे हैं
connected. The DRX now selling this massive
अगर व्यूज के लिए करना होता तो हम लोग भाई बहुत अरे मैं न्यूज़ रिपोर्टर बन जाता इंडिया में
भाई मैं बोलता मैं फर्स्ट से करो डेली स्ट्रीम करता
हाँ
DP was set to go back to mid, and they've reset for a B take.
The thing is, this is going to be spotted. And they can probably hear this above them. They're eventually going to break it, but all the information is going to be there. It's just whether they can delay them enough. And I'm not so sure they can. Aspas within the smoke still manages to find a kill with the operator, evening things up, and they still haven't found his cam in the shrubbery.
Well, Les has gone down, so that'll do the
भी
job.
मरा,
But
अभी 2 सेकंड
remember,
में मरता
Loud
है।
have held on here with pistols for so long in the past. Now a rifle in hand, and it's the Op to grab one. Good timing.
Nice
with the trades
रे,
and all
Albi.
following, even despite some great
क्या
individual
मस्त खेल
plays
रहे
there
हैं
for
रोसी
Loud.
लोग।
DRX always
मैं-
have their bases
मैं
covered.
हमेशा मस्ती
ये
खेलता
लोग ये लोग ये
They just
लोग
can't crack
तो
B. That's
ऑनेस्टली
the
बता रहा
defense.
अपने में से
They
कोई
can't
रहता
do
अब
it.
तक बैक साइड वाले को पिक कर लिया रहता
ऑब्वियसली मैं ही जाता मरता
तू ही जाता हाँ फिर तो वो था किधर हो पीछे वाले भी फिर एक एक करके जाते हैं
अकेला क्यों गया हो भाई उधर तक किधर है मेरी टीम ऐसा और मेरे टीम बोलते थे अरे रॉसी पीछे स्प्रिंट आया है मॉली आया है
ट्रिप से सब है वो लोग भी रुके थे
तेरे पास डैश है तू चला गया आप कैसे ऐसा आर्गुमेंट चलता था 5 स्प्रिंट के लिए
And
उसको
for Loud, because they're playing so
नेक्स्ट
slow, even though they have these deep information positions, by the time they realize, it's already too late.
And sometimes you would have that being a bad trade, because if you imagine the Jet is further back on the corner and can back out, but there was a player watching that as well, so they actually knew Jet was like in the middle of the wall.
BDS is being used more
Just
this
perfect
tournament
play,
now.
great information
Yeah,
coming their way.
if you see
Pancada
someone
for
doing
one,
something
the
and
snake
getting
fight,
kills, people
making it
tend
so
to
much
copy.
easier to take down Buzz
Also
with any
try to
weapon,
get
but he
kills
takes
with
the
it.
Guardian headshot.
और ये माँ
And it's return
को
times 2. The pistol's at least able to do something. Rifle retrieved at what cost?
ऐसा विश्वास करो
Zest has taken down all his teammates, and Sadix alone with a sliver of health. Oh, they did so well to start this out, Tom, but again, it's left in a near impossible scenario.
They've got the wrong ults in the wrong place. That's the only thing that really benefits him. But now Zest, he's been able to cross.
They don't even need the ults. Two
Yeah,
soft
the
darts
gender.
and
The thing is, at this time as well, like you might even just want to use it just for the hell of it.
Yeah,
Like, just go, okay, Hunter's Fury will guarantee the round. If he even touches it, let's just make sure he loses. I think DRX have been so strong that they've never really needed this ult for any other reason. And as I said, one tag will do enough, but even the time that is being bought is going to be far more problematic. Sadak having to be so careful that even in the late seconds, he's just going to try and stick it. Maybe there's a small angle, but eventually he is going to be wallbanged. DRX controlled again in the afterpart.
चलो
8 rounds
DRX
already. Like I said,
बोलते थैंक
I
यू
think
मोहित
Loud
फॉर
are
द
normally better
20
defense.
रुपीस
DRX are normally
44
better
के
on
हो गए
attack.
गाइस देखो
It
अपना
doesn't matter, DRX is
50 के पे
at
चैंपियंस
this
मंडल का
point,
गिव
I
अवे
mean,
है
the mold
वो
being
तो नहीं
broken is
होगा।
almost out of the question.
अरे
होगा,
अनाउंस करूंगा तो हो जाएगा पर मैं बोला जो अपने लोग को देखने आते हैं उनको ही करना है
स्ट्रेटजी
Remember sheriffs, they haven't won a single buy round, and this is
Papa
just
जी,
a
आपका
terrible
strategy
position to be in. I did love
अरे
the
भाई
attempt, though.
मैं
If Sadak had caught both players in that
बैटल
fight,
पास
I
तो
think
दिए
they
दो
would have
तीन अभी मैं
They
बोला
might not have
चैंपियन
heard
अभी
tap
क्या
it,
5
they
बैटल
might
पास
have been
दूंगा तो
able to sneak
चैंपियंस
it out
मंडल
from
उतने
under
में
the
आ
nose,
जाएगा
but
6 बैटल पास
It wasn't to be
नहीं
this
बोलते।
time. Loud, not able to get off the
देने का कोई
early
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
foundation that
अनाउंस
they
करूंगा
built.
तो लोग आके सब्सक्राइब
Still
करके
at
फिर
that
अनसब्सक्राइब
same
कर
level,
देंगे
but
वैसा नहीं
look
जो
at
लोग
this push
देखने आते हैं
coming
उनको ही
through.
बोलता रहता
Aspas changing up the game. It is being watched by RB. He might turn his eye at the
वो
wrong
बंडल ही
moment.
नहीं आ रहा है
We've seen
स्टोर में
timing
है
is
भाई
such
स्टोर
an
में
incredible feature of this game so far, but well, he was spotting it No kill to be found either way, but early aggression denied from Loud.
भाई ये जिंग और 4 सेकंड रहते तो घुस के आरबी को मारने तक ही मतलब या तो मारेंगे या तो मरेंगे आसपास स्पॉट होके पीछे हो गया
just because how deep DRX have been playing and almost just feeling out the map.
ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट वे यही है ना पोगोदी
हाँ ऑब्वियसली ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट यही हाँ सही यही है मेरे हिसाब से भी पर मैं बोल रहा हूँ
something different, a mid-walk, trying to take some space, trying to remove some information from the other side, and maybe catching a rotation, but even still, less is going to go down to Buzz. Flash from Sadak will at least slow them down, at least for a second, but they almost need to sprint to get back to B.
And here's the problem, it's Les that died, B side has no utility, trap wires are gone. Not having a good time in these duels, sure you pick up the one, but so much more still to be done. Buzz had popped the Blade Storm here as it's the last round. He's trying to get some wall bang damage in. But as he's reloading, Aspas closes the space. Now he's nice and close, ready to fight. But Buzz takes out the Blade Storm, and he's ready to take hits. One frag to bring him to 3. And with Stacks, Mako, and Zest alive, a Viper's Pit in play, a flash around, damage done, a drone in as well, and it's even getting the tag. Insult to injury here. There's practically no way short of divine intervention that Loud will be winning a buy round in this half, and this is their map pick, this is their side, and
एक चीज देख रहा है रोसी DRX क्या कर रहा है हर राउंड मिड रुकता है ए रुकता है पुश हुआ अगर किधर भी उनको पनिश करता है फिर बी की तरफ जाता है एल्बो क्लियर करता है एल्बो वालों को मारता है फिर बी साइड घुस जाता है अगर एल्बो नहीं है तो ड्रोन या कुत्ता यूज करके भी जाते हैं और अगर एल्बो है तो फिर सीधा रिकॉन और बर्स्ट करके घुस जाते हैं फ्लैश के साथ
high points maybe to talk about here for Loud. Maybe there are going to be a lot.
एकदम सिंपल गेम प्लान रखा है पर बहुत इफेक्टिव है.
Loud thought they would be in this map pick.
Yeah, there's not a lot of high points to sell. They didn't win a single rifle round in that half. That was DRX domination across the board. And I think the biggest question heading into this map was how will Cypher play up against DRX.
Community figures out
well individually. He was good. He was killing them. He was awesome. He's a great individual player.
और बनका casting नहीं कर रहे हैं,
analysis कर रहे हैं
because of the way DRX was playing. They were consistently pounding this B site and dismantling the setups every time, Benkai.
Yeah, it was literally
exactly
what I said. DRX is a super heavy anti-strat team, and if Loud are gonna run the same comp that he did against OPTIC, DRX are gonna study the hell out of it, and it is very evident in the shot placement and the way that the drones.
Citadel Bhavin to change this channel in Popaji place.
It just feels like a 4-coach difference when we're looking
Popaji place बना दो.
पर लोग देख के आएंगे बोलेंगे किधर है
Now you're going to the situation where we have a Loud that's going to be going out the attack.
Create करके रखते
बोलते.
पोपाजी शेफ पोपाजी.
It's really hard to say.
खाने के मेरे फूड चैनल को बोलूँगा. पोपाजी eats क्या बोलते हैं?
पोपाजी eats अच्छा नहीं है भाई. Guys, पोपाजी का cooking channel के लिए
नाम suggest करो जल्दी.
Rounds at the very beginning, losing out the pistol once they swapped over to the attacking side, but eventually they just beat OPTIC once, they beat him again in a follow-up, and then they were able to take the map. So we don't have that much tape on them. And DRX is still a very strong team. Coming into this one, 70% win rate on the attacking round, still above 50 with 55% win rate on the defense. With the way that they're playing right now, the way that Mako is playing right now, good luck getting into this.
It feels like every single individual is
Popaji produces.
DRX. If
Popaji
the Kings still want to come back, they need something.
Food review. दोनों ही करेंगे, बनाएंगे भी, review भी
Right here,
करेंगे.
right now, let's send it back over to Tom and Mitch for the second half.
पोपाजी का जायका ये भी ठीक है. Hungry Popaji.
Actually,
yeah,
simple
नाम
into the second half.
Bhuka Popa eats. Popa eats.
Even then,
Bhuka Popa भी अच्छा है
actually. And look at that, they've only lost it once this year. The last game that they played, Tom, they did a little bit better on the defense.
They got 11 rounds.
Yeah.
And even then,
guys, like, subscribe, Coco, let's go. 1,000 likes.
Versus a bad team at least.
और Rossi के 5,000 likes.
Versus OPTIC.
Oh, so bad team. All right, okay. So,
but like
versus good opposition.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to turn this around. Obviously, we didn't get to see much of their offense because eventually they closed it out, and although OPTIC brought it back a little bit, they definitely need a pistol here. And the thing is, as Seth was saying, DRX are no slouches on this defense either.
खाएगा केला?
Loud or certainly up the pace on the Halls push. We didn't see this for a while coming out of DRX, but right off the rip, that's where they're looking to apply the pressure, split in towards Buzz, leave him all by himself. Nothing done this time around. A solid connection from that Sheriff. Aspas has been buying up.
or
be able to get a plant and keep very deep control.
Really good opportunity for them here. Aspas playing up close, and already they're just slaughtering the remaining opposition. Stacks. 1v5. Now, we have seen him do something like this before. I remember a bind. I remember the craziest clutch I think we had in that tournament. But I don't think he has the time to do it. Even any orbs that he can gain would be nice, and he's already starting to spot players behind him. That one should be free. Anything more, though? Yeah, that would be a surprise, and Aspas is going to make sure it doesn't go any further.
I mean, you had everybody being low. Sassy was the only guy who had close to 100 left with his 5 shields. It's just a little too much to ask. Look, that is light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps, but let's remember the previous half.
ये कैसे रहेगा? Popa's corner.
Follow up and Eco
Popa's
round, and
corner.
outside of that, they
ये अपने food chain का रहा है.
Popa अच्छा है भाई.
एक और कुछ तो था ना जो अच्छा लगा था
They don't win this pistol either, but if you lose both pistols and you're leading by 5, it's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, and they're not going to really be taking any risks in this round either. Like, basically nothing invested. RB didn't even buy Headhunter bullets. So they really aren't putting anything into this round. It's just like, you know what? We're the kings of the buy rounds. Let's just wait for those to come along, and he can still buzz. Has done a little bit of damage. Now, realistically, that means nobody should drop in this round for the side of 𝘼𝘼.
Yeah, especially when you've already got the site control. I think it comes over to... It comes to overextensions. Realistically, with the investment you've got, you cannot allow overextensions to happen. Those mistakes can't be coming through. Now Les is holding back 125 HP. It's going to be a tough fight for Zest. It has to be a whiff from Les to give him any chance, and it's clean as can be. As you said, no Headhunter for RB. Don't really know what he can do here. Maybe try capitalize off that tiny bit of damage his teammate just did, but short of that, it'll be dying to the spike.
Doing action in tournaments by maybe. तो मेरे को लग रहा है अभी मैं player
जब तक कोई 50 लाख का signing bonus नहीं मिलेगा कोई event नहीं खेलेगा
तो
क्या करेगा
जब तक boot camp नहीं जाएगा इधर tournament खेलता रहूंगा और internet जाएगा tournament कौन खेलेगा भाई
God, would be hilarious if they planted in the corner. just staring at the wall like, oh no. Guess I'm playing Headhunter next round. Well, with that, DRX come out 9-5. They have a 4-round lead after losing both pistols and follow-ups, and a near flawless record when they've got rifles in their hands. Funnily enough, I mean when their opponents have rifles in their hands. That's actually flawless.
Main important by round for DRX.
Until the barriers go up, and you can see this is a pretty concentrated push coming out of 𝘼𝘼. I mean, they've got no control anywhere. A trap and a cam watching behind. They're looking to take A in halls.
Yeah, the thing is, I think we're going to see some aggression on the other side. Like already, the Tiger coming through is going to give so much information that look at the rotation. Look straight away, DRX. 3 players on this side. A 4th one going through mid. They're going to have so many players here.
They need that. With the preference already shown to move towards this site right away from the pistol round. It's wise for DRX to still have players stacked up around here. Aspas on his way towards the site, clearing through. Buzz gets dropped. And Aspas is now making his way to the doorway, but that's when he gets caught by Zest. They had a little trap set up on back yellow and halls. They've secured the control, and from here they'll look to fight their way back into the site. But look at how far back 𝘼𝘼 have gone to. They are all the way in the spawn. I mean, Mako's already fired off his snake bites. So he won't have anything to work with, whereas Pankad has got his. You've got 2 shop darts to work with.
Beyond break or disband, bro, मेरे को भी पता नहीं.
That's going to be a lot of afterplants. They at least managed to clear out the lurker. That means they are all coming from the same position, but with utility removed.
मेरे को पता चलेगा हम क्यों
tournament. So much damage being taken.
Tournament इसलिए नहीं खेल रहे क्योंकि हम boot camp में नहीं हैं.
Much for an opportunity. Has got it to hold, and then RB just wipes out everyone else. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to actually get the defuse through. That's the only issue they have.
Nice.
0.88. What a retake from DRX. That looked like there was no hope, but just quick clearance of that flank and then just wiping out everyone else.
Unbelievable. I mean, DRX did everything right. That was the one situation in the multiverse that got them the win. And it's this swing from RB, cleaning the last 2. Buying the time.
सिर्फ burst ही मार रहा है यार.
Even then, it's less than a second that it comes down to.
हमको Phantom हाथ में आते ही सीधा spray करने का मन करता है.
That's a devastating loss, but because of the way they played the early round, and we saw this before, they are able to come back in here with a buy. Ultimately, though, I think they'll look at it like if we can't close a round like that, then it doesn't matter for buying. They've got to solve those issues. That cannot happen again.
walk up the tube. They managed to get quite far in the last round with not so much of a challenge. It has been spotted by Zesta straight away. They're going to pop out that null command, the flash to try and take that extra space. We haven't seen the move yet from Aspas for the dash across. Will give an opportunity. No trade back though.
Oh, bhai.
Static's only down on the stairs, but I don't think anyone's going to be getting him up. He's at least a cipher count for now. Spotting it out. No one's walking up to yellow. Can feed that info over. Zest waiting for him to pass, and then they'll start to make their move. Again, look at what they're up against.
ये round तो loud का ही
है.
है.
For Sassy, but no snake bites.
Last round भी loud का ही था.
हाँ पर ये तो अभी थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही मुश्किल लग रहा है.
This time, trying to catch them as they make their way through. Sassy, first point of contact perhaps, and well, the shots are hit clean as can be. That's a much better holdout allowed.
Yeah, and I like the fact that this time they actually
Loud halls
proper setup out the door. They know it's okay. We can take this control relatively easy. We have ourselves the null command, which will shut out all of the utility of those passive players. So it means that our entry into towards the exit will have no utility to delay us either. And then you're just able to use Aspas as like, okay, I'm the distraction plan as my IGL needs to take the fight. Really
चाय का शो रखता हूँ और उसका नाम रखता हूँ पोपा की टपरी. नहीं क्या बोलते उसको?
That's likely a theme that's
अरे ये क्या पोपा जी पूरा दुनिया करते हैं चाय का शो
available to them whatsoever.
I did enjoy the fact that the round before we saw Aspas walking up halls, open the door, and then what he ended up meeting was
Detox tika
really interesting setup. Normally when you open that door and try to play the late round,
lime juice.
You're going to be hoping that one of them
lime juice.
so that they're at least there.
Lime juice with Popa.
But instead, these guys were content.
�ellrangeR करता हूँ, �ellrangeR
push coming up.
�ellrangeR नहीं
भाई, अरे division whenever they need.
Zehar with Popa कर लो इससे.
�ellrangeR extra angles. But then you adapt.
Zehar with Popa का सबसे पहला guest हुई. और आखिरी भी.
Let's just get past that poison. Let's just get past.
अरे बुधादित्य Ghosh, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Mini Legends, bro.
Pooping with Popa अच्छा है भाई.
Pooping with Popa.
ऐसा कमोड में बैठ जाओ दोनों और एक दूसरे से बात करो.
Maybe if Buzz
चलिए अच्छा है कमोड के ऊपर मतलब कमोड बंद करके पूरे कपड़े पहन के शो का नाम सिर्फ रखेंगे.
बहुत यूनिक है बता रहा हूँ. हम इंडियंस को यूनिक चीजें बहुत पसंद है. क्रिंज स्टफ और पसंद है.
पोपा पाव भाजी.
अब ज्यादा सोचेंगे पब्लिक ऐसा सोच लेंगे
raw and real talks हो गए. हाँ, pooping with Popa पे only real talks.
Real talks जैसा.
They're back on that A site. The headhunter for RB. The fall back to yellow, and he can continue to pick them from there. Who destroys this? It looks like it's going to be RB. Oh, it's not even. He's not going to destroy it. Sticking around, making them spend some utility. Like it. He's now back to yellow. Snake bite to slow them, and this is going to offset Loud's utility.
They know 3 players are here. They have seen Chamber, they saw Jet at the beginning of the round, and then they've just seen a Snake bite. So this rotation is based off the utility that they've already spotted, and they might have even seen a player in mid as well. So this leaves it very safe to go in towards this B site, knowing there can't be a stack of players.
There's a late round push from Buzz, though. He's already detected these players rotating, but DRX are a little late to the party. Stacks and have to hold on a moment before support comes through, and well, as the cavalry arrives, it's only the 1 kill. Minimal resistance being met by Loud as they make their way in.
Oh, fade?
Still not coming in. That was the spike that they dropped.
अरे Buzz इसको मार देता तो round निकल सकता था रे.
Costly, but nothing else to be found. And Loud step one step closer to equalizing the scoreline. That was, of course, an eco, though, and DRX still made it look a little bit competitive, considering the rotation timing was off as well.
I think the read from Loud was good, though. That was the main thing. It was just using the information that you garnered to hit the weakest spot in these sort of eco rounds. They didn't have to use much in terms of their ults either, although on the other side, Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm is not going to be the nicest thing to try and face off against. The thing is, though, for DRX, they've got to be careful. Because I think this round the other way, game on.
Ult और Viper का ult use करके round निकल सकता है ये वाला.
As we said, losing both pistols, it was remarkable.
भाई मैं क्या सजेस्ट करता हूँ पता है अगर 100 ult है तो पहले एक pick try कर दो भाई.
Remember, this is Loud's map pick. You know, we can look at the last game versus OPTIC, but as you said, you didn't get to see that much of their attacking side, and maybe it would have been strong enough to make us believe. 120 on the clock. DRX not going for the info game. Similar to what we saw from Loud. Passive play, looking for a pick here or there. The attempted play around middle, but this up here for Aspis, it almost caught vision. It was so close to finding Mako swinging out on either side, but they are missing each other by milliseconds on some of these peaks.
The thing is as well, they can't really beat any rotations because they just flashed outside of B on the side of DRX and got the info that there was somebody there. So they're not wanting to shift any of their positions just yet. They're also throwing the drone in from the attack side in towards this A side. And actually they have baited out the Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to get anything as they now push B.
He's realized immediately as well.
Nice.
There's the kill off the back of...
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
God. Absolute desolation.
Archie's
There
on
was
fire,
a smoke
guys.
down, and they just spray through it. Kill after kill going DRX's way. You saw that 2 bursts of that Hunter's Fury go out, and it gets cancelled, and he's thinking, okay, this is a B play. Rotation was in right away, and the guys on site, they held it for longer than they even should have. That spike is down in the open, and it is concretely theirs. There's no safe way to retrieve this. Sassy's picked up the operator, and he is heading for the hills with 5 seconds on the clock.
Let's go, DRX.
There's no chance they take this round. All they want is to set themselves up for the next.
Yeah, I like the fact that we are just seeing the utility used from DRX being able to work things out. Because I was looking at the A side and thinking, okay, there's definitely some vulnerabilities there, but it was more just because they were so reliant on that Hunter's Fury. They went, okay, that will get us information, do a lot of damage on the way through if they try and push it. And the second they don't spot anything, the orb goes up. And that's the big thing. Now, one of the things I really wanted to mention, so I was speaking to Kanyang, obviously on the screen there, the CEO. He's with Hwani, who was also one of the coaches of the current coach, Tami. So we are a long lineage at the moment of like esports veterans in the DRX camp.
But
I'm sure right now they're having a pretty good time. Well, he did say, I saw him with a sign last time saying he was going to give them a big bonus. So.
Oh, Mako, he's in a little bit of trouble, but they've gone right past him. They have no idea he's been revealed, though. It took a little long. But as he got spotted, that at least allows them to drop him, drop the pit, and get onto the site. Here comes the spray. Buzz not able to land it. Shot darts on their way. Oh, and I don't even know how he's controlled it. I don't know that he meant to kill him, but he's got the frag. Still, numbers won't equalize as Aspis keeps on going. A 3rd kill in this round. And only Buzz left to find. He's hit him to 39. And with 3 players left to drop, Loud seem to have stolen this round away. What a play by Aspis. And Buzz, he is just looking for absolutely anything. No information to work with. And in the end, he's going to be shot in the back by Pankata.
Buzz!
Yeah, like you see that operator in play, and you almost expect it to be on us. Instead, he is leading the charge in that space. A crazy final shot as well. They actually dealt with what was quite a dangerous position. Better than I expected. I think the fact that Marco gets past it, but then just being spotted by the drone. A little bit unlucky in that regard, but this is the superstar level Aspas that we sort of expect to see on this team. 11-8. Luckily, again, just having that chamber and jet combo is going to bail out the side of DRX in terms of their finances. But after this round,
you guys hit that like and
subscribe.
Well, DRX going straight in for the aggression with RB, but he's spotted, tagged up, and he's got to get out of here. Again, early denial of this aggression has been such a strong feature.
उसने खुद ही क्लासिक से तोड़ने को देखा पर मिस कर
दिया. The pushes down halls now. The push that was coming down.
5 man, what's the setup? No setup.
Fury. It's caught Zest for 1, but he won't get the follow-up. Still decent damage done, but the snake bites also stop any further aggression from coming through. You can't take space off the back of it when you still have that utility up against you. But the good thing is it's burnt down now, and so that's a big worry for these players.
I almost wonder if that was being used as a distraction. Just try and get the mid player's attention to allow Les to take a little bit of extra ground, because in that whole fight, he was just moving his way forward. Or even just try to bait some rotations, but nobody moving. Marco is going to throw down another snake.
अरे स्पीड से उसका ड्रोन टूट गया.
अच्छा पूरा क्लोज था क्या?
हाँ.
Yeah, the drone at least started to get expanded. Now they have an idea of where Buzz is, and the nades let him down. He's 24. Shots ringing out. He's still alive, but he won't get anything done past damage. Aspis, this is not a conventional spot to run the operator in. Maybe the element of surprise can come through, but no. RB is the one instead to pick up that kill. Still more Loud players alive than DRX. And look at the position of Les. That is nasty.
The other two are saving. They're almost just saying, okay, tour de force, you don't have a weapon. Just try and do some damage in this round. Try and make things as costly as possible. And, well, he'll get nothing more. That lurk again has just been causing issues. Being able to take that space late in the round, almost as a separate member of this squad.
Loud एक ही चीज बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, तुम लोग देख के रहेंगे। स्टैक्स हमेशा बिग कुत्ता करके इन्फो ले लेता था सब टीम के सामने, लोग बैठे ही है उधर, कुत्ता तोड़ रहे, फ्लैश हुए जा रहा है वो लेस, ये नहीं डेडिकेटेड रख दिया, हाँ उधर और हॉल्स पे डेडिकेटेड बंदों को रख दिया हम
लोग ने। And now all they can really commit to this is going to be the Blade Storm.
A timeout called by DRX. So little to work with and so many gaps in play right there. Definitely the right time to go back to the drawing board at 11-9. That lead that was looking so strong. Coming into this half 9-3 up, and they've only gotten 2 since then. With Loud now hot on their heels, I mean, this round's probably conceded a little bit. Maybe they can get something.
Find low in your town today.
Probably 11-10.
Yeah, I really want to see DRX try and challenge into mid and tube. I think that's been one of the main problems for them, is the fact that because mid seems to be almost just Less's domain, they can't really play retake. There's nowhere for the players to fall back to just in case he's taken that deep control. And then the tube, you've just seen the amount of rounds where there was a round with Aspas and Sadak where they flash out. The last round where the opening kill comes from Aspas just being able to open.
Which team are you joining now?
These are all positions that DRX just can't allow this man to have for free. And sure, when he's got an operator, it's a little bit risky to challenge that directly. But I think it's something they have to try and do over the next couple of rounds, because there are so many just pincer plays onto that A site that they just can't deal with.
Unless still stealing that top spot on the scoreboard. He has had such a good tournament. And especially when you consider last half, he was just on the B site that they lost every single time and trying desperately to hold on against a barrage of DRX utility. And you see the difference as well for DRX when they're not able to pressure you like that. They can't quite put Loud on the back foot, at least so far on this defensive half. They've struggled to. And a read here that just is not correct. DRX going for a gamble towards A. 3 players there, 1 in the halls. And instead, it looks like it's going to be Stacks that's left to do it all with a Sheriff in hand, no shields, no flashes.
It's all about timing, and that's the thing. They're moving quickly enough that I don't think DRX are going to be anywhere near
Phantom, guys.
The hope would be that they could have run around behind and found something, but no. Basically, you're reliant on Stacks killing everyone.
So the orb is still down on the B site, so it's at least going to slow them on the way through. Maybe decay them a little bit, but, well, Les has just put himself above 20 kills. He's on 21 now.
Hello, S.
Check AOL to commit ho gaya ye round.
This spot is being watched. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. Good trade at least, but it does little to bridge the gap in this round. 2 versus 4.
Close nahi jana tha, bhai, 9-3 se.
You know, it went down so long ago.
Arey, Les बहुत insane मारे जा रहा है भाई.
I felt like he's been doing more on this attacking side. After DRX did so well to decimate his setups, this round he just played pure entry fragger. And while RB, he's going to have a buy in the next round anyway, so might as well try and get something, but nothing for it. I also want to lean back to what you mentioned about Les and his performance in this tournament so far, because he's been one of the players that has really shifted away from just playing Chamber. And you look at some of the best maps they have. Okay, this one was what we saw prior in the tournament. He's moved back over to Cypher, an agent that is quite far out.
दोनों पिस्टल Loud जीता है, फिर भी गेम इतना क्लोज
है. अरे वो टैटू किसके? And that is their best map.
सादक है ना, वो नाम भी उसका हिंदी का ही है, वो लग रहा है.
Is this man as an anchor on a site?
सादक कुछ meaning है ना हिंदी में, like achiever or something.
So far this half, first kills to first deaths. I mean, that is impressive.
इतना शुद्ध हिंदी मेरे को भी नहीं आता, अपने को मुंबई हिंदी आता
है. मेरे को लग रहा है
between him and Aspas, they've been doing a fantastic job. Buzz now looks to upset that statistic, with Sadak being the man challenged right away. The dash already activated. I mean, he's got that get out of jail free card, but he just doesn't seem worried. He's still sticking around. I mean, he's got the cover of RB, so putting a lot of stock in his teammates.
It was just the health. I was like even if you do manage to dash, normally you take a couple of bullets worth of damage. Again, though, this tube spot has just caused them so many issues. They're going to get the information.
Sadak means I think pro aimer. No, Sadak means आप घर जाके मैगी खाओ.
Yeah, some simple deduction of the previous rounds. A quick TP back. They even see where RB's gone to. They know Buzz is playing around here as well. There's the flashes from Sadak. No reward this time. A nade to go through. That's a deep nade for Stairs, and it might give Aspas the angle. They're trying to push players out of position with their utility. Oh, that's a whiff. Aspas leaving the 62 HP Buzz alive, and he's lost his life for that attempt. DRX with a man advantage, but he have to play into the pin.
Yeah, and they've also actually put trips inside it as well. Such a nasty setup. Sadak actually goes swinging though. I don't know if there was a pop flash off the back of that, but it didn't catch anyone if there was. Utility being expended just to try and slow this down as much as possible. Everybody going to be desperately low as they try and push through it harder. It's just killing them off. He knows the lineup. He knows where the spike is, and they need to get rid of him, and they just can't. A solid afterplant from Loud. From such a desperate scenario, we now sit 11-11.
Sadak means road.
DRX looked like they had this one in the bag, but now the pressure is truly on. An equalized scoreline for the Korean side is just devastating, and they need to make up for it coming into the next two.
Mitch, map 1 versus FPX, 1917.
Yeah.
Map 1 versus, in the previous series before that, 1860. Map 1 in the previous series before that, 1614. DRX and map 1s have been quite long.
I remember speaking to Stacks about that in the interview. I was like, man, what is it that just keeps bringing you to these long games? Like, how do you have the stamina for that?
Huh?
And he doesn't really know. I don't think any of us do. I don't know why it has to happen, but DRX, they need to have time to wake up in second halves. Look, 11-11, it's not the end of the world, but momentum's in Loud's favor. As I said, this is their map, their comfort level high. The same for DRX, but now that we're coming to the penultimate round of this half of regulation, DRX
एक ही बंदा आता है ऑप लेके वॉक इन करके आ रहा है.
They haven't had a lot of success in this round. That said, this is the exact same buy where Loud found their only round outside of the first two and on their defense.
Again, they're setting up into this A site. Now there is pressure down mid this time, trying to watch, but the timing just hasn't gone their way. It's just an anomaly. Buzz though, within this corner, it's a nasty surprise hiding behind the screen, and Marco, while he's causing a distraction, manages to get one. Even still though, just like DRX, things start to stabilize. But again, it's left on the Stacks. The rotator, the B defender, looking to try and battle. Unfortunately, the Sheriff this time is unkind. Loud, 12-11 from a huge deficit. Look to take their map choice after 5 rounds in a row.
Well, there's a new Sheriff in town here on Breeze. Loud came in looking like they were down and out in this half. Faith was at an all-time low on the Brazilian side, but now just look at that scoreline. Not only are they in the lead, but they are on map point here, and you can see DRX are not happy with that. We said this is a game, a tournament for DRX. Hell, this whole year has been about trying to break the mold, stopping around this point in the last 2 tournaments, losing to OPTIC again and again, and now another green wall awaits them. The attacking side needs one more. Rifles are out for DRX, and an aggressive push from Buzz. Had the success here. Damage is all they've netted, and this time, nothing.
One of the factors that has worked well for them in the series so far is the fact that they've managed to
बहुत slow कर रहे हैं भाई 4-1 खेल ही रहे बार-बार.
The fact that they haven't had that tough loss yet. It's been 2-0s all the way through. The build-up though heads in towards this site once again, and Sadak once more is going to cause them issues around this door.
They're going in. Look at Les. They're making their way, and Les has the lurk, and the rest of the players, in particular Aspas, already through. They'll drop Sassy, but he's trying to wrap on the back of the pyramids. No one spotted him. That's massive only one, though. The trade comes in quickly. DRX attempting to hold on. They don't want to be beaten down out of this map, and it looks like they might have it, but Les coming up behind for the one. A little bit of disruption, a reveal to come through, the information there, but the spike is on the floor. They have 30 seconds to regain control of this site, and it's the man of RB, the operator, in, and he's gone! What a shot from Sadak! That could be the kill they needed. The plant to come through, and the late push through cave will not find them. They've got a post plant.
That's the thing, they had the trip. It had to be broken by Stacks. He was hoping that he could lurk through from behind, but the fact is, Lash never really dies early. And he's waiting and watching Possess to try and come through. This battle is going to be everything. 2 1v1s almost being taken. Les is going to put one down. It's down to Stacks again. He tries to bait the swing, but it's all over. Loud. Every team is to close out map 1 versus DRX. They don't even need overtime. They'll do it in regulation.
We heard it from Benkai on the desk that he believed after all of these events, after all the whiffs, the chokes late into tournaments, the curse would be broken. The narrative would be rewritten this time because surely DRX had learned to deal with the pressure, but this time, Tom, it's the green team coming ahead again. This is devastating.
So Benkai, he can correct me if I'm wrong. It's second ever desk, yeah? Second ever desk, and Mitch has just thrown you under the bus. Straight under it already. He's like, yeah, Benkai said this, and then, well, look what happened. No, the pressure being on them now, and this is the thing, and I'm sure it's something the desk will definitely cover. They've had all of these long maps. This first map, FPX 100 Seeds of Furia. They won. You get that relief, even if you were ahead, behind, no matter what, you get the relief. You go into the second map, and that's where they've looked strong. Got 10 rounds in the second map every single time. Now they're on the back foot. Now they're on the other side. As Loud have managed to turn this into a victory from what looked like imminent defeat, as you mentioned. They didn't win a single buy round in the first half of this game. They go into the side that normally is weaker for them, and they barely lose a round.
Considering they win the pistol to start, even one of those pistols going the other way, this game's already over. There were so many small things in that final round. Gotta be the straw that breaks the camel's back mentally. Resetting from this, we talk about close losses as being one of the hardest things to deal with as a team. And normally we mean that in the sense of a team is ahead, you start to make a comeback and then fall short. So like, we just started a little earlier. But having it within your grasp and then it slips through, that has got to be devastating. I mean, we're going to give these guys a break to reset. That's one of the biggest challenges DRX are going to have to date. Let's toss it off to a break. When we come back, we'll hear from our analyst desk about map 2. It is DRX's pick.
Yeah, that's true. Do they have the stones?
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Register now for your national qualifier.
आजा इनवाइट कर किधर है
एक सेकंड
Hope it was just a 9-3 curse and not a 5-6 place curse. हाँ यार वो भी बात सही है. आजा गन्नू गन्नू मुंबई में खेलेगा सिंगापुर में खेलेगा.
सिंगापुर भाई रेड कारपेट आ गया था थोड़ा आ गया था भाई बट तेरा भाई करके रहेगा बोला मतलब पूरा रेड है पूरा ग्रीन है तो मतलब जीतने बहुत इरिटेटिंग है भाई. मैं गिव अप भी कर लेता हूँ स्टार्टिंग क्योंकि ये लोग सॉरी सब फकिंग
आज में 110 डाउन था 110
हाँ
110 से 13-11 जीत गया.
तब ऐसा चूतिए लोग आते हैं. अरे फिर से बोल दिया सॉरी.
वियर्ड लोग आते हैं. एक ना मार पाते ना दिमाग यूज कर पाते ना माइक यूज कर पाते ना उसके बाद ज्ञान देते.
बोलता ही नहीं है. बोल रहा हूँ ज्ञान किधर से देंगे. ज्ञान ऐसा देंगे जैसे तू बात नहीं कर सकता. ऐसा बहुत चूतिए लोग के साथ डील कर रहा हो और मेरे सामने ऐसा पूरा स्टैक टीम आता है भाई. सब प्रो प्लेयर ऐसा मेरे टीम में ऐसा टाइम पास वाले लोग आते हैं.
यार रोसी तू वन साइड कैरी करना चाहिए.
करता हूँ भाई. मैं जो गेम जीता हूँ मैं MVP हूँ. जो गेम MVP वो गेम हारा हूँ और जो गेम MVP हूँ वो गेम भी हारा हूँ.
और 10 मारना चाहिए थे
भाई. 34 किल मारना पड़ता है मुझे एक रैंक जीतने के लिए.
तेरा भाई ब्रीच खेल
अरे
रहा था।
मेरा लैग हो गया भाई।
लैग हो गया मतलब?
मेरा वैलोरेंट डीसी हो गया। ओ पकड़ा गया क्या मेरा हैक?
अरे यार ऐसा मत बोल।
मुझे अब रिन्यू नहीं किया क्या?
करता अभी करता हूँ। $500 का है ना पर मंथ।
पता नहीं भाई, आप भी तो पे कर रहे हो।
अभी प्राइस बढ़ा दिया उसने।
प्रोग्रेस देख ले लग रहा है। उसको बोलो 2 बार हारा है बाहर जाके हैक्स
नहीं काम कर रहे।
क्या हो गया भाई गेम को? अटक गया भाई सच में। पकड़ा गया क्या? टास्क में
तेरे को एक तो इतना मैंने प्लास्टिक सर्जरी करा के चेंज किया थोड़ा फेस।
बहुत कुछ
इतना पैसा डला है मैंने।
बहुत बट अच्छा इन्वेस्टमेंट ही है मैं बोलता हूँ। वर्दी इन्वेस्टमेंट है बता रहा हूँ।
वापस से लैग चालू हो गया मेरा।
भाई मैंने
मेरा स्क्रीन पे वैलोरेंट फ्रेम कर रहा है।
डुओ तो करते हैं कोई रैंक क्या है सब राज एक्सपोज तो फॉर स्किल
स्प्रे करना बंद कर दे।
क्या करना?
स्प्रे करना।
स्प्रे शायद मेरा फैंटम दिखा हो गया। सच में अच्छा खेल रहा है रैंक में। हम चट्टी खोलते
बहुत मार खा रहा हूँ पता नहीं क्यों। मारे जा रहे।
शायद मेरा फैंटम देखो बहुत अच्छा। अभी उठ के खेल रहा। ठीक है जस्ट
Scouts down.
कौन है भाई ऐसा डिंग मार दे? इधर है पोपा जी। फैंटम क्यों नहीं खेल रहे?
नहीं भाई वैंडल पे ही मार रहा हूँ। मार खा रहे हैं लोग मार रहे हैं। फैंटम नहीं खेलना। सिटी पिक कर।
सबसे उधर है भाई।
अरे तो
कैंपर है भाई तो।
अरे कैंपर के लोग आए जा रहे। मैं मार रहा हूँ फाइट करके।
मैं सोच रहा कोई तो आवाज कर रहा है बार-बार इधर। चलो गाइस देख लिया ना
भाई पॉपिंग कर दिया लॉन्डे ने। हम ट्राई करें तो नहीं होता है।
होता है भाई मैं तो बहुत खेलता हूँ ऐसा। चलो गाइस देख लिया ना। फिर मैंने खेलते हैं।
कैंप कर रहा है भाई। स्काई कैंपर है फिर भी। नहीं हो रहा क्या? नहीं हो रहा है गाइस। थोड़ा मार खा रहा हूँ। मार भी रहा हूँ पर
तो इतना प्रेशर में क्यों आ रहे हो?
प्रेशर में
नहीं भाई हाउ मच डाटा परफॉर्मेंस एनालिटिक्स के पास है एनालिटिक्स। हां भाई हमारा और यूएस चला गया वो कनाडा सॉरी ये सब जा रहा है। हाथ काम नहीं कर रहा लग रहा।
फाइट ही नहीं दे रहे भाई लोग।
मैं डी में डीएम मार रहा हूं।
मैं भी
मारता हूं अभी।
मेरे को भी मारना जरूरी था।
सबको मार
सबको मारेगा। अपन टॉप पे कैसे पहुंच गए?
मुझे डब्बा डाल रहे थे ऑलमोस्ट।
Sorry, bro.
अरे 142 कैसा रे? मार रहा है भाई।
वॉकर रहेगा यार by 10 kills.
अरे जब भाई खुद शॉट बहुत अच्छे मार रहा हो, खुद कुछ इजी रिफ कर रहा हो।
क्या आप ज्यादा सोचते हो मारने टाइम? ऐसे मारू क्या, ऐसे मारू क्या, इधर लगाओ क्या, क्रॉस
ये सब नहीं। डब्बा मतलब प्योर डब्बा, मारा मतलब प्योर।
Brimstone's out.
बस हो गया तेरा कैंप।
बस भाई तेरा कैंप। अरे पापा जीत रहा भाई, पापा
Triple baby.
राणो
कौन है मिड से मार दिया भाई?
मेरे को ही चेस कर रहा था क्या?
इधर जंप स्पॉट करके वाइड स्विंग कर रहा है।
उस गाय तो पूरा कैंप कर रहा है।
हाँ भाई। ए पापा
किधर है?
आप अभी भी मार्केट पे हो क्या? नहीं ना, मेरे को लगा मार्केट में बेटर रहेगा। इधर ही आया मैं। 1 किल।
अरे
अरे पापा
पोपा जीत गया कैसा? तो स्ट्रीम लैगिंग। अरे मेरा वैलोरेंट लैग हो रहा है जब मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम, पता नहीं क्यों, क्या रीजन है पता। अरे कब
स्टार्ट हो गया गेम नहीं?
हो गया रहेगा अभी। एक ही डेथ मैच का टाइम मिलता है अभी। नेक्स्ट मैप के बाद अगर 2-0 होता है तो पक खेल लेंगे, 1-1 होता है तो एक और डेथ मैच खेल लेंगे।
Always see them run this one. This is
आगे चालू हो रहा है, मैप सिलेक्ट हो गया।
Like you see them running this like slow default, you know, make a call at 1 minute, going with the breach and just play the alpha plant, park him under heaven. And you see Loud going for like a more up-to-date composition, I would say, with the chamber.
Kind of like a 2.0.
Yeah, and there's gonna be quite a bit of pressure on Les to get the opening picks and to disrupt DRX from coming and executing into those bomb sites.
Yeah, Les, I think the pressure is very much with him. But the player I look at in this composition is 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴 playing on this Omen. I think it's a very comfortable role for him. And I think he does a great job almost being a third initiator at times, helping to set up Auspus for success on that race.
I mean, we look at 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴 playing his Omen on many different maps, particularly the Ascent performances that he's been able to put up. And oftentimes he is top fraging, much like we were seeing in that initial starting half on Breeze. But like 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴 was saying, this is kind of like bread and butter. Obviously some new changes, some new faces, given that Fade is now in the meta, so Zest has picked that one up. But typically you'd see something very similar to this from DRX in the past, and you just put the Sova in there instead of the Fade.
Yeah, for me, this is a game about Sentinels. It's going to be Les, who had a fantastic map, 1RB, who also performed, but now he's on the Killjoy. Traditionally, that's been a little bit more comfortable for him.
All right, 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴, before we send it over, I want to get a little cheeky prediction from you. What do you think we're getting? Think we're going map 3?
Just based off the comp,
देखता हूँ मैं। हाँ,
if Loud plays their
शायद उसके लिए हो सकता है।
defending side well and they don't let DRX execute into the bomb side, I can see Loud taking this one.
Oh, all right. Well, this is a guy that was a staunch supporter of DRX, but he thinks there's a path to victory for Loud. Let's send it over to Mitch and Tom, and hopefully they don't throw 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴.
Guys, 1000 likes भी नहीं हुए हैं यार आज, क्या हो गया?
Yeah, अच्छा ही तो हुआ।
Hey, listen, I didn't mean to
हाँ
cause
guys,
anything
बड़े
here,
लोग stream कर रहे हैं अभी, क्या
bro,
करें?
at the end of the day, he was right about one thing. DRX's comp, I'm sure he was right about more than that. I'm sorry, that came off like a diss as well. I love you, 𝘼𝘍𝐺𝐴. Realistically, their comp was fantastic for the attack. You could see the control they had. You could see that they were ready for Loud. They were 100% on board in that previous map in the first half. Now we bounce into Haven, and the question is, can they reset?
At least he doesn't flip-flop as much as GB. Like that's
That
at
is
least
true.
something. Like that man is maybe as much on the fence as Van Silly. But either way, we are going to be getting into Haven. I think this is going to be a fun map because it is a slight difference in styles. So you've got DRX who are very good at their after plant. So you're going to have RB with his nice little lineups to try and almost just cause problems with the utility. On the other side of things, I expect this defensive side from Loud to be quite aggressive. You're going to have Aspas with utility combining with Sassy, and then you're also going to have Les just basically trying to push the boundaries of the map and really get in on
Let's go, DRX.
Going good, bro.
Wow.
DRX
Tom, it looks like barriers are about to go up, and the attack side of DRX put to the test.
Prediction OPTIC versus G.
From the team watching any push coming in through doors, he'll set up his turret, move around, and become the normal chamber trap that you see. Just taking that control. The rest of the team wants to pressure A. But Loud have a very similar idea. The paranoia is ready.
Them or paranoia need fight.
Paranoia on its way. It only connects on one though. The rest of the team swinging. The kills don't go their way to start, but they recover nicely.
But ऐसा क्यों हो गया
actually
भाई?
went a lot better than expected. Sassy though. The timing could be wonderful. Not expecting a fourth player to be here so soon, and now it's all up to Buzz. He's being pincered from behind as well. He has to be very careful of that. Is wary that flank could be coming through, but look at them teaming up together. Loud, not wanting to give him a 1v1.
Yeah, it's just perfect play. There's really very minimal openings for Buzz to come in here. 100 HP on both players. He's got to be connecting the headshots in the way around this corner. Trades will be quick. Already the hump back online for Sassy. And in a moment, that's going to be thrown out. There you go, clearing off long. And now they know exactly where he's coming from. At least for the next couple seconds, they'll have their sights set on short. There's the swing, and it's closed out by Sassy with a phenomenal peek back through on short, dropping the spike. And the final player, Loud, have gone 3 for 3 in pistols.
Yeah, and an exciting idea as well. I think we're going to see a lot more stuff like that. The fact is they don't even combine alongside that fade either, which is the normal way
DRX who is the facing lower bracket. Please answer. कौन आएगा पापा?
There's a lot more depth.
I think
now, there's no surprise for me that the
Fnatic
stats for DRX are very good. This has been a map that I think they've been consistently one of the best in the world for probably over a year and a half. Like, it is absurd how good they are at sort of creating on this map, and I think that's why we still have this sort of
Fnatic was DRX होएगा अगर अभी हारते तो
setup for them.
क्या यार दो टीमों को फाइनल्स में चाहिए
one that I'm against it in any way. Oh my!
अरे भाई हारेगा नहीं रुको भाई.
ऊपर
से आप डिसाइड कर दिया
Static under pressure, but picking up every
जैसा
single kill.
मोमेंटम चल रहा है.
हाँ बहुत prepared लग रहा है.
Possible. Les has stolen it. He's taken it away from him, but that would have actually given him the Rolling Thunder as well, so that's kind of rude, but okay.
You know, I need my one orb that's going to go towards the Tour de Force.
I'm pretty close to Tour de Force, man. I'm pretty close. Let me get it.
Of course, a Prime Gaming Flawless. Exactly what you want to see as well from Loud, because they are a team that normally likes to go in quite heavy in these purchases. But yeah, a single kill coming through here for Sadak could be a pretty nasty scenario for DRX, as they are not close to having any of those ults online. But as we saw in the last match.
अब stream पे jersey पहना है क्या?
हाँ.
Well, that is the
पहन सकते हैं क्या?
buy round coming up right here and now, and the disruption play was to try a seize nade into mid. Loud don't get any reward for that. DRX playing nice and far back to start with. They've got a turret down, I believe it's inside the smoke on A, so no, not even a chance for a player to sneak in and get a little bit closer. But ultimately, when you look at this early round, DRX have gotten nothing done. This was very much waiting for the aggression of their opponents. I think that's why they're even filtering into mid now to try and clear out off the C-stage that no one's pushed down. And with nothing seen, this is a little awkward. To play these kind of rounds with the spawn, it means that you could be running into players in nasty
आप
little
रुकोगे तो
corners
हिट हो जाएगा.
बात तो सही है. हम पैरों से आगे रहेंगे.
हाँ. पहले तो ऐसा होता था भाई, अपनी पब्लिक जब नया चालू किया था याद है, अपनी पब्लिक की पैरोनोया खा लेती थी, रुकती नहीं थी.
The aftershock is going to delay but not stop.
He's gone in.
That's executes है भाई इनके साथ.
Aspas has absolutely no fear. Trading
ऐसा
out
basic
Static,
सा
rifle
side
now to
fix
be retrieved potentially. His teammates pushing down on A long, though, so far away. This is going to probably be a reset on timing, just to allow that little bit of extra positioning for Loud. They've done well to trade out the numbers like that. A little bit of HP taken off of Aspas, though.
Spam not far away from doing some damage. I almost feel like there's a possibility they're just trying to lock them in at this point. Les waiting for some sort of distraction to be made, and Buzz, he wants to try and fight around the smoke, repositioning to join up with his teammates, and he just isn't missing a beat. Finally, he's put down by Sassy, but
Marco भाई तो ढीठ रुके हुए कि नहीं आने दूंगा तो मतलब नहीं आने दूंगा.
बहुत ऐसा बहुत smart player है,
बहुत smart player है.
बहुत smart
with the rifle. They'll still have a purchase, of course, coming into the next round, but DRX, after what was a little bit of a shaky start, looked
yeah, that definitely could have gone a lot worse. They only lose the 2 players coming out of that round, but again, the benefit of these early economic rounds, winning the pistol, first of all, but then the way they follow that up over on Loud, giving themselves these rifles to still duel with, making sure that they're going for those trades. Like, Sadek had the rifle, he goes down, and straight away Aspis is on the swing, ready to take that kill. Making value of those Spectres off the trades alone, so 2-1. As we rock into this round, you can see there's a couple players low on credits from DRX, so a really good opportunity for Loud to walk away with this early half.
Same for either side, though. It's going to be a swing round in terms of that economy.
बस हम क्यों APEC में ऐसा परफॉर्म नहीं करते क्योंकि हम नहीं खेलते.
We've seen the same aggressive push in towards short. Now they haven't actually used.
मैं बोलूँगा तो बहुत गलत हो जाएगा. नहीं बोलना. But people don't grind.
Absolutely nothing. They might actually want to start.
कुछ players होते हैं उनको grind करने का जरूरत नहीं होते क्योंकि naturally skilled रहते हैं. वो है most of the APEC players. वो grind करना करके ही आगे जाना पड़ेगा.
And immediately they lost less and conceded the control. They're going to have to play for the post plants on this. They have got a rolling thunder to work with, and that's going to be the point man of the round. But look, a little bit too close was Buzz. They've taken him down anyways. I don't know if they saw him through the smoke, but no plan for DRX, no control, and now a man disadvantage. They've even lost Zest on the way back. They're completely trapped, and the nade is hunting them down.
Yeah, they're now stuck in the mud. They either need to push Aspas, who's going to have a teammate looking to support him in the form of Pancada, so even if they get that kill, they're still locked in, and they've only got 20 seconds to play with, so they'd have to just run straight towards this B site. I almost wonder if it's just worth saving the guns instead. They are going to look for that fight.
I might sound rude.
Single kill before
Players might hate.
Down. But really solid
मेरा friend list में सब pro players है.
The initial battle in that round didn't go to plan. The idea is less. Maybe gets a kill, get out.
Yeah, everybody has something in their life.
He even had the rendezvous allowed him to go out of the site, and then they were going to play retake. It didn't work out, and they still managed to get into that site quickly enough and stop them from getting the plant.
And really, you look at
देखो, ये सब race है players के between. तू रुकेगा, बाकी players भागते रहेंगे और आगे पहुंचते रहेंगे. तू रुकेगा, सही रहेगा.
They would have spammed it anyway.
Yeah, I think it's hard to even detect because one step further back. Oh, that's a missed shot. An opportunity for DRX as they close in the distance, but Loud doesn't miss a second time.
Yeah. And the problem is that's the Blade Storm gone. That was the one real danger in this round that Loud had to face off against. Now they do have the Nightfall, but I think unless they get a kill or two, it's probably not going to be something they want to try and use unless... Well, you can see what happens when he does survive, even baiting for Pancada. As now it's left all onto stacks.
His
One
speed sounds
versus
like
five, clearing him out is going to be an
impossibility.
impossibility. He manages to get 2 kills, a nice couple of shots, but that will be all.
What a shot.
Loud.
Loud
4th round on the board on this defensive side.
Yeah, I agree. And having a style of playing is a thing too.
It's whether or not the others can break back.
Yeah, look, this is starting to become a commanding position from Loud. The fact that they're as far ahead as they are.
Nothing called style or something, bro. You can play however you want, but आपको खेलना तो चाहिए.
The mentality of DRX is under a lot of strain.
Every player should have his style, every team should have its style. हाँ, सब सही है, but there's no right way of playing Valorant.
Becomes a much more dire situation, especially if they lose
कुछ भी
it in
करके
such a
Valorant
convincing
जीत
way. Right?
सकते
They're
हो,
coming
खेल
in with
सकते हो.
their Nightfall, they're coming in with
to know the
rolling
game.
thunder as well.
To know the game, you need to understand the game, you need to watch the game, you need to play the game. You need to play against different type of players, different type of play style.
To be for free, it is going to be instantly bypassed. But they are going to know that there's a player close, and Showstopper will get them what they wanted anyway.
Smoker down. A lot of control for DRX now that they can't afford to contest. I mean, the closest thing they have is, well, it's going to be that cloud burst coming out of Buzz. Not a great thing to be filling the gaps up with. No possibility of a res. Again, still having the Nightmare as well as the Rolling Thunder.
The thing is, it's a really powerful ult combination on that A site, but that's why you see the challenge from Loud. Like, they wanted to deny that early space, even using the showstopper just to make sure they garner an extra
DRX,
kill.
bro.
And now you almost have to wonder, do you want to gamble back into that as DRX, or are you just looking to try and reset and play someone else? And they are going to go in that direction because it's still a very good way to get an afterplan. But you can see how passive the defense is currently. They will fall straight out of the site and play retake.
Yeah,
ये लोग lobby control लेके छोड़ दिया यार.
हाँ, alt मारा ना, माको को alt से मार दिया.
Loud are fully aware. You look at
पीछे से क्यों
DRX,
खेल
how are
रहे
they
भाई?
going to
At
get into a
least
site?
jump
Well,
spot
नहीं,
they're
उन
not
लोग के
focusing
पास
on those
breach
push.
alt है और ये है
Most
ना.
likely thing for them to do
अच्छा.
is to make this commitment. Double ult in, take the space, so they'll at least get themselves on the site. But Loud are happy with that trade because they're in a position now, faking out the updraft.
The thing is, there's a
Someone's
player up
running
there.
it. Yep.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, it would have been a nice fake, but it hasn't done too much. And Blackheart actually going to stick
Oh,
that
भाई,
deep
पर खड़ा.
control. He has bypassed
उसके पीछे.
RB. And this fight's going to be everything. If he can find this kill, there's a good chance, but Buzz has just come up with 2. This round looked like such a good position, and instead now RB pins us from behind. The remaining 2 trying to get back in, fighting through. It's equal 2 versus 2. Like that, just 1. What a swing round coming back. It's left onto RB. The man who was in the back lines, they know exactly where he is. Sassy trying to guard him. And somehow, once again, Loud come out on top.
That has got to be such a horrible position to be in as the attackers.
It's a backbreaker.
4v2 again. And it's off this drop down from up above. Buzz getting the kill. They even catch the flank. It seemed all the danger men were gone, but they can't close these rounds out. 2 now in recent memory that they've lost. And
what
this
a
has gotta
mental
be
damage,
exactly
bro.
like you said, it's a backbreaker. They're going to be calling a timeout. That's DRX's. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised to hear. And I think they're going to be talking through some meditation techniques for the next 30 seconds.
Rossi professional jinxer.
Why Sadak and Sassy have been
मेरे
on
को ही
the top
बुरा लग रहा है.
Brazilian
मैं
team
क्यों बोला ये
throughout
round
the
तो खत्म हो
entirety
गया.
of the VCT. There is a reason why a roster was built around them. Like, we know for a fact that players like Sassy had offers in Europe. Like, there were teams that wanted this man, but he stuck around in Brazil and is now again on the top team.
Players here are individually pretty bad to compare to each other, so rather just grind in our own server.
You're now looking at this retake coming through.
You can still grind in Singapore
server.
server.
The setup, one player pushing Buzz out into a position which leads it straight into Sadak. It must be so difficult to play against. And while 5-1, DRX, they've taken that timeout, Mitch, but honestly, at this point, you've almost just
Can we say Loud one? Loud तो जीत गया bro. हो गया.
हाँ ऐसे ही बोलता रहे रॉसी.
You've got a short-term memory.
हाँ ना opposite होगा शायद.
अरे इसी क्या आगे का क्यों बोलने गया तेरे को? जितना बोल रहा है अभी वो भी जिंक्स को जिंक्स कर दिया तू.
We are not really constantly exposed to quality players until. Bro, आपको ranked में हर एक top team player का players आएंगे, top teams का players आएंगे, APAC, सब कभी-कभी कोरिया players भी आएंगे. अब खेलो, मार खाओ, तब सीखोगे उनको कैसे मारना है. जब मैच पे भी आएंगे, मारो. There is only.
Could be their mental that's
आप
shattered.
नहीं सीख सकते
I wouldn't blame them.
खेल
A
के.
tough game so
Scrim में
far, and it's
as a
only
team
getting tougher.
कैसा खेलना
This
है?
eco
Individual
round sees
performance,
absolutely
individually
nothing.
round
6 to
खेलना,
1.
individually round जिताना, gunfights ये सब rank में ही सीखना
I don't
पड़ेगा.
think there's been a single
When
round
G
so far
go
in
back
this
in
half that's been the
tourney,
same. The C-site
I
setup,
also don't
every
know.
round has been less takes a fight, he TPs out, they play retake.
आप
This
scrim में
time,
सिर्फ A
less
side, B
TPs
side
out,
में ही आपका life
Pancada is
खत्म हो
deep.
जाएगा.
Nobody checks the corner, he gets a multi-frag. Like, they are just putting in little details that you go, okay, you know we're doing this, you know we're doing this, you know we're doing this, we're not doing this. And every single time, it seems like DRX are full.
अगर जीता भी
Loud are
नहीं,
playing a
at least you'll be having
magnificent game right now.
a thing that
Eliminated again and again, or knocked to lower brackets.
अब
Both of these teams have
जीतने के
seen
लिए क्या-क्या
OPTIC
करना है वो सब कर रहे हैं.
far more
Justify
times
कर
than they'd
सकते
want
हैं.
to. The next game
भाई
up
मैं
for the winner here will be
कर रहा हूँ,
XSET
जो
or
कर रहा हूँ,
OPTIC, a
फिर भी
chance
नहीं हो
to
रहा.
maybe take some revenge, and for now it looks
सब
like it'll be
करते ही
Loud
नहीं तो बहुत
who
मुश्किल
have
है.
that chance. 6-1 in the lead, but a bye round for DRX.
Okay
All of
to
these players
not be
towards
the
the A
best,
side.
but
This has
not
been
okay to-
the hotly contested zone, and so
अगर आप
Loud
try
on a
नहीं
late
कर रहे
play
to be the
to try
best,
and
वो
take some
गलत है बस.
control. A Prowler,
मेरे
2
हिसाब से.
players spotted. They
बस
definitely heard 2 different guns.
Bro,
a
हर
Vandal and
sport
a
में ये
Phantom
bro,
fire
talent
off,
होना
so they
चाहिए.
know at this point
थोड़ा luck भी
you've got
favor
a
करना
bunch of
चाहिए.
presence outside the A site, so they'll stick with their 3 players in position. Breach ready to counter flash out on long.
Nightfall
Buzz is inside of them.
well, he's just been caught out. They've sectioned them apart with the ult. The push through, just unable to get anything, and now 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐼 just looking to try and slow them down. It's the TP from Marco, though. It's an insane play from him, but even still, it's not even going to be close to enough. The rest of his team died just seconds before he made that move, and although the distraction garnered 3 kills, it still was uncomfortable for Loud.
The Brazilians leading 7-1. Korea not looking too hot right now. This was DRX's map pick, and we have concerns on the mental level coming in. And I'm not sure they've had a chance to even reach any of that. Loud have dominated. The A plan has been working again and again. They seem to have a lot of A plans.
The game that's being called by 𝘼𝐿𝐼 may be one of the best we've ever seen. Like, they have had the read every single round. Like, the fact that they hold the Nightfall just to try and basically dismantle the A take, it's just fantastic. I don't think they've had an ultimate that hasn't had impact, which is just absurd. That doesn't happen very often at all. And once again, back down to some SMGs, some pistols. He got locked down. Lockdown,
especially on this map.
Very dirty.
Let's go, guys. 1500 likes. 1000 भी नहीं किए.
Wherever they do use it from, they can probably aftershock it.
Yeah. Maybe on the, I think we've seen on the defensive side just some incredibly passive A1s that have worked out, but looking for a miracle.
Polish true. 7-1 Loud.
15 seconds on the clock as DRX make their way out on long. Tucked in. This is a bait setup. And they haven't given it away at all. Still, it will be cleared. Sassy holds on for one, and Aspis with the trade. They've got the spike now. And he falls back to watch this short pinch. He knows Zest is going to want to support his teammates on the way through, even with the flash in play. A Prowler, but 2 players watching him. There was no way he was getting any more than 1. And with the spike down on long and 2 players spotted, they know they've got the info to work off of. Still to follow up on the kills and the TP out of corner. Might cause a bit of a problem, but there's only 20 seconds left. So where are they going to go with the spike with such limited time? They're only going one way. That's straight into the site to their deaths.
Wow. Again, 8-1. We've seen responses from DRX throughout this tournament, but most of the time it's been in that first map. Most of the time, as said, they haven't had to have a mental reset. It's been in the map itself that they've been able to turn things around, and well, I think they're getting a taste of their own medicine here. They let it slip when it comes to Breeze. They've now come into their choice, and it's not looking good. And I don't want to take away credit from Loud. I think they are playing an excellent game in terms of the reads, ults, individual brilliance, but at the same time, you expect DRX to have more than just one.
Well, for Loud, this is a team that was denied playoffs last time.
Ground
finals before, and they're looking to repeat the first event of the year. 8-1 in the lead. A dominant scoreline for their defense starting it out, and whatever you think about DRX's defensive capabilities, I think even Seth would find it hard to find a positive here. The silver lining, pretty dull and less. Opening it up again. He hasn't been getting a ton of kills, but he hasn't been dying a lot either. This time that changes with RB overrunning C.
Yeah, we've seen him step up. They only have 1 kill up until this point. Nice shots from Zest. Starting to see a little bit of the DRX we know and love. 4 players survive.
Big wala call karenge mere ko lag raha hai.
And that's the thing, if they could streak this back to 4,
big wala call, karo, big wala call,
there is still very much a chance of resurgence. The thing is, though, this looks far more like a flip on the radar, at least for now.
It was a big round from RB. We've seen some of those and solid connections from Zest, but that is a round 1 off of aim duels going their way, and that has not been the story of this game so far. A long road to recovery. Let's talk about it. If they can push to 4, great. Pistol under their belt, they win the first of the series for them? Maybe. But the reality is right now, Loud have everything to work with. They've got their ultis online, Tour de Force is in, Rolling Thunder, and Showstopper. So many safety nets, and sure, DRX have their own, but they haven't been able to do anything with it so far. Static down after 1. With another back-to-back big rounds. That might just be what they need.
Yeah, if RB could just get triple kills every single round, I think they'll be in a pretty good spot. The aggressive attempt this time didn't work out, and they are playing it so safe.
No breach.
Just put that lockdown into play. Yeah, there's no counter for it this time out.
खत्म करो राउंड
many
जब 2 ही राउंड है ना रॉसी
really
अरे next round जीत सकते हैं ना
behind,
easily
although
किसी
that
event
one's
के
free.
साथ
पर ब्रीच है ना
Doing a
सामने
little bit of a
भी
crossfire though that I think will be tough to break.
Once that alarm bell went down, the timing was perfect for Pankata to sneak on by, but
वो प्रतीक
he'll
CME
be caught
अच्छा
after just the one,
competition
the
है
element of surprise, all that put him ahead in those duels with less now, the last man standing. He's got 3 shots left in his tour de force, 3 targets to find, and he uses 1, 2, in fact, to break. Utility, here's a paranoia, can't break that one, and they know he's not defusing. This round's already over.
चलो चलो 8-4 करो.
As said, if they can get to 4, especially after the half they've had, especially with how dominant the majority of rounds are, excluding the 2v4.
Oh, shot.
It would give them something to play with at least.
That was my face too. Yeah. Pretty good spray down.
They've also got a hell of a lot of ults. Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, Blade Storm.
Let's
Okay,
go
there's
guys,
some
hit
on
that
the other
subscribe
side as
button.
well, and with how many set plays they've been for Loud, it looks like they might be setting up for another one. A trap play on this A site where we've seen a lot of early pressure from DRX so far.
Sees nade going in, players were there, but they've fallen back, and the TP out of Mako just to bait the sound, so they use up utility. 4 players from Loud towards this A site, and the immediate response from DRX, they have left entirely, fled to C, and that ult is going to cancel the information. They know exactly where Les is, and he has to leave. Couldn't even hear the steps as they made it close, so timing was all that it was about.
They held the Rolling Thunder. So there's one on both sides, but it means that they can almost counter it, use it to try and stop the defuse. RB again is going to be finding the early kill in this round, and Aspas trying to clear things out with that showstopper. The Boombot's actually going to do more damage, it seems, as he is running out of fuel. Oh! Marco's managed to survive in this backline. That could be a really nasty surprise. Rounds the corner, not ready for him. And his teammate starting to dwindle, starting to fall. It's left all onto Sassy. And the time surely is gone.
It must be. There's too many players to clear out. Loud have been criminals for 4v2s,
nice.
for clutches. But with another
let's go, DRX.
round from RB, it seems we found the formula. Just let this man kill them all. And the best part is, he had, what, 3 kills back-to-back, and he ends on 10 kills. What a resurgence from RB. Let's toss it off to the desk and see if the momentum can carry DRX through.
पिस्टल बहुत important है guys.
8-4 in favor of Loud, but what a big comeback of rounds that we saw there from DRX and Benka. I want to start with you, buddy, because you know, it felt like at one point that this was just going to be Loud with a clean 2-0 win, at the very least where we were at the first half.
Yeah, so I would say Loud started really strong. Yeah, DRX had their pretty good side execute, but the problem with that is that a lot of it set plays, which doesn't really have a lot of room for creativity. And you could see Loud taking advantage of the way that DRX had their defaults. So their default would be they'll just hang around, take A lobby control, wait until 1 minute, make a call. Yeah, and
बाकी सब बच्चे चेंज कर रहे हैं, हम बैठ के सिर्फ डायपर चेंज कर रहे हैं क्या?
A lobby presence and really take control of the map, like especially Aspas. Like on round 4, he took the initiative of going and flanking that C-long area and just holding them off there. And another round on round 6 where he just used his raise out to clear that Omen on that A default, and it really helped them like secure that A lobby presence and push DRX to the other side of the map.
Yeah, it was really good out of Loud in particular, and I think a lot of this first half was kind of shown by the head-to-head between these two comps. DRX went back to comfort, and Loud led into the comp that a lot of people are playing, where the power comes down to the initiators and the retakes, and we saw it just there in that round. They're really good at these coordinated set plays to reclaim space on the map, particularly when Aspas is so proactive with taking space and finding those finds.
Yeah, now I think this is a situation set where, you know, DRX, they're going to have to get their mental in check. They can't come back, but they have to win some dang pistols in order to do it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that I'm looking for as we get ready to swap sides. They need to have a firm pistol round. I mean, if you look at it historically, they've been more attackers favored rather than defender sided, so they need to kick things off strongly. RB, he's starting to heat up. Mako is right there with him. We're seeing those shades of those players that we did get the glimpses of on Breeze, but Stax in particular, he is now the IGL player of this squad. It has changed hands once more from Zest to him. He's taken up that mantle, and up until this point, up until this series, it has been looking utterly fantastic, but he is the linchpin. If he falls apart, the whole thing comes tumbling down.
Yeah, you see him getting frustrated in some of those reactions. DRX need to keep their mental in check. This game is not away from them yet, but it feels like in history, this 5-6 curves has come down to the emotion. It's come down to them getting deep and things slipping away. They don't want that to happen again. They're not out of this game. They're not out of this series. They need to collect because there's still a good chance of them to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring this one back. He's going to reinvigorate them. Xbox absolutely can be theirs.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen or not. Can DRX bounce back, or will Loud shut them out with a 2-0 win? Mitch and Tom, over to you.
खा लो बाबा ये मैप का पकड़ने नहीं अभी नहीं खाऊंगा थोड़े टाइम में खाऊंगा
8-4 score line. It is tough to believe in DRX. They move to their defense. But take a look at that stat down the bottom. 63% attacking round win rate.
We're trying to build hope and storylines here. This sounds quite bleak.
Well, let me give you a little storyline.
Perk it up a little bit?
Buzz has had a pretty poor performance at every international event he's been at. Now he comes into this one, second to Ye, looked incredible. But again, when it gets to this stage of the tournament, we see a different DRX. We see a choky DRX. Right now, looks like Vader's got his grip on them. Loud planting in. They've got it for free on C, and a retake attempt in the pistol for DRX. They have won 0 out of 3 so far. They need this one to give them a foothold.
They have a lot of utility to get back in. The stuns, the paranoias. This is where DRX were at their best, was in the retakes.
Great name.
Now they've already managed to at least stun up some of these players. RB on the way back through is going to get one, but it's a little disjointed. They're reliant on Buzz to lead the charge, and they're just getting slaughtered. It's left all onto Stacks, and he gets nothing done. It will be 9-4. Loud. They convert every pistol, maybe in the whole series. Because the fact is, DRX now need to fight back.
They need to fight back from this position, and it certainly ain't pretty. Look at this nade that came through. It was actually a little bit earlier. You saw it get thrown down by Aspis as they put all that utility you mentioned, Tom, into play. They were stunning, they were blinding, they were looking to seize the space, and in that moment, we had a nade go through that stopped the push entirely. Something that they were so good at on Breeze, if you remember, and now it's come back to bite them on Loud side.
But that's the thing, historically, they were always fantastic on the retakes of this map, but yeah, the fact that Loud are so prepared for that is great. Oh, it's a little awkward, but they'll spam him through in the end. And now in an afterplant scenario again, there's barely anything to play with him.
Yeah, look, even the guy coming up behind is going to be caught by the trap. You don't have the element of surprise for Zest. There you go. Little sound cue, and that's all they need. Sassy picking up Buzz. They know there's one waiting for them behind. I mean, with the classics, it's already hard enough, but once these guys have the map control contained and they know where to focus, able to take duels as a team, there's not really much that you can do. This is double digits for Loud, locked in, guaranteed, and the only question remaining is whether Zest can even manage to get close to being died at this point. He wants to do damage on the way back out, but remember, he triggered the trap a little earlier, so they're staying well away from him.
I guess the main thing is just don't die to Sassy. Allow him to have Nightfall online going into the first round.
That would be
fair. Yeah, it would be.
Sorry.
We now get the purchase from DRX. And I feel like it has to be a confident response.
𝐻ellrangeR करो भाई
Loud जीत गया है. You know what they're saying right now? Well, if DRX can do it, wait.
क्योंकि जब मैं एक chat करता हूँ मेरे को ignore करना नहीं
They should be able to bring this across the line. They've had the clutches before.
We can do it. We can do it. I don't think you should be giving inspirational speeches anytime soon.
No, they've done it before. They can do it now. There's 6 rounds between them. But Loud again are setting their sights on the C site, and look at how quickly they're approaching. But Aspis is being caught and stunned. Fantastic. The trades though, ever in Loud's favor. Stacks stuck on the back side. He's got one for free. They've left him completely unaccounted for. Maybe a chance here with the reposition being fantastic. He'll be traded out, but he's done well enough to equalize.
He's given them a chance, and he's bought time more importantly. They should have an idea. The Buzz is on the flank, although he's going to do some extra damage. The fight versus Vanguard is a little awkward, and his teammate Zest can't really find an angle to take this fight. In fact, they're going to pressure him. They're going to push him, and in this corner might be a nasty surprise. I don't think they're expected. DRX, they will bounce back, give themselves a 5th, but again, it was costly and had to be a strong performance from Stacks.
It really did, but he put up the hold in the moment that matters. He answered their call, 5 rounds between them.
What's up, Divyesh?
But the problem here, Tom, is that this was a close round. It looked
Predict
good
for paisa.
from the perspective of winning a round for DRX, but the reality is it came close, and that wasn't the buy
It was
round for
mostly
Loud.
specters.
Yeah.
Unless with a double opener is still something to worry about.
Honest,
now, I will say I kind of expect
very
DRX to almost play a retake setup again. You just look at the ults that they have, it's sublime to go for those retakes. Instead, though, Loud challenging mid early, and you can see that Buzz is already set up with deep A control.
Need a way
more than
to
happy
impress.
to try and put this pressure on elsewhere.
These two things are very much needed, at least in most of the cases.
There's 120 on the clock.
Not saying पूरा दुनिया में.
They
Most
know
of the
that RB's in
cases,
this corner, and they want him
based
going.
on my college and my
Bit of
friends'
HP, bit of
experience.
utility.
बहुत कुछ सामान यूज
Go
किया
back
है
in to reclaim that control. As Loud,
My friend got a
drag
dupe.
those rotations.
His
The only
first
man
year
watching
peak
this
over.
cross is Buzz, and the smoke now denies the information. This could be a fake, but it's not. The entirety of the attacking side seems to be shifting towards this A side. But as you said, it's likely to see a retake setup from these guys. Rolling Thunder and Nightfall to work with. They currently are playing on the site. They want to hold this and not give Loud any ground.
I wonder if he's going to use it. The problem is he's being hit by utility. Buzz does well!
Nice,
and then
Zest
is able to pounce off the back of
This
it.
guy is for calling us gold
Sassy.
diggers. By मैं बोला, good looking
Alongside less. 2v4.
and
Dare
money
I say it.
to impress.
We've lost these before on DRX.
Yep, that was it.
Please.
Sassy and Less making their way in, and
Your
Ult's
ears
still
and
online.
pray.
One kill, and they
Try
might
to
trigger it. They
understand
might
what
pull
I'm
it.
saying. You got it?
Looks like
You
they're going to
got
be
it,
moving
mate?
back to long to work
Huh?
together on this. Last has a TP
That is
to
the
get out of
first
here.
step
He needs to put a
to
second one
impress.
down. Wants to claim some space, but 10 seconds left. It's now or never.
And
it
I
looks
told
like they'll make the call for the
that
last.
is not
Nice,
most of the cases.
Yeah, good
No,
for
that is
DRX.
not all the
But they've
cases,
kept
but
this
most
one
of the
cleaner than
cases,
last, and
based
it
on
was
my
mainly just off
experience
the
in
team play,
college.
the interplay.
I've seen my
From
friends.
Buzz, Zest. I was
क्या
a
बोल
little
रहे
bit
हो?
worried with the utility coming through.
अरे
The
कोई
Zest
पूछ
might
रहा
not
था
be able
लड़की
to swing
पटाने
off
का
that. The
tips.
fact that he gets a couple
तो
and
मैं
then
बड़ा
stays
थोड़ा
alive
रोशी
ने रॉसी जो
is
बोल रहा है
crucial to
सुनो
the round.
हर एक सिटी में रॉसी का एक
Economy for
गर्लफ्रेंड
Loud's a
है
little bit weird though.
जिधर भी हम जाते हैं इवेंट
Country.
खेलने
Okay, you're not going to have yourself the toy
कंट्री
for
तो है
it.
ही
Back,
पर
you
सिटी
can
अभी
collect
सिटी
it or
बोल रहा
maybe
तो
get a
फिर
kill. Things might get a little bit
जब
interesting.
भी लैंड जाता हूँ पूरा ऐसा घूमता रहता हूँ ऐसा
Classes, man.
दो
10
लेफ्ट दो
to
राइट
6. 4 rounds between them. DRX
सही
coming
नहीं
in
बोला
still
पापा?
with the
नहीं,
ability to
नहीं।
play retake on those.
हर एक
enemies.
सिटी में तो एक ही रखता
But
है शक
these are
भी नहीं
starting
होना
to
चाहिए
get
ना
pretty
किसी
close
को
to Loud as well.
सही है वो भी
You
सही
know,
है
with the rounds that they've got, a decent
वो
bump
फैंस
forward
रहते
with.
दो लेफ्ट दो राइट
Definitely
में
not out of hot water just yet.
आंसर
It looks like when we talked about the garage play last round, they didn't really manage to push RB out of it. This time they're going to change it up and look for B, and already Aspis up close in the smoke.
इसको Stacks
Stinger!
ultimate
Gonna catch him with ult down! That is a huge mistake from Stacks, and they double up with RB down! This go round for Loud might just get them a whole lot of reward!
4 राउंड है यार
And
Oh
another!
my god, how is
Fucking
Aspers
Stinger,
getting so much
dude.
done? That was one of the weaker weapons that they had,
Let's
and
go,
now
Buzz.
they're sat in an afterplant. One away from having the rolling thunder, and in fact
पोपा
they're
जी
going to throw
की
in the
कितनी
nightfall
गर्लफ्रेंड है
now.
भाई पोपा जी
Just
तो
get that
प्लेयर है
extra
असली
information, take away some of the HP and remove all the sound so they can just sprint back through. Marco, he's trying his best just to stick this, but he's going to go down to the aftershock. Loud with an explosive round, grant themselves 11. And DRX,
ब्रो क्या बॉडी
well,
कलर
they've got to feel a little foolish, but I'll be honest,
बिल्कुल नहीं
could you really expect
once again
Aspers
personal
to do
experience
that?
मतलब personal
No,
experience
listen,
मतलब
you can expect him to be
देखा
on the site, you can
I have a
expect
lot
him
of
to swing, but
don't नहीं
he was all the way up in their face, in their spawn. That said,
Come on.
Stacks on that swing, without the cover, without the player to trade,
So
I mean, that is
painful
just
to
a massive mistake. The problem is both players that were on
11-6
that side
Loud.
wanted to use their ult.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
ये
Neither
round
of them
हार
wanted
गए
to
अभी
watch
तो
it.
guys
One through a prowler,
इसके
and one
पहले
who's
तक
throwing
अंदर
the
दिल में
prowler, he's
उम्मीद
about
रखी
to
थी
ult.
मैंने
See guys, but
It just
a nice
missed
body
timing.
is always
It's an oversight. It's a
Impress.
small thing.
These are
and
like
then the
extra
only
assets
risk
to
was that he
impress.
would be there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
You know,
he
six
was.
packs,
And now, look what they've got. A
muscular.
Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper coming into this round. Ulti's used on DRX's side previous. They don't have their Nightfall to work with.
ऐसा
The
extra
economy
things
is on its last legs,
you
Tom.
can
If they
use to
lose
impress.
this, they're down and out, but they've taken less to start.
Yeah, and that will at least give them a Blade Storm for the next round as a worst case. Again, though, some utility being burnt out by Aspas. It does seem like the plan is to go back towards that C site, at least for now. They're really trying to battle a little bit versus
I
Marco.
can't
The
see them
real
losing.
fight is going to be between them and RB, though, who's actually starting to rotate back. This might give up quite a bit of control.
Well, that Rolling Thunder is just putting the turret out of position, although it's still going to catch them on the way through. But the only damage that comes from it is, well, from RB is the turret. Showstopper right into the back. Pancat is already dead. They're starting to clean up some kills on DRX, but they haven't dealt with Aspas. The site is theirs, the plant can be as well, and Buzz is a little too far away to capitalize on these kills. Oh, he's dodged the hunt.
Knife of draft.
He might be able to make a move as they go for the plant, but he's not going to win the battle. Sassy holding the angle, lands the instant headshot. And now, as you mentioned, DRX, well, saying they're on their last legs would be an understatement. They're in critical condition because they're going to come in with a weak purchase, a Blade Storm on Buzz, a lockdown, which, as we mentioned, is on, especially on this map, just so incredibly weak. I'm intrigued to see what they even try and pull out here.
We saw the last 3 rounds of the previous half, and RB multiply his kills by 10 across those 3. When he got up to 10, he's now sat on 12. Yep, decent rounds. 3 decent rounds, but outside of that, DRX have struggled. Their heroes haven't been here, and as we said, Buzz second on the stats board for this event. He hasn't been showing up. He's been shut down every step of the way, and it is yet again the case. Blade Storm removed. Good kill for Stacks. The spam back is strong. He was decayed so much, but his health is coming back. Makes it a little easier, but that lockdown isn't going to get the space they wanted out of it. RB with a drop, but only 1, and it's falling apart. Cloud are able to close it with 3 quick kills. And for the second time, they will be going to the upper finals.
चलो भाई, मैं अभी उठाओ, बता रहा हूँ कैरी कर लो.
आजा करता हूँ.
मेरा बॉडी कुछ दिमाग कुछ काम.
दिल से बुरा लगा दोस्तों, दिल से बुरा लगा.
सिर्फ बुरा लगा ना, कुछ और नहीं लगा. My back hurts, my eye hurts, my head.
आ जाओ यस के राशि. और लाउड के बहुत अच्छे सेटअप्स थे गाइस. DRX का एक
भाई
करने
आज
के लिए
तो आपको स्ट्रीम करनी पड़ेगी. लंबी कांट लिव ब्रो. सच बता रहा हूं अर्चित, कल मैं उठा 6:30 से आफ्टरनून 30 in the evening till today afternoon 3 o'clock तक उठा हूं.
अरे आजा रोसी.
तो हाँ उठा था, उसके बाद 3 o'clock सोया, 30 उठा यार, सोया मैं.
OPTIC will win all.
OPTIC will win.
पोपा
29 हो गया भाई रैंक. माँ कसम 13 पे था.
रोसी का रैंक क्या चल रहा है? 29 अभी तो बताया उसने. हैवान के साथ खेलो ना एक बार. अभी तो हम लोग दोनों खेल रहे हैं.
रैंक डेंजर है. ये कौन है भाई? तो कैसे जीतते हैं भाई? 0 भाई 10
भाई स्पेक्ट्रम गार्डियन लो, क्या मस्त लग रही है.
What's your highest rank? Rank 2 was my. भाई पोपा जी मेरे को आज मेरे दोस्त ने बोला, जब पता है ना मैं रैंक 1 के लिए ग्राइंड कर रहा था और एक गेम पीछे था और इंटरनेट चला गया, मैं मोबाइल नेट यूज क्यों नहीं किया भाई उधर?
क्योंकि तू बधिर है.
हाँ
क्योंकि तू बधिर है
भाई. मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगा भाई. मेरे दोस्त ने बोला तू मोबाइल नेट यूज क्यों नहीं किया.
तो तेरे को इतने दिन बाद आज बुरा लग रहा है वो चीज.
हाँ भाई, क्योंकि मैं पहला इंडियन था जो लीडर बोर्ड पे फर्स्ट आ रहा था.
हाँ सेकंड भी तो तू ही है. पहला जो था
क्या?
सेकंड भी तो तू ही आया ना, और कोई आया थोड़ी है.
हाँ सेकंड आया, बट लोग वो नहीं देखते, फर्स्ट देखते. तो जी लोग क्लाइंबिंग नहीं देखते, टॉप पे कौन है वो देखते. ठीक है, क्लाइंबर्स को 0 फक्स. जो ऊपर दिखेगा उसका फोटो छापेगा.
बात तो सही है.
प्लीज आओ
फिर
बॉक्स.
मैं 1 सेकंड आया वॉशरूम के. ब्रिच ले रो ब्रिच.
बात मत करो प्लीज. फिर से बात मत करो. दूर रहियो थोड़ा. थोड़ा दूर रहियो. बात करो मेरे से। When are you going to boot camp? 1 more month तो नहीं जा रहे। सही है। I hope, I guess, पता नहीं। वॉच पार्टी बोल के मैच खेल रहे हैं क्योंकि आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आप अभी भी ट्यून इन किए स्ट्रीम के लिए। एक सीरीज ही खत्म हो गया और एक और सीरीज चालू होने के लिए थोड़ा टाइम है, तब तक हम एक रैंक गेम खेल सकते हैं। आपको बोर नहीं करना चाहते तो आप रैंक गेम खेल के देख सकते हो, तब तक एक और सीरीज चालू हो जाएगा।
No one die on me. We're all going home.
यस सर। ऐसा लोग मेरे को पसंद है भाई, जो ऑफेंड नहीं होते हैं जब मैं कुछ बोलता हूँ। गाइस मैं जो भी बोलता हूँ ना गुस्से में नहीं बोलता हूँ, ठीक है? ऑफेंड मत हो जाना।
इसको तू क्या खेल रहा है?
अभी और पे रेनबो 6 सीरीज नहीं। थी नो वार्म अप बिफोर रैंक। अभी भाई वार्म अप के लिए टाइम नहीं है। जाओ मारो जीतो।
क्या पुश है?
आ रहा है क्या साउंड है?
नेड के दे फ्लैश आल फर्स्ट स्पेल।
हिट तो क्लियर है।
Clearing out.
फ्लैशिंग
Flash out.
आ रहा है क्या?
Launching smoke.
हाय
ओ लो 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 लो।
तेरा आवाज सुना है उसने। -79 है। अरे क्लासिक से स्पैम नहीं होता है छोड़ू।
बस बॉडी शॉट
तेरे लिए रुका है मोस्टली। एमएन ये देख रहा है। डोर राइट में ही है, डोर खोल के लेफ्ट में नहीं है।
पक्का है ना? इधर चिपक तो नहीं है ना?
नहीं 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 नहीं।
सही है छोमो।
एक What the fuck?
कर रहे हैं भाई? कौन है भाई?
Reloading. They reveals their weaknesses.
पूरा लाइनअप
Nuts.
रैंक करो भाई, बता रहा हूँ। एक बार किए थे 30 कितना है ना पापा?
क्या क्या क्या? एक बार
रैंक 5 मैन किए थे ना, कितने हारे हम स्कोर में?
मतलब कितने हारे? इन रो पूछ रहा है कि इलो पूछ रहा है?
अरे नहीं भाई, स्कोर लाइन एक बार हम गंदे हारे थे ना।
हाँ 13-3-4 कुछ तो हारे थे।
13-3 हारे थे, ठीक है? कितने ना पे
से जीते भी है 5 मैन, ऐसा
जीते भी है बट तू डिश कर दिया पापा।
Let's play double.
Timber 50
running up taking the orb. I'm watching dish. ये मेरे को छोड़ के जाने वाला है।
विमेन वन
क्लासिक से कौन खेल रहा है?
कूद कूद कूद।
वन विमेन
और स्मोक पे।
Watch dish. Raise, can you watch dish?
Can be arcade, can be arcade.
वन कैन बी आर्क। एनिमी डाउन। ऐसा कैसे आ गया?
क्या हुआ क्या?
अरे बी साइड पे वो लोग कैसे?
ओ भाई ट्रैप तोड़ के दूर गए रहेंगे डब्ल्यू पे।
कौन जीतेगा भाई पता नहीं भाई, दोनों बहुत अच्छा टीम है।
Jipu my friendo,
my friendo, best friendo। पता नहीं भाई, XSET और OPTIC।
Can you both come here? इधर
Right there.
after the knife I will stun this lane, okay?
Right
And
there.
I'll flash. You guys can fight. Yeah. Don't get spotted in the knife. Knife में spot मत हो।
That brimstone's just sparked.
इधर कुछ कर रहे हो क्या?
हाँ stun hold करो।
We're pushing as well.
Okay go fast now।
जाओ जब तक उधर जाएंगे राउंड खत्म हो जाएगा।
second.
Too late. Flash out.
Chrome को मैं बंद करूँ भाई बहुत लैग हो रहा है.
Chrome क्या है?
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in.
Episode
Let's
क्या
get out of here.
हाँ.
I think you can request off from Jet chamber. Or you can do off.
Yeah, he kills me, I kill him. Easy. बहुत OP है नहीं.
Let's have some fun.
Dot है.
I'll stun Amen and try. Help me take the orb.
नहीं stun मत करो आने दो पापा.
Forever.
Can you boom bot? I'll take the orb.
Grenade!
I got B main.
I have my ult.
Reloading.
Don't risk smoke, okay? I will take shot.
Go get him.
Oh, they're going B.
To B main.
Smoke B.
I have my ult to retake.
Reloading.
Nice.
Spike spotted B.
They are kept. One side, one tower.
Okay, go Kent.
Satchel out.
Minus 78.
Powerless.
Oh shit!
Let's चढ़ गया मैं. उसमें raise भी खेलो कभी.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
I can buy Nick.
क्या पोपा जी आलिटे मर गए उधर है.
स्मोक चल दिया रे तो मैं एंगल होल्ड कर रहा हूं.
पोपा जी मेरे को मारना था. आपकी गलती नहीं है. टांगों के बीच में क्या? अरे नहीं भाई मेरे को लगा वो मेरे सामने आएगा. मेरे को नहीं लगा वो लेट.
इधर रोशी ये ले सुन सेम करना. नाइफ अगर आता है तो नाइफ के बाद जा मार.
Thanks a lot for the becoming member. I come this game.
राइट से जा.
राइट से?
हाँ जा भाग के जा. स्टन किया.
Blinding.
Heavy.
लाइट दे रहा हूँ आगे.
नहीं रुको. दो अभी.
Someone's in attacker
Yeah.
spawn.
Flash out.
सबसे मार. Shout out to my son boy Paul. Shout out to you.
Hey, they attack zip. They attack zip, bro.
Dead. Gun here.
First 0-2-1, yes sir. Right.
Forever.
अरे लगा वो भी स्टन हो जाएगा रे.
गोली किसको
They
रिप्लेस
think
करेगा?
they're so secure.
Come let's fight B main. I'll stun B main for you.
Huh?
Come, I stun B main. You can fight it. They got breach ult. They most likely try to come B.
Find it SSN पता नहीं भाई. तब डिसाइड होगा मैं घर से ही खेल रहा हूँ. नया पीसी.
Smoke here, Beam. Beam smoke.
ये नया पीसी.
Beacon down.
To Amen.
Chamber low, 1 HP.
To Amen.
Blinding. Reloading.
One B main, I think.
It's okay. Let them take it. They might ult. Can you smoke B main and push double arcade with
Right
me?
there.
B main.
1M5.
Coming here. Okay. One. Canteen.
Now we're cooking.
Chamber 1 HP. Both on A.
Down.
Chill. I have ult. I'll ult side.
One side.
रसी तो ult खाएगा पीछे हो ना.
Last side. Got a stun.
ये ब्रिम का अल्ट ना राइट पूरा कवर कर रहा है ना लेफ्ट.
Weapon choice. It is so
दोनों जगह गैप में.
You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Can I set up?
I'll stun arcade raise. We can ult and go if you want.
You wanna off chamber?
No. They might KO knife. I'm just stunning. You guys can fight.
Stop नहीं करना है मेरा नींद नहीं खुली अभी तक.
Bim, can I get the guardian?
No.
उसको ऊपर करना. ठंडी लग रही है. अरे हाथ मेरे हाथ पे आ रहा है पूरा.
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm drop.
Okay, drop.
You're just marking amen, guys.
You can help him. I watch it. One drop taking up. Bridge drop.
Or I can jump pick it.
You play here, Bim, okay? I will go B.
Okay.
It's probably B.
If they come B, I'm gonna ult it.
Pure है पापा.
Yeah, he's hopping B, man.
Arcade.
Wait, just wait.
Get up.
अरे मेरे पास ult है इन लोग.
Give me those back.
One tower, one can.
Lock inside. Give me those back.
Nice
Nice
shot, Ray Rossi. Nice round.
अब क्या रिवर्स रिप्लाई करेगा मेरा नहीं. अरे ब्रो एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी ब्रो. खेलता हूं हर एक टाइम नहीं दे सकता.
Everyone's so happy.
मतलब my eyes screwed.
Damn, Jet. Have you ever considered a life of crime? I have contacts. Need equipment. Let me know. Thanks. They are so dead.
Stunning aim and going back to B.
मत करो पापा आने दो.
Yeah.
In a break move up.
Yeah. Oh, boom.
Q arcade, I think.
I can stun arcade if you want to peek.
Yeah, stand.
More.
Fire in this!
Prepare for hellfire.
Here comes the party!
Wait.
Blinding.
Spikes in attacker spawn.
Check box.
भाई ये फर्स्ट स्पेल क्यों निकल ही नहीं रहा है फर्स्ट स्पेल.
Oh, open map, sorry.
That's not ready.
Can I get a drop?
My knees are gonna kill after this.
Thanks.
Bro, Indian team और other country के team में क्या difference है mentality और skill दोनों.
Papa ji, we love you. Thank you, Mac. Love you too.
हम teamwork थोड़ा अच्छे कर लेते हैं, but
I will knife dog. I will get knife and go back.
एक flash करता हूँ, pick करो सी वो mark करके रखते हैं.
हाँ ठीक है. समझ ये नहीं.
Flash out.
Taking arcade.
लगा के तो रख.
लगा दिया left side check करो एक बार.
Can you flash?
Amen. So amen.
Yeah, I can. Flashing arcade.
Blinding.
Enemy spotted B.
It's not nothing. It's like build.
कौन सा एजेंट है पोपा आपका?
KO.
Drop.
लगा मैं बीमिन देख रहा हूँ तेरा. अच्छा तू वहाँ पे.
Spike spotted A.
Are they Nemen?
Enemy spotted
Side.
Guys, I need help.
Enemy spotted A.
Where is Cell?
Side.
I have my ult. Hey, one flank behind you guys, Amen. He heard me. He's waiting for me mostly. मेरे लिए रुका है वो. तेरे पास आ रहा है.
Launch me, kill him.
That's not
This guy
ready.
aiming, upping.
Let's go guys. जो भी नया आए हैं, hit like.
Stealing lunch money.
भाई अल्ट वाला राउंड 3 बार देखा ऐसा है. फिर से करते क्या पोपा?
करते फ्रेंचाइज का क्या सीन होगा पोपा? देखो गाइस अभी हमें ही नहीं मालूम।
मैंने तो गेम में लड़ रहा है
क्या पोपा आपको पता है ऑलरेडी? बता दो रिजल्ट।
You just smoke
काम
one.
करते हो?
Yeah, sir.
क्या कर रहा है?
Flash out!
फाइट होने
Gun करा लो।
सकता है।
Spawn.
लेफ्ट साइड ही है वो।
Got you.
अंडरपास नहीं आ सकता।
One should be dop.
बस नहीं आ सकता ना।
Blinding!
इधर क्या ढूंढ रहे हो भाई? इधर कुछ नहीं है।
हो सकता है भाई।
इधर कैसे हो सकता है भाई?
अरे वो रेस के सामने स्मोक था भाई, स्मोक में इसके साथ खेली किया तो।
कैसे की?
पोपा इतना ट्राई करते रहो भाई। प्लीज लगता है मेरे को।
अरे
थोड़ा तो फ्री खेलो।
तो मैं मरूंगा ना, मैं अपने लिए कर रहा हूँ।
Around side. Alright, kill.
चल ठीक
जाओ
है।
मारो ऐसा पक्के मारो थोड़ा। जाओ गन वन दो। वो क्लच करे आपके गन से और आप
That's not ready. Grabber! One
ओ
left.
भाई पोपा शूटर बन गया तू।
No more doubts. We're ready.
वैसे भाई स्नीकर जॉर्डन पसंद है? पता नहीं भाई, इसके रिगार्डिंग नॉलेज ही नहीं है। नॉलेज नहीं है
क्या
भाई।
चाहिए?
जो अच्छा दिखता है
कब
वो
से छाती पे अर्थ लेके बैठा हूँ मैं। एनएस को पता है
का वैल्यू क्या है? लोग के पास वो वैल्यू है, मेरे को मैटर नहीं करता। मेरे को पसंद है या उठा लो।
दिखने में अच्छा लगना चाहिए।
दिखने में अच्छा नहीं चाहिए। हाँ वही है।
एमएन के बाहर स्पाइक ड्रॉप किया।
जी आप भी कुछ डाउन करो।
मैं अल्ट।
Did you have stun? Stun or?
I ulted.
Oh.
You can watch him.
भाई भाई लैग हो गया क्या?
नहीं बहुत लैग हो गया भाई।
Stim
भाई
beacon
वो
down.
अल्ट कैसे आया भाई?
They're running back. Don't smoke me, man.
Yeah.
What do you hear?
Reloading.
रनिंग बैक कौन बोला उसको?
Off your feet! Teleport's ready. Destroyed. Ult.
Are they planting?
3.
डोंट स्मोक विमेन तो उसने ऐसे बोला जैसे सामने वाले स्मोक ही नहीं करेंगे। सीटी से ऑफ लगा के बैठा है चूमू। रोसी अराउंड निकाल। 5,000 रुपया जीपे चल। अरे
NT.
मैं तो दे देता।
ये माउस बहुत माइंडफुल करते हैं भाई। मैं 1000 रुपए जीते। फक।
रोसी आजा आर्केड डैश कर। वो चूमू क्यों आएगा नाइफ मारने? उसको तू ही मार दे जाके।
ब्रो ये बहुत होते हैं भाई क्लिक्स।
ओके रोसी 5,000 मेरे बच गए।
अच्छा मनी आता था आज।
मैं 500 बोलने वाला था। मैं बोला चल नहीं एक्स्ट्रा मोटिवेशन 5,000।
सच बता रहा हूँ मार देता पोपा।
हाँ भाई अगर तेरा नहीं होता तो
You want to play? Let's play.
उधर मारी तो।
You are powerless.
Reloading.
One tower.
वो एक और फ्लैश है ना।
Tower. अरे तो लगा छोटा एंगल पिक किया है तो और कोई नहीं पिक करेगा। पहला छोटा एंगल पिक करके दूसरा वाला वाइट स्विंग कर रहा है।
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
अरे नहीं भाई मेरे को ये बहुत पसंद है।
Are we gonna go?
No matter how much इसका नया माउस कितना भी
split me raise and jet can come market.
अरे
you guys can be in. Give us the spike, bro. Give us the spike.
buy new mouse. I can
Give
buy
me
a
the
new
spike.
mouse, but ये 10 भी mouse कर रही तो 10 में भी यही problem है because this is my third mouse. Why don't you see? It's not for my shape. मेरे को ऐसा शिप चाहिए।
लग रहा है एक वो वैलोरेंट वाले आते हैं ना जो फिक्स करके देते हो, करना पड़ेगा। बहुत लैग हो रहा है रे मेरा फ्रेम।
आप पहले करो पापा उड़ नहीं सकता। आर्केड मॉली कर दिया।
फ्लैश दे रहा हूं।
Cannot follow Jet.
टावर आर्केड
Low, very low.
both city close. ए पुपा अरे भाई
That's very low, 1 HP.
Spike planted.
Just 1 HP.
Shots of 10
Nice. Fucking how he not die?
और 10 आइडर दिमाग में अभी बट मेरे को रेजर थोड़ा इतना पता नहीं।
They want to dance? I'll lead.
मैंने 20 बार मैसेज लिखा लेकिन इग्नोर पे इग्नोर।
भाई किसी के पास है क्या वो रहता है ना जो वैलोरेंट के लिए पीसी ऑप्टिमाइज करता है क्या वो?
अच्छा वो ट्विटर पे है कहीं बंदा।
कुछ कितना लेगा
पड़ेगा लाइक बहुत प्रो प्लेयर्स ऐसा ट्वीट कर रहे थे भाई उसके रिगार्डिंग। ये बहुत अच्छा ऑप्टिमाइज करता है पीसी ऐसा। रश कर लो।
I open the door. Thank you.
Yes side.
Can you give me the spike then?
Got the spike. Reloading. Spike planted.
Drop off side.
Side कैसे हो सकता है?
Drop.
Wait.
Side क्या पता है हो सकता है। We crushed them. स्टार्ट होने वाला है ऐसा है क्या?
Got it?
खत्म करते हैं डोंट वरी। सर पोपा जी आर्केड ही जाते बोलता हूं।
चलो we can do the pistol call again. Split from arcade. वो चाकू डालने के लिए रुक जाना। Wait for the knife and then we can go fast.
Here.
दो पोपा।
And then go take the bomb again.
वो नाइफ कर दे तो माइंडफक है भाई।
हाँ तो नाइफ के रुको ना 1 सेकंड इधर ही रुकना है बस।
क्रॉस वॉश कर जाएगा।
अरे नहीं करेगा फ्लैश करूंगा ना आएगा आगे आएगा तो।
करो ब्लाइंडिंग आया देखो।
Enemy spotted.
100% पता था रुके तो यही होगा।
अरे तो अभी वो ब्लाइंड था ना।
नहीं ब्लाइंड था भाई।
Got him all there.
डॉज कर दिया लग रहा है।
Can you guys come to A?
But I think I can kill some B.
Okay.
Where are they? You know?
I can't miss. They are so dead.
The smoke be mid.
Bridge, do you have Abrim? Do you have one more smoke?
Yeah, I have. Which one you want to smoke?
Can you smoke it? No, I'm going B. I'm going A. I mean.
Okay.
A guy rotating now. Coming CT.
Yeah.
I'm running him in. Could be close to you.
Spike planted. Trevor.
Already out.
Hey, don't die.
Chamber
Top
far,
20
bro.
chamber. Just one.
Not.
Not.
Not defense.
Not diffusion.
Not.
Enemy spotted. That's the one.
Nice.
Bye mouse.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
ट्रैकिंग स्पीड को आपके ऊपर भी डिपेंड करेगा थोड़ा। टारगेट नहीं जाना है भाई मार रहे।
आजा बी में चलते सीधा। कम बी में।
आर्केड ही हैवी खेल रहे।
भाई ये क्या लैग है भाई माइंडफक हो रहा है भाई। पूरा स्टटर हो रहा है पीसी मेरा।
माइंडफक हो रहा है दिखाओ आपका माइंड किधर है?
Thanks.
हमको तो नहीं दिख रहा है।
तुम लोग को भी दिख रहा है क्या गेम पे? मेरे को ही दिख रहा है।
Flash out.
Stim beacon here.
Concussing. Finding smoke.
One more. My smokes.
कमॉन्स कौन सा है? Like glorious model.
Spike planted.
है। मैं बता रहा हूँ बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स है माउस।
Launching smoke.
बहुत अच्छा है बट बहुत प्रॉब्लम भी है।
Easy. Oh, 105. He just give me one step. And oh.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
Bro, जीतेंगे तो होगा.
रोशी
Can I get a drop?
डोर डैश करना, डोर डैश कर.
हाँ.
Need a drop.
फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ डायरेक्ट और टावर स्टन देता हूँ, ठीक है?
Right there.
Drop कर ले.
Bro, क्या हो?
Me, I will fake. Yeah. I'm faking A with Jet. You guys can stay B, okay? We can go late B.
Okay.
Stim beacon down.
Flash out. Forever. Blinding.
Ready? I get this one now.
Clearing out.
City. Oh, I got double bullet. One more city out.
Jen, you see him, Jen?
Out of here. They found my trap.
One flank somewhere.
One city, chamber city.
City chamber. Saw me.
Hey, both city, both city.
Oh, city both?
Yep.
ये मरने वाला है रेस जल्दी.
Why? Oh, it's head cap.
भाई पुलिस स्पाइक पे गिर गया.
Nice one. It's a cap, right? That.
There.
Oh, the smoke? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you guys just go raket, okay? Rasa raket easy.
Shit.
Easy. Just hold the B.
I'm gonna stun this line
Right
directly,
there.
so if the opper is pushing, he gets stunned. You guys can hit the knife. Like.
Take him.
I'll stim and inspect.
अरे आड़ी तेरा हमारे पास. इधर
हाँ, इसके लिए तो stun कर रहा हूँ पहले. ऑपर आगे आएगा तो.
You want to play? Let's play.
Flash
out.
On top gen.
Blinding.
Two women. Women one more kill.
Jen.
Oh, no. Two. One B-man, I think.
Yeah, one women.
Two city.
Pitiful.
Nice, Ryan.
What was the 360? अरे
Come in. Let's go. I got things to do.
ये ऐसा सब मत बोला कर रे. पग में ऐसे ही कमबैक होते हैं.
मैं दिखाता हूँ गुरु. ऑफ से क्या आता?
ला के रखो बीमेन.
Combo mouse of and मैं आता नहीं बोलता हूँ. सीरीज किया तो उसके रिगार्डिंग बात करता हूँ. Yes.
Stun. Yeah. We wait for his stun and then I stun. I'm gonna stun him in.
Forever.
Stim beacon down.
Yeah.
Like butter, baby.
I guess done. There's two more here, I think.
We can.
KO and bridge.
Papa, hello?
Come.
Nice. Unknown race.
Hey, he's pushing me.
Let.
I think he's pushing me.
You can run away.
Yeah.
Side 105.
Go. I think go A. Can.
Yeah, just go.
One
A.
flashing
one.
Yeah, just go A. Hey, Amin.
Last B,
Last guy 105 B.
Arcade.
Arcade.
He gonna come Amin. Hat me.
Cover my city.
Get zip.
I have CT.
Like your own shit first.
Planting open.
Amen.
I'll watch him after.
Amin. Stun.
Yeah, I'm holding stun. Just keep jiggle peeking.
I got the cross. Amen.
Concussing.
भाई वो ढीठ है भाई. मेरे को ही मारने. Yeah, bro. He's just waiting to kill me. What the hell?
Ollie.
साइड में चला गया क्या? What the fuck?
Bhavin. सही है भाई यार. जान आल्सन है, जान आल्सन।
कौन है जान आल्सन?
भाई वही एफएस वाला मेरे को मारने ही खड़ा है भाई वो।
ब्रो बोलते।
चलो गेम चालू हो गया रहेगा।
It really has not been working out for them. I think it's a great map to ban away. Haven is the first choice here for the side of XSET. This is a map that they have played quite a bit of in the past, but that OPTIC is also very familiar with. This feels like quite an even ground between these two squads.
And this is the first time we're seeing XSET on Haven in the tournament so far, am I correct?
Yeah, they haven't played it. They've actually been playing the most recent maps pretty much exclusively. We've only seen Fracture, Icebox, and Pearl from them, and then Breeze, of course, in the mix, but we haven't seen any of the old classics.
Yeah, it's been a stark change in Stage 2 for this team's map pool, with implementing in that Fracture they didn't like to play before, as well as the new map in Pearl. They've made some big changes, and I think it's really elevated this team. But we have gone back to basics in this pool. Ascent comes through as that choice of OPTIC. That's one of those maps that has been fairly even for both of these teams, but I think the most interesting one is that Haven as map number 1, because neither of these teams have showed it thus far at either of these international tournaments. Both Icebox and Fracture gone. That does mean we get that decider of Pearl.
Oh boy. Yeah. Okay, this, I wanted the first one to go to 3. I wanted it so desperately to go to the first map, but this one, please, good lord, take us to 3 maps. These two teams have looked excellent. OPTIC absolutely destroyed Loud on this map. XSET have taken down, they took down Fnatic on this pick. They took down X on this pick. I want to see the flash on Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl is the map that I think the NA teams have come out and looked dominant on. I'm going to just say it, I think these have probably been the 2 best looks that we've seen at this map, so seeing them clash in a possible 3rd map will be insane.
Who do we think actually takes Pearl? Because, as you mentioned, they both look so dominant on Pearl and so comfortable on Pearl against everybody else in the region. So who, like across the board?
You're the NA expert. What do you think?
Yeah, who's going to take it? I know it seems risky, right?
Yeah, I think if we get to 3 maps, I think XSET wins. I've been incredibly impressed with what they've played thus far. I think this is the home ground of Zekken. They're so good at this map, and I think if they can take a map over OPTIC, get us to that point, I'd expect XSET to win.
Yeah, I think as much as OPTIC did have a really strong performance versus Loud looked like they ran out of steam. So I think that was an fair showing. So I'm excited to see it again if we can get there.
Well, hopefully we'll get to map 3 so we can find out. We're going to take a quick break. Do what you gotta need to do. Do what you need to gotta do. Do what you gotta do. I don't even know, because when we get back, OPTIC and XSET are going to be taking this stage. We will see you then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Huh? Hello?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, Papa, hello. स्टार्ट हो रहा है कोड बोलो उसको मारो बोलो भाग लग कबा हाँ भाग लग इल्ला भाग लग कमा ये देवरे ये वो बता दे बड़ा copyright
Welcome back to Valorant, champs. It's almost time to get into really the battle of NA here, XSET versus OPTIC. Does this mean whoever wins this matchup is the true NA champ here?
It's a really good question. And my take is that I don't think that winning here necessarily supplants you as that top team, because OPTIC's dominance consistently, I think, overtakes it. But if XSET can find a better placement at this tournament, I think they could end on a strong note. Champs is the only thing that matters for the rest of this year.
Exactly. It's all about the finish.
All right, well, we are ready to get into our second upper bracket match of the day. I can't speak, I'm just so excited. It is NA's finest. Here is OPTIC.
मैं कुछ खाने लाने गया था, पर फिर बोला एक ही टाइम बाद में खाना खा लूंगा मैच होने के बाद. ऐसा
पोपो जी आपसे ना हो पाए.
ककड़ी खा के आया अभी. ककड़ी. You know ककड़ी?
पोपो जी चलो आपके घर में बूट कैंप बनाते बता रहा हूँ.
मेरे घर पे आ जा. 2 लोग का तो जगह है मेरे घर पे.
VCT. Yay.
Yay. Yes, जैसा प्लेयर बनना है भाई. Oh, found my guy.
Dead.
Very well, calm and composed. Use this. Not much of a flashy guy. दिमाग यूज करके मस्त मारता है. क्या लगता है पप्पू जी आपको?
हाँ ये अच्छा है.
ये ऐसा फ्लैशी नहीं है ना, ऐसा ओ नहीं ना.
ये और ये भी डर के भी अच्छा है.
ऐसा बहुत डर के भी थोड़ा फ्लैशी है मतलब.
हाँ थोड़ा फ्लैशी है, पर
जब बहुत अग्रेसिव है थोड़ा.
हाँ
ये बहुत calm and collected ऐसा टीम प्लेयर है भाई. कंप्लीट अच्छा लगता है. तो मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया.
ये को मालूम है कब एग्रेसिव जाना है, कब नहीं जाना है.
वही दिमाग यूज करके खेलते हैं पूरा. ऐसा नहीं जाता था मैं मार सकता हूँ इसलिए जा रहा हूँ. बस आप मोजो रोजो थैंक यू द 40. ये ना इस तरह से याके मारती.
चैट लॉलीपॉप खा रहा है क्या?
ये तो मारी लागू. एल डियाब्लो ओ आया भाई सेकंड क्या करेगा
भाई. This crowd has not forgotten what XSET did to one of their most beloved teams. It was noticeably quieter during their walkout.
सब कोरिया वाले पहले आते थे. अभी
I mean, this matchup, we've seen it so many times. Now the 6th edition, but this is the very first time these two teams will face each other in front of a crowd.
Yeah, it's amazing to think about it, but just given everything that we've been dealing with over the last 2 years, it's just the reality that we're in.
But, right,
well, it might be the first time with a crowd involved. It is not the first, as we point out, these guys are so damn familiar with each other.
अरे ये लोग आ रहे थे ना
very
के
much
सामने पोपा.
hoping and believing that this is going to be
हाँ last time हारे थे.
Juggernaut of a series.
We can only hope, right?
Yeah, you can only hope for it. And I mean, I think with the caliber of players in the server, we could expect it. I mean, you have probably 2 of the best chambers in this tournament left. And North American chamber players have been popping off here at Champions. And it's Yay versus Cryocells to start things off. You also have such a strong dive head-to-head between Young Zakin and Cryo, between Victor as well. I mean, there are just so many heavy hitters in this server.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest statements you could do right now as your OPTIC getting ready for this series, if you want to fully, as we're talking about, affirm yourself as being the #1 team from North America, coming out here and closing this series cleanly would be a massive statement, because so far, a 2-0 win has eluded OPTIC. They have not had a clean set yet. They have always gone to 3.
It has been scrappy in the past, but for OPTIC, if they could win this, they could guarantee themselves at least top 3 at all the international events this year.
Which would be incredible, and they could be well on their way to being the first team to have 2 big international wins. XSET, a lot more to fight for. They haven't really made a name for themselves yet. The crowd very silent around XSET right now. So let's get into our Prime Gaming Agent Select and see what we're going to be seeing on map 1 from these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Which team
on
is supporting
the side of OPTIC in the past, they have kind of moved back the jet compositions when they were playing this map at Copenhagen. They've also shown some neon comps before, but in this one, they're actually making a pretty big pivot. And no way, man! Victor is playing Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix.
Fino.
Okay.
भाई Fino है भाई वो.
The wrong pill has been consumed on this day. They have not listened to the doctor's advice.
The double sentinel.
Phoenix is coming out from Victor.
I've been trolled. I'm trying to think, like, what is the solution of this composition?
I don't know. I guess garage control. It's the one thing Phoenix is good at on Haven, is garage control. I mean, that's where Victor's going to be playing the whole damn time.
You lose out on so much, your retakes are going to suffer with only one initiator. It's going to be tough playing in with that Phoenix. On the other side, though, XSET have also made a bit of a change. They were previously playing that Gent composition. Now they've gone to that more modern double initiator with the Omen, build it onto Second, empower him on this race.
Yeah, I mean, this is just exactly what we saw from Loud. In the previous series, they ran this comp and looked damn good. I really am curious about this one from OPTIC and how they're going to pilot it. And the other thing I'm a little bit concerned about, Mimi, is that we have Ascent as the second map. Do they just keep playing Phoenix the whole day?
You've just injected a terrible idea into my head of what could be to come for OPTIC here. The Killjoy as well will be facing off against a Breach. I'm interested in how much value that'll get. Overall, I'm not sold on this OPTIC. I need you guys to show me something special to justify the insanity, because XSET have gone back to normalcy. They've gone to the meta, and I'd expect them to win this.
Well, we are all set for map 1 in this series, so let's send it over to our casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Let's get this match started. The Battle of North America versus North America. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bit trolly. It's going to be a bit funky because, I mean, we are seeing some odd compositions on the side of OPTIC to start things out here.
It's so cool. Right from the beginning, the map vetoes. XSET haven't played either of the first two maps at Champions. They haven't played Haven or Ascent since Copenhagen. Guess what OPTIC are incredible at? Anti-stratting, using tape. And so you come in here on Haven, neither team, in fact, playing it at Champions, and we don't know what comps
map
are
Haven,
play. We
guys.
thought it might be
Map
different.
Haven,
I didn't think it would be
Ascent,
this
Pearl.
different.
Yeah, to give you context of this one as well, the last time the Phoenix was played by Victor, we believe, you know, we've set the stats goblins on this one, and they've been dusting off the archives, and we found July 2021.
July 2021. Jay wasn't even in the team the last time Victor played Phoenix. Yeah. But it is historically his most played agent, and he's had extraordinary success on it in the past. But honestly, it might not even be the Phoenix that's the weirdest part about this comp, because doubling up the Killjoy in the chamber is such an extraordinarily defensive-sided setup. And look at this, a hard read on the B pistol.
Yeah, just holding the flash. Victor's making sure that they've got this read, and there we go, right around the corner, into the trap that was set up prior. Sort of making a good job of things, being able to trade out a lot of these kills, but the spike is going to be dropped into the front side of the B side, and this is a difficult scenario to wiggle your way out of.
Stack करके बैठे थे भाई.
Lead बोलते पोपजी पूजन.
Not a lot of life on Cryo as well.
Big brain,
He's trying to find a lot of first shot accuracy. Maybe a headshot or two. Horn. It's going to be dealt with soon enough, but it's so difficult to get past this one. To isolate the fights, and just like that, the players crumble one after the other. OPTIC going to be taking a pistol round.
Completely reading the tendencies from XSET, despite the fact they have no tape to work on. XSET have not been playing this comp. They didn't used to enjoy going for B-side pistol hits, but for whatever reason, FNS starts out with a masterful IGL read to kick us off. Stacks 3 players there.
Hey,
with a
HellrangeR
flash
bhi idhar hai.
ready
Hello,
for it.
HellrangeR.
Despite the great
HellrangeR sir,
big fan, bro. Sorry to intrude on your watch party.
I am big fan, bro. You are big player, bro. I am small player.
Oh, so big. I am so big now.
Last time OPTIC were in a position like this, they made it all the way to the final. That was at Berlin 2021.
HellrangeR, अभी हम लोग तो हिंदी में बोलना सीख गए थे. ओपी बोलते चिड्डी खोलते हैं, ठीक है? अभी करना में सीखना पड़ेगा. ठीक है?
Look at how the trademark are just filling in gaps on this defense. You don't really need to worry about B too much, although Victor's in that general area. You have a turret watching garage, trademark down short, so they can double up long. This is such a good comp for defense side. I don't even want to start theory crafting the attack yet, but this is going to be a serious challenge for XSET to deal with, and not something they could have been expecting.
Read bolte. I think they heard the sound or something.
That defensive utility.
No.
To get
bro. Sorry.
Pondo.
This is a very slow-paced round from XSET. It feels to me like they're trying to preempt a push from Victor. Back when he used to play Phoenix,
I was about to say your other player name by mistake.
quite a greedy player as well. But since he spent more time with OPTIC,
almost
he's really refined his playstyle a lot. Become
I almost made announcement for sure.
One more player change or what, Maldi?
Within FNS
Always player change, bro. I'm only
शिवी तो announce किया ना?
Looks like the decision might just be to see split. A lot of time on the clock. FNS is going to be ready and waiting.
game पे focus
Paranoia through some of the see if they can get that trade.
Politics, bro. Kill Pujan.
Is there quite a lot of economical damage you can see. Players are picking up a gun, but
Pujan very good.
actually going to be falling down.
FNS का crosser try करो नहीं bro. Just because I try FNS crosser, I cannot be FNS.
Find out where some
You don't want to be
are as well.
Did they?
Because they did a little bit of poking towards Garage.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like actually acquiring information,
I want
they don't
to play
play in Garage, but there's been a different setup in B. You know, the alarm bot was there on that round, but prior to that, it was a stack. And OPTIC just
guys,
have
should I
so many
mute
ways
these
they can
two
mix
guys?
this up.
Chat
Look at what they're up to on the bonus round. Alarm bot continues to be in front B. This time, Victor
only
aggressive,
players.
or at least for the orb over on A.
Okay,
now
this guy calls
OPTIC away from the angle.
on stream, bro. And he's doing official watch party.
That orb for OPTIC as well. The deeper smoke.
Shut up, bro.
His team को support कर रहा है by OPTIC.
XSET just not making sure.
Fighting
away too many free kills.
And you contrast this to how they used to play on Haven with the Jet and the double flash. It definitely feels much more cautious, giving a lot of respect here to this unusual composition by OPTIC. And that smoke that Marv has just put down in A long makes it feel like there could be anybody creeping up behind it.
Yeah, you really worried about that one.
The battle for the first time in this series.
No?
Slight jiggle of the movement. Yeah, he did spot something there.
I think Cryo did as well.
Yeah. And there's so much respect being shown to either side. Now starting to see moves being made on A long and mid.
Yeah, there is lower brackets.
Flash to reclear here from Victor.
But as
an overstep himself.
As the time ticks down here, they haven't broken alarm bot. There's still a Haunt Prowler to be used. Paranoia, big tools for OPTIC to stop any pushes coming through. This push might just get bogged down. The Nanoswarm will get popped off. That was off of the alarm bot going down. The players have worked their way in. Zekin onto the high ground. FNS is none the wiser. It'll be the first casualty of this one. The Molly's just going to be going a bit wide. It's a heavy piece of utility to lay down. Aftershock as well, pushing back any sort of approach. And in the meantime, look at Cryo's lurk. He's got his way all into C, and 𝐽𝐽 is watching for it. He's watching for a garage lurk. And there's a faster play even into the backside of B. They want to be trying to take the fight straight to them. They're just walking next to each other. Yeah, walking right next to each other. Cryo, patience. Just holding down the one angle now. Backs away, but XSET with the better weaponry seem like they are going to be winning this one out pretty handedly. Victor, at some point in this round, managed to get his ultimate, but a quick spray down. The position is far too obvious. I don't think he'll be too sad about using a running back in round 3, though. It feels like a decent investment to me. Just try and get them online as much as possible, funnel all into Victor. If you're going to play Phoenix, you need to play into the wing conditions. And overall, not a terrible bonus, but XSET at least demonstrating that they were able to find a gap in the defense there. They found the alarm bot coming through it. This was such a weird moment. 𝐽𝐽 and Cryo just happened to walk exactly next to each other when the timing could have favored either of them. And look at this big push down mid. Straight down mid.
4:3 player
with guns in the hands of the OPTIC players. Aggression. Quite unexpected, but BCJ was watching the angle. Final bullet. Do the job, straight to the cranium and backing away, making sure that Prowler did latch onto a target, so they know that there was more aggression pushed up behind that one. I can definitely tell you that that is a 2020 Victor Phoenix play. The North American Phoenix walk down mid strat has been tried many times before and repelled in similar manners. XSET now making sure that they freeze the round. Make it difficult for OPTIC to grab much more information. BCJ with the Nightfall online could be a great tool to use.
सारे duelists dot crosser ही खेलते क्या?
And FNS, in terms of like the ultimate here, it's not going to get too much value in this map overall because of that aftershock that Def can play with. So the lockdown is not a great retake ultimate.
I would suggest.
In fact, just in general, OPTIC shouldn't be wanting to play retake, and it looks like they might have to again. As XSET once more, for the 3rd time in 4 rounds, going towards the B side.
Completely free sight. They got the right read on that. Early presence they were showing. Hey, that spray down. I mean, Marv's getting away with murder. How are you able to collect that one?
Just beautiful prediction.
Have to deal with Cryo now. The back side of Dom here, and he's managed to work his way behind them. They are none the wiser. Bit of spam coming down from the bottom of mid. Second finding the targets, and they are all blinded up. Cryo quick tap onto the spike means that he has to show a bit of patience. He has to try and lock this down, but now it's come down to a 1v1. Evanes has got it. 3 kills in the round. A quick tap to try and bait the position, but Def is not going to be baited by it. And he buys his time at the right moment. And Evanes is just weak enough.
Let's go.
It's collected a nice easy round, at least it should be. It should have been, in theory.
Overall, they're really good game plan by XSET. It comes down to the 1v1, the battle between the two IGLs. And while FNS landed a great blow on the pistol round, actually XSET have been doing a great job at managing how they attack and find the holes.
Way to play, Ryan!
Way to fucking
play. So that has knocked OPTIC back down onto a Thrifty. The first time in this map. They're going for a gamble stack over towards the C side with only FNS around here with a Sheriff in hand. And doesn't really look like he has the tools to hold on if this was a bit pacier, but XSET have been very cautious.
Super cautious, and there's good reason for it. They don't want to be running into the stack yet, but a Nightfall, they're going to get the information. Only one singular player on this site. FNS already out of the picture.
OPTIC or OPTIC.
Plan's going to go down without a hitch.
Once again, even with the double sentinel com, OPTIC
मैं चाहता हूँ XSET जीते भाई, underdogs.
Bit unconventional. FNS does have that lockdown, but I don't think he's going to want to invest it into this round, especially when he's up on Heaven. Prowler's going to be finding at least one of the targets. How are they going to be able to get through all of this? Into Heaven, a good flash to supplement it. FNS just drops down at his feet. He's still alive in the mix of this one, but the weapons are not too good, and it's a nice spray down in the end. Aaron and BCJ so clean with the trades.
This tournament has been so much better from Aaron and BCJ. Def as well, throw him into the mix. But overall, I want to come back to this point. OPTIC are now going to take a timeout after 5 rounds, and I think their entire game plan is crumbling a little bit here. Even when they play other compositions, just across all maps, Brent, OPTIC are playing less than half the time for retake. There is no other team in the tournament that denies people getting the spike down as well as OPTIC. With a double sentinel composition, with the chamber, with the killjoy, that's the style you want to be going for. You fight people as they plant, you anchor sites effectively and use your sentinel utility. You always have info from the sentinels with which to implement rotations. Unfortunately, they are playing retake all the time here, and they don't have a comp for it. The Des was talking about, Mimi said, once you lose that other initiator, once you lose the raise, your retakes are going to be so much poorer.
It is an odd game plan, isn't it? I think XSET have been doing a great job though with the push and pull of the players.
When we will see you as a coach, Rossi bro, the day I feel like
wanting yay on the chambers.
Change stream name to XSET वाले OPTIC कर दिया है ना?
Great job, I think, of just denying info. The players are anchoring positions exactly where they want them.
And for me, it feels like Def is trying to get the read on where the Killjoy utility alone is holding info. And from there, you can explode, because once you break the utility, there's nobody behind it. So that's why they've been prodding towards Garage and towards B so much on their attack side. They're trying to look for where the Killjoy utility is filling the gaps, and once you break the utility, you burst straight past it before OPTIC have a chance to inform the rotates.
This time FNS
अंडरवेन पे मॉली डाल के आ गया भाई.
This utility is so far back in Garage, but all eyes on Ye.
Molly na, Phoenix
nice high ground angle, going to be
अरे Phoenix ने Killjoy मॉली डाल के आ गया ताकि अगर अंडरवेन अल्ट करे तो
Boombot here is trying to break the alarm. They don't know that it's a top Garage, and FNS is forced to play with his utility.
And while all this is going on as well, Josh, there is space that is taken, pushed up into A1. OPTIC are playing aggressively now. It's Victor and Crashes together.
First time
उसके बाद हारे तो हम XSET को support करेंगे.
And do XSET have the discipline to clear this again? They have utility that they could use.
Prowler here is the main tool that you want to use in this spot, although you could try and flash peek in.
Jiggle peek. Def could overstep himself here. On the cusp, and there it is. Just swings himself out wide. An aid, Paranoia, and the Prowler, but it's a counter. Paranoia flying straight back up. Yay! Oh my goodness. The big guy buff in action.
वो तो free में spot हो गया बेचारा.
Crashes. Giving ammunition to well,
the phantom nerfs of the future.
Yeah, supposedly.
What a play. Really good work. Using all of that utility to clear out the gap.
going to make it into a completely different direction here. With only 20 seconds remaining, it could still get very dangerous because guess what? Yeah, he's still anchoring the side and he's got the operator in his hand and it has thrown a wrench into this plan. The spike is just everywhere right now with Marv lurking his way into all of these deep angles. There's 9 seconds remaining in this round. Not enough time to try and get the spike down. The XSET's game plan, it just crumbles beneath their very eyes.
The crowd getting behind OPTIC there as well as they tie things back up 3-3. Funneling people into A could well be a win condition for them.
Slower play by XSET though, that is where it backfires.
After they did such a good job of clearing this out as well, you'd expect them to go forwards into A. You've taken the players on lobby. But getting a bit...
We could hear you on stream.
Overthinking things perhaps.
Yeah, I would say so.
But OPTIC still with a really poor economy. Look at this, a Spectre and a Judge to work with here.
It's not ideal.
I'm watching on
They're going for a bit of performance into the volley as well. I mean, there's not much synergy with that because Zekken just skips past it with a satchel. Disrespecting all the utility.
It's another hard read from FNS as well. He's worked his way with the Judge down into C Cubby.
Yeah, bro, not
पूरा नहीं पर बीच-बीच में आवाज आ रहा था मतलब अगर कोई नाम वाम आ गया से तो
once more. He's only been playing C.
It was
You'd
something
think they'd
more
mix
of
up his
a,
positioning much more on the map.
even if you know what
Especially
we're
when they can
talking about,
afford to
be
with all
like,
the util at
we
play,
don't
but
know who it's for.
he's played quite statically so far.
हाँ, but just in case you say the name or
Thank you for that.
हाँ, poke तो कर किसको ले रहा है poke कर
Poking really.
मेरा ये capture on नहीं है display capture on नहीं है
Move a lot of that utility or even to C, but now
बता
making
भाई
move
ऐसे
towards A.
Oh,
This is their contact plays.
Yeah, and again it's an A retake setup that makes some level of sense this time though, because Def with the Rolling Thunder.
ये क्या horn लेके बैठा
करोगे यार तेरा display capture
नहीं है
That's going to allow it.
Looks filthy horn
Yeah, it looks kind of disgusting in theory over the top. And it has lit up the players.
भाई what
Still
the
makes his mark though. Plays into the site with a showstopper and does get rewarded. So the kill for his team. Still the spike needs to get planted here with only 25 seconds remaining.
Hey, wake up.
Go down now. Setting themselves up into the post-plant situation, and players now finally starting to rotate on the side of OPTIC. Flash through the floor, makes them rethink their choices. But a nightfall in the hands of Crashes now. He wants to try and move
कैसे
this
retake
one
करने वाले एक judge एक
Still
guardian
though, FNS is only working with the judge. And there is no really follow-up over the nightfall.
Def has already used his aftershock though, so this lockdown's got to be respected.
Oh, they used the aftershock.
As it ticks down with 5 seconds left, the XSET players all just funneled into long.
Yeah, they're going to be playing into the corner here. This is going to be incredibly predictable. FNS just sticking onto the defuse. Where is the follow-up? Where is the denial?
Oh no,
Def's going to be playing towards it. But it is half on a defuse. A perfect swing from Aaron. And he plays off of it well enough.
Playing OPTIC, sorry, like a fiddle there. They were forced to retake with a judge and a guard. And utilizing their nightfall lockdown to no success.
हाँ वो सीधा Astra alt करके हाँ
This kill from Def
to reveal all the positions
as well. Really gets everything done, and then they set up for great post-plant wraparound play where Aaron's able to peek off short. This is
classic round निकाल दिए रे हम लोग
दो alt पे
हाँ वही
composition is incredibly defensive sided.
It looks to be. We've never seen this
हाँ
composition.
defense बैठ गए थे
But when you look at it on paper, it does look like it should be favored on the defense.
Fuck, मजा आ गया.
Victor hasn't quite been able to have those big impact rounds on the Phoenix either. He's got to run it back in his hands now, but OPTIC are not normally great at these
जो भी हो, मेरे को नहीं पता था. ये लोग बोले spike down है, ठीक है, but ये
अरे
नहीं बोला
ठीक
spike ले
है
सकते.
You thought EMEA was slow.
तो मैं भागा उधर से उधर, spike लेके उधर गया, उसके बाद वो मार दिया
not
भाई.
willing
क्या
to take
करूं?
too many
अरे मैं
risks.
इसका बात नहीं कर रहा था मार्जिल
Why is probably going to be Ye with that tour de force in his
मैं
hands.
player का बात कर रहा था भाई तू मेरे को ये
Absolute demon this
सही
tournament.
था रे बात.
Played the first couple of rounds over
अरे
on A.
किसको लिया वो पूछा
Now back.
नहीं पता मुझे
But in terms of his performance at this tournament,
किसकी बात कर रहे थे भाई? मेरे को भी पता ना.
if the tournament ended right
मेरे
now,
को
he'd be
भी
the
pop करना
candidate
क्या
for
बात कर
best
रहे थे?
MVP performance
अच्छा,
of all
okay.
time in Valorant.
I would agree with that.
I mean, I'll take you through those stats later on in around where it's more applicable.
तो मुझे लगा गणेश बता देगा तुम्हें।
नहीं बात ही नहीं हुआ हम लोग
का। Maybe FNS can be the difference maker. He tried this spot with the judge before. Now
only a short 2-3 दिन से गणेश से बात ही नहीं हुआ क्या करें।
पोपची और हम अभी हो गया अभी वैसे भी
हो गया अभी 2 साल हो गया अभी बहुत बोर हो गया इससे नया चाहिए
पोपची को नया ड्यूलिस्ट चाहिए क्या पोपची
BCJ instantly with the follow-up. There is not a lot of time, only 11 seconds, but it doesn't look like there's anything again to push this back. A faster play once more through the spot.
Oh, भाई मेरे को लगा ये निकाल देगा भाई.
Again, an instant response. That has been the game plan. Honestly, it's felt like this entire tournament long for XSET. Incredibly clean fundamentals with the trading.
The trading from XSET has been marvelous. This awareness is also fantastic. But yeah, XX's trading has just been unbelievable. This match in general, to me, outside of the crazy curveball we've been throwing with these comps, is like star power of 𝐽𝐽 having his best tournament ever.
Everybody remembers the short
versus the incredible teamwork and trading of XSET. They're the best team in the tournament so far, are just helping each other avoid those useless deaths.
And so grouped up. Raw instinct on show by Zekken, just spamming down the common angles.
Like nobody remembers the thousands of shots I hit the entire year
as well on the opposing side. Why not?
But everybody remembers that one shot.
Both chambers at the start.
Fine, it's fine.
Oh, the attempt by Victor shut down immediately. The XSET players are so ready for it.
Yeah, incredibly ready, but also full blind. That wasn't an anti-flash position as far as I'm aware. They just spammed the angle where they knew Victor would be peeking.
Face your fear!
Jesus is trying to make it.
What bro?
What round time are you guys?
Cross.
3-5-0-5.
They're putting a lot of bullets in. How is the Boomer getting kills here? It is pure pandemonium across the map. Who knows what's occurring? Evanes has worked his way behind them. They're trying to pincer Cryo. He's locking down the angle. He is so low though, and the spam. Good sound bait. They know exactly where he is. You have FNS. He's sort of gun barrel. The spike has planted. Now down to that 2v2.
Shadows traveling. XSET are trying to take the opposite side of the map, and they have planted for it. Usually, this kind of post-plant setup doesn't work because you just plant the default spot.
You die through a smoke.
They're ready, aware, FNS can clear some angles with the bot and the turret.
Because whenever I op, nobody breaks my boom bot.
The position inside the smoke. Just
HellrangeR
things now as well. The attempts being made. A seize was laid down at the feet of FNS. No audio cues in sight.
HellrangeR जब तेरे हाथ रहता है सब तोड़ता नहीं है रोसी.
HellrangeR का पूरा 2 साल वही काम ही है.
सब सामान डालना और तोड़ना बस वही कर रहा था भाई.
Zekken opens things up here, and you're always getting excellent stuff out of the stars, out of Zekken and Cryo. But that was the same at Copenhagen. This tournament, it's been those supportive players that have stepped up. They are the only team in the tournament with 3 players who get over 20% of the time. Overall strength is so much better than everybody else. And that is 𝐽𝐽, BCJ, Def. That's those guys putting that kind of performance up. Working together as a unit to make sure that the sum is, the team is greater than the sum of its parts.
तुम मर गया.
Still got that firepower behind them.
मैं मार्सिल को बोल रहा हूँ, मार्सिल, why you are playing dish with Phoenix?
Some young players didn't have a great performance at Copenhagen.
इसका HP देख क्रैश इसका.
भाई डबल सेंटिनल लेके भी सिटी पे राउंड नहीं निकल रहे. टी पे क्या करेंगे?
टी पे भी रहेगा गेम प्लान.
रहेगा गेम प्लान पर भाई. इन लोग का भी कॉम्प अच्छा ही है एक्सेट का सिटी के लिए.
I was one of the most badass victories I've ever seen in Valorant.
HellrangeR?
They just shut the crowd up completely.
HellrangeR pro analysis
so earlier on you saw Crashies getting spammed through the wall.
कुछ एनालिसिस नहीं था, इसको ऑब्जर्वेशन बोलते हैं.
Observation bolte.
Sorry bro, we don't know the difference. We're very bad.
The wrong reads.
Yes.
I feel like so
my
much of this
England
map
is
so
very
far.
poor.
My England
Mera nation.
Through FNS.
FNS was just handed Cryo on a plate there. Should have been an easy kill. Victor wants to go for a faster retake with a paranoia into the back of the side. Volley over the top. He is going to give it a value, but nobody's really clearing the back of the site still. Time is low once more. Spike needs to get planted here.
Shot,
bhai. Shot by Crashies, but he is just one man against the world. On 1 HP. the sheriff in his hand, and there's going to be the triple face.
एक और को मार के आता तो ऐसा मजा आता। हाँ एक एच वो ऐसा एक एच में कोई शॉट मारता रहा देखने को बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
And that's
क्या क्या बोला उसने? तू देखने कर स्किन जो
on this map is hard to figure his opponents. And I don't know about you, but the way in which he's been able to do it in previous tournaments.
काम करो एक लाइनअप बनाते हैं। रॉफ्यूल, डेथमेकर, एसके रॉसी, सारे जेट को साथ भाई सारे शूटर लोग को साथ में डाल दो। एक की शर्त है मेरी, रॉसी हर मैप पे एस्ट्रा और ओमन खेलेगा। माँ कसम मेरे को जो मजा आएगा देखने को, रॉसी को देखने को भाई।
खेलता है फिर रैंक में मारता रहता है, फिर एक गेम इसने सोवा खेला है।
अरे बाप रे।
मैंने बोला नाइस में तो सोवा नहीं होगा भाई।
देख भाई रॉसी को कोई भी ड्यूलिस्ट पकड़ा दो, चेम्बर पकड़ा दो, ठीक है। इसको सोवा, ये ओमन तो इसकी देख एक पॉइंट पे ना मार्जिन उसके लिए साइफर भी ठीक है, पर ये जो सोवा, ओमन, ब्रीच ये सब नहीं देने का इसको। हाँ वो नहीं होएगा। स्काई भी ठीक है, खुद पंच उड़ाए, हाँ पर ये सब नहीं, जो जिस सपोर्ट देना पड़ता है ना वो नहीं होएगा। फेड में खुद ही सीधा प्रॉब्लम छोड़ेगा, खुद ही वाइट सूट प्रॉब्लम के पहले प्रॉब्लम के पहले रॉसी पहुंचेगा।
Oh भाई क्या गया भाई control but the power is destroyed early on. Second
पैचल मार के
backs away.
Yeah उड़ के गया Pardon my Hindi Mr. Yelraj sorry
thought about remaining there for about a second.
अरे अल्ट खोल दे भाई।
This defensive setup looks better.
गया
Yeah, this is beautiful. Good combination of the utility, but they do shut it down still. But to run it back, Victor does get down. He's still alive at the end of the day.
That is the value you need. I don't think OPTIC necessarily need to do another short reclear. But Victor would get good value.
Fire rate and very accurate.
Flash here of Crashy's
accurate in the sense. Recoil.
Right at the feet, that's Victor dealt with. Handedly.
Nothing hits, I feel.
Vandal also informs OPTIC that there's still two players hanging around this area.
No, I feel like Phantom is easy to use.
With Def,
Phantom is very easy to use and it's very consistent. Phantom.
Vandal, timing is there. It's the 1-for-1.
क्या जो पढ़े वो ले खेलो, सिंपल बात है। वैंडल नहीं लग रहे, पर मेरे को तो वैंडल ही ऑब्वियसली वैंडल ही यूज करता हूँ मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम।
Just going to be funneling their way through, and he's found the right timing once more. Operator in his hand, whips out the headhunter. Claimed to the back of the side, but eventually he is removed.
Hey, why do you look like
dealing with the repush now? BCJ, Cryo's left now. It's 1v2 and a nightfall.
That day I saw G only put.
Not going to be caught by it. Yeah, no sound cue. Still finds a shot. And the Hornstel would down to 1v1, but Miles, he does deal with it in the end.
लोग को किसको जिताना है?
मैं चाहता हूँ XSET जीते, अंडरडॉग। ये चाहता हूँ OPTIC।
ये is not because of ये is because of OPTIC team. You cannot still deny the facts.
जो guys hit that like and subscribe button.
Yeah, it's a team game.
It's a team game, but player to be the good player, bro. That's the reason.
Against Fnatic in the past. Could have been Ye with his wholesome interview that he had recently where he said, I really wish that some people would cheer for us. I don't know what it is, but at the end of the day, it feels like crowd is on the side of OPTIC.
Just team plus no brain.
Yeah, they just hate it.
Crowd is roasting them, bro.
So OPTIC had a defensive setup that time though, where both Sentinels playing on
Until
one
they
side
have
of the map. Ye dodges a fault line.
Yeah, bro.
Misses the shot though. Mars is there to pick up the pieces, but he's traded immediately again.
Oh, my internet this XSET trading, it's just wonderful right now.
Are you the one who was caught? No, I'm not the one.
Right into the angle. I mean, Crush is holding the tour de force.
Strange way for Victor to play that rather than tucking himself into the corner.
Cryo.
You know what's available to him. You hear him pop the ultimate at the beginning of the round.
XSET actually looked quite scattered here though.
Same bro for SK
getting the read.
He changed his name. He used to be for second before he got caught. He changed the name, nobody will know.
Taken care of.
And with Def down, this is another lockdown that FNS can use to get huge value. This should be a 7-5 half unless XSET can pull something crazy out.
Practice चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है bro? Aran, thanks a lot for becoming a member.
Use the Prowler for that one, and they've still got the OPTIC players biding their time and waiting it out. Spike is going to be planted, but there's the lockdown, and what is going to be used to deal with this one? It's a Nightfall. Right across Cryo's holding the heaven position, but you have to respect this now. Nice. What do you want to do? Other than run back into this one. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, he was trying to work his way through mid now, and there is an opportunity for the OPTIC players. Crashies knows this. Going to be forced out of the site, and now sticking the side of the defuse, but it's still being covered in Cryo. One shot after the other. The players crumble, they fall down, and 8-4 is going to be the scoreline for XSET.
And the defensive setup looked so good there, and it still didn't matter. You want to set up a battle between the NA chambers? How about this? Cryo coming out swinging in the opening map. 16-8.
He's putting up unbelievable.
Last two matches, including this one. HUD रहता है ना, overlay रहता है ना, that shows like kills also, deaths also, abilities also. It's actually very neatly designed.
We'll send it down to the analyst desk to break down the first half of this first map.
And also
streaming.
ऊपर left में maps भी दिखते हैं, क्या किसका pick है, everything, all the details are
on their map pick, and
because they want to make sure that even if you're a new viewer, you have some idea about what.
Yeah, I mean, they were just talking about it. This is quite the showing from Cryosills right now. He had a bit of a soft start in XSET's earlier series, but lately he has been getting the ball rolling, and there is no sign of stopping. Yay, somebody that you typically look for for consistency, for being the kill leader on his squad, has not been finding that much value.
Players on both
is so far out in front, 16-18, 2-point on the KD. He has just been stopping.
I think a big reason that 𝐼𝐼 has been struggling thus far this map is that XSET has constantly been funneling their attack away from where this guy is playing. He's normally just that kind of that hard anchor over towards C-Long, holding things down on the chamber. But XSET, excuse me, are completely pummeling this B site round after round. So he's forced to play into these retakes. And normally, when you see those kind of B hits, it's generally when you're playing against that kind of double initiator comp that a lot of teams play on this map, because teams will be so heavy on the extremity control. That hasn't necessarily been the case. I think that thus far, for OPTIC, they've been willing to fight to the B site. The scaling and the trading are just so good from this team that it has not mattered.
Yeah, I mean, 8-4 is a really rough spot to be in, especially if you burn both of your timeouts. Praying that Psycho's going to be calling one at some point, so that you can try to, chat up your squad. Victor, he brings out the Phoenix. We were questioning how this was going to look, and it is regularly being getting punched. Oftentimes, when he finds a kill, it's instantly traded back. So on the attack, I have to suspect that
surviving on
some
medicine.
form of game plan. They have the utmost confidence. But if that is not the case, then I'm feeling like XSET are just going to be able to sweep the rest of this map.
I just don't know if I believe it. I think this map is probably going to be over. With Phoenix, generally, your reliance is on cap flows, getting extremity control, and fighting, or sometimes playing into that retake. XSET has the perfect comp to kind of play against those weaknesses. They're going to be fighting hard with their initiators for extremity control. That's where they shut Victor down. We'll see if that stays true.
Well, we can only hope and see what's going to happen in the rest of this map. Let's toss it back to Bren and Sideshow to get into the second half.
Whatever the champions bundle come using.
That's a great setup by the desk. What is going to be this game plan for OPTIC on this attack side? Because it seemed like they were putting all their eggs into the defense
Tomorrow
side.
DRX versus Fnatic. क्या करेगा इस किसको सपोर्ट करूं समझ नहीं आ रहा
मैं बोलता हूं घर जाओ
where is the value here now
support whoever is closer to home
OPTIC were running neon comps for the majority of 2022 on this map, which are very attacker sided. I don't know whether the same can be said for Phoenix, 𝐿𝐽𝐽, Chamber.
800 price 0.4.
Control of the tempo early with a bit of a seasoning combo in mid-window. That doesn't find too much, and Victor's just looking around as he takes a bullet between the eyes.
Just absolute gormless behavior.
He's just trying to
क्या करेगा इन लोगों को आधा एरिया वॉक नहीं करना पड़ेगा ना क्योंकि एक ही इनिशिएटर है
That's because OPTIC didn't actually have tools to set him up to put him on the angle. Well,
you only got the one
बस चार ही बुलेट आता है अभी क्या
but also no smoke, no flash, these kind of things.
Fast play though into B now, and 𝐼𝐼 might be able to get the angle. In fact, the shot found. Has revealed his position though, but there's a squeeze happening onto death, and surely doesn't get away with it still. Finding the one is tremendous value for them. OPTIC are in a good spot right now with this positioning. They're being control of on this one, but they are smoked off as well.
Support off.
Even though they were playing inside this one, just contacting into it. BCJ had to clear it, and it's flanks on flanks. This time 𝐼𝐼's time to shine, I suppose, but is waiting for him, and that is going to be the pistol round for OPTIC.
An absolutely necessary pistol round, and one in which you get to see the prowess of 𝐼𝐼. with a 4K there, puts himself up to 12 and 9 off the back of a lurk. So Victor, dying just kind of sets Ye up for success. Honestly, Brent, that was their game plan when they played the Neon comps anyway. Victor's job is just to make space, and that's the resource that Ye uses.
Yeah, so many.
This could be a fabulous chamber v chamber battle. And there might be another clash.
इधर लॉन्डो के अलग ही है. क्रिसी आ गई, दिन बन गया.
Real opportunity, I think, for OPTIC. Get some rounds into their belt, but they are going to be clashing with a flash to clear through. Aaron fully blinded up.
Hello, Papa.
हाँ.
Damage at the end to Victor, but the sole goal it seems for OPTIC is to try and farm up these orbs as early as possible, especially when they're up against the weaker weaponry.
Yeah.
Cryo goes down to a long range bulldog
What's
shot.
my current rank? I think 20 kuch to raha tha.
Trying to go for that.
Marv.
Just literally playing right into their hands right now, but XSET swarm their way into the side. He's pulling Victor back, unable to plant.
There was definitely a moment there, wasn't there, Bren, where that looked
scary.
Like I was saying, in CS, I used to listen to the analyst desk a lot because I don't know, there was always some
insight to pick up the answer players would come to the
interview, you know?
Maybe not whether this match is going to define who's the best team from North America. You heard the desk talk about that, but whether or not XSET can take the next step.
About things.
They've gone consistently.
You know, it was really good when Sean Garris was
there.
Top North America to representing NA in global tournaments.
Like, oh wow, he had a very good game.
Top teams, including FPX.
Yeah, 9-3 T half. They won a lot of rounds on the T side.
Yeah, Sean Garris would actually pick up individual rounds, analyze them, and tell no what happened.
Even I like that stuff back in the
day. Yes, yes. In CS, that's still there. Valorant,
long time coming for them.
I don't enjoy
lobby for a bit of early aggression, but
it's broad. This thing conversation. It's not. I can't watch it.
The smoke drop down though, so it does force OPTIC to use a lot of utility to try and take a lobby control. You can see them finally now rushing, taking up all that space. Now they're backing away. In the aim of the game, it seems like it's going to be that mid control.
There is a trademark here. Yeah, he's aware of it. It's Def's job to hold on. If they go through Garage, they're going to be looking down the sight line that Cryo's holding as well. And Def in a good position to get a deep
Diablo.
Set Cryo up for kills.
4 entry kills now.
All of the prowlers are being used over towards A lobby. So they're really
lacking
to get into sights.
And it's a reliance on players like FNS just to try
and
into areas. This time OPTIC caution to the wing. They're just running their way in. Defto backs away. Safe play from him. Nanoswarm's now going to be dropped down.
What happened that day?
Pretty clear what the game plan of OPTIC seems to be.
And look at how XSET responded, immediately giving up A link, expecting OPTIC to fight for it. When instead, they're actually playing at the top of C link.
Those were the days.
By that time, he wants to take point for them. One shot after the other.
Guys, all
of his targets will fall. Victor ends up popping his own ultimate off. He's come around the side here, but it's just one man. What can he really do? The Nanoswarm's making it a very difficult task ahead of him.
भाई walk in करके मारे जा रही है.
Game plan overall there to convert that round.
We were like, bro, we have to play.
Yeah, really nice way of maneuvering into B. But it feels like Ye's woken up. And that, I think, is a big difference in these past couple of rounds. The pistol, and then round 15. Watch this from Ye.
The amount of time we had to do, like, spend, I had to talk and everything to make sure, bro, we need the money for
space to take duels
and
that are favorable and use the utility from
and
the rest of his team.
PCs had issues.
And I said,
you remember, bro?
That Ye was having a tournament of a lifetime.
We used to take it to Prince.
With you, Brent, now that we've got a timeout.
3-5 times I took.
Ye might be having the best tournament performance ever.
Kumar, welcome to Mini Legends, bro.
If you entered the tournament right now, he would be the MVP. And out of when you compare him to all the other MVPs, he would be #1 in KD, #1 in kills per round, #1 in first kill to first death ratio, almost double 10s at Reykjavik. #1 in multi-kills per round, because every other round he's getting a multi-kill thus far. But he'd be second in ADR to himself at Berlin. This guy is making a serious case at Champions for being the GOAT.
This thing is breaking, bro. Voice.
The first
Check coach right before.
Put on a pedestal like that in the early days of Valorant.
Yeah.
Who knows whether he'll keep it up?
I thought Abhi bol raha hai.
But we've seen such astounding consistency from Ye in the past. It feels like it would be foolish to bet against him. And that's what makes this matchup so good.
Because Cryo is also
Android tha ek time pe.
Tremendous numbers.
Android Nitro sab the na.
The history behind him like Ye does.
CS का बोल रहा है इसका Valorant का.
Valorant का.
वैलोरेंट में नाइट्रो नहीं था, नाइट्रो इसमें था
100
हाँ
full force.
Nitro crazy bro. Valorant he played. Every game he played.
Gun's gonna be playing.
He was also playing Valo.
Optic are ready for it though. You can feel them.
Monitor looks small.
Bro, it's advantage if they go into a lobby now because they have this SMGs only.
Yeah, closer in fights.
They shred them into pieces.
Even when Optic aren't going in.
Bulldog.
I think they will avoid going
this
here.
seems strange to me.
This angle that he's on right now.
I think
Just slightly missing the mark.
I like this angle.
Significant amount of damage.
Bro, in SCA you cannot play these angles, bro.
Yeah,
onto that angle as well.
Then it's certainly wide swing. No,
Yeah, bro, you can't even reach to that angle.
And make some waves. Barreling through into the site.
I know what you mean, bro. But actually, against better player,
Kumar, thank you. I love to watch your race movements, Papaji. Thank you, Shubh.
Best satchel. Issue by.
अरे रेज नहीं rage.
And these paranoias coming through from after just so good at setting up.
But Popaji raise is second. बता रहा हूँ moment guard. Popaji भी montage बना रहे हैं अभी raise का.
Hey, yes, मैं तो करता था. वैलोरेंट में करता है क्या?
उतना खराब नहीं है जितना CS में कैसा बहुत ज्यादा
सब लोग बोलते हैं भाई भी बोल रहा था भाई उस दिन
बहुत मुश्किल था ना यार
हाँ CS में बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल वैलोरेंट में उतना नहीं है CS में बहुत ज्यादा
There's
मुश्किल
only one thing that comes to mind तुम्हें याद है जैसे तू न्यूक के लैडर पे चढ़ता है
Optic will know far more than we do about how this comp works and how to get the best out of it.
अच्छा straight नहीं चलता है
dude he went left to right to left to right like almost about to fall off the ladder and then he goes up and he gets stuck on the ladder
to the meat of the map.
He gets stuck and then he can't go up. Okay.
इसके लिए न्यूक मेरे को पसंद है
permanent कर दिया
permanent
there was one more map I remember हाँ Dust 2 he's trying to climb the Xbox okay from mid to Xbox he's trying to jump he jumped not even the fancy jump bro not even that 1 pixel jump it's the normal jump he failed it 5 times
अरे तभी मैं स्पेस जंप करता था अभी स्क्रॉल जंप करता हूँ
अच्छा
हाँ
scroll use करते हो पापा
I also used to use space only I didn't have any problem bro
Noise still waiting it out and they are so down
oh look at this smoke
the patient play
इसका smoke था ये
comes full circle 3 kills in the round what a way
नहीं डाला था oh fuck what gap they left bro
they didn't leave a gap bro
still
that
down that one sideline had the backup of the rest of his team
gap they didn't check the right side that's it
exactly what they needed it's one of the strengths
I think if you cover the other angle of the smoke there's a gap on the left
I
mean
but technically the left gap is more viable no it's okay
हाँ भाई right वाला बहुत important है right ही चुपते लोग
that's an astoundingly
good
area to excel
I think even if you do it you just clear it
yeah should
or spam it
they didn't expect him yeah just expect नहीं किया रहे
on a very
anything is possible
so many ultimates to work with
both can expect
running back countered by
2-0 करो
I play at the highest stage like weird shit like this only will bail you out of rounds and then
getting information early and rotating people
like
to
if you all try to play fundamentally it still becomes back to 50-50 chance anyway
XSET from figuring out there's whether or not there's people here. Still got 3.
Anna, thank you, bro. I'm so thankful that I made sense to the great player 𝑋SET.
Well, this is quick.
Yeah, this is going to be fast off a bit of nightfall for a nightfall. Running back also going to be used.
बोलते
Victor's dealt with pretty quickly. BCJ still wants to fight up close and personal. But the Optic
oh my god, I thought BCJ gonna get one more. Oh fuck, pura set khali.
Seems to be the name of the game. They've gained positioning onto the side. The fault line into the nade. Is that going to be enough to punish? No, crashes. Just about steps his way into hell, back to safety, and now to play off the rest of his team.
Did he just
holding the high ground angle, tour de force in his hand,
no,
heaven. Death back. Has to rethink this.
Yeah, okay.
Gotta be saving.
It looked like he threw the nade from ailing and bounced off the heaven cover.
Lovely little exec from Optic.
That's not a bad idea.
They really can make burst hits work, even with.
People used to do that, like they bounce it off from heaven to default.
Yeah, they do KO.
But that is going to condition XSET to really respect the site execs. I think Optic will only be going for big things like that when they have those ults online. But part of the game plan is cycling the ults and making that work.
Okay,
He's already almost halfway to his next nightfall.
Big ultimates online though.
And one of the big
Oh,
problems
bro,
here is this
XSET
smoke
has
that Marv is throwing. This one right in front of
two
Cryo,
good ults.
because it's denying them a lobby control.
Good
And
ults.
Cryo would love to get in front of it.
Every ult is good, bro. You just need not to use it.
It though.
But exactly.
Round winning
Such
ults.
a bold move. They are always holding this with guns. The angles though, it's slightly off. Cryo not holding
Abhi walking, continue.
Unaware, but still
walking
very clear. They're just contacting in.
They just don't care at all.
I think
They
still feel they win this round somehow.
And the rest of the team calling that. I mean, surely they're going to go somewhere else on the map after we pick them off.
I mean, OPTIC shouldn't win this round.
No,
Considering their
left
ultimate.
after the house.
Forcing
Yeah, because they want to play retake with Raze ult and Breach ult. They don't want to give any more picks.
I think they lose because of that.
Working together off the back of them.
Yeah, if OPTIC play passive, they will lose.
Frank as well is coming through at the exact same time.
Regardless how they play,
trying to catch the timing, rolling thunder, now a nade and a flash. Crashes a sitting duck. The shot through. OPTIC still dealing with this one, especially Yay. But the operator and a flick of the wrist. It's down to that 1v1. And it was the reflank by FNS. The positioning unknown for VCT, but he's sticking it through. Half on the mark. And just did not
भाई नेड अल्ट क्या भाई
Nade say I understand it all remained in front of the box. But ulti, I think it is deep. That's why I want pretty and
outplaying the defensive rotate. To the lurk through mid, just a masterful.
भाई FNS का पोजीशन उसको मालूम तो था.
To a battle here between the brains of North America.
मारा ना उसने एक को पहले.
मारा?
हाँ, मिड एक को लॉक करके मारा उसने.
What the defense is going to do.
I didn't think he expected him
I'm
to
not
come.
afraid to say I doubted this comp on the attack side, but FNS is making it work. Yeah. And Yay is also making it work. Great response from Cryo though.
Oh.
Picks off Victor. And Cryo is definitely the danger man in this round.
Feeling it, bro.
It's such a weak buy, but the Tour de Force could do everything.
Yeah. Honestly, right now, if you're OPTIC, the game plan might just be try to find Cryo and avoid him. Deep ult there by Aaron. That's to try and get him information. Didn't spot anything, but Cryo has been dealt with.
Sorry, chat.
There's a big sticking point in this round. The guy that could have caused
Don't
the
worry,
most
bro.
error.
Forgive you.
And look at the space. Yay, not afraid.
I'm also chat, bro. Wow, I can't come to your chat.
I said
so smart with how he plays.
Chat, bro.
Ah, I can't be your chat, huh?
Chat, bro. That's why I said thank you, chat.
Second wanted to get aggressive.
They're
He
my
might
chat.
be able to find a timing. Perhaps expects a trademark.
Yeah, bar
or
bracket
a
hai na,
alarm
haan,
bot,
bar
but there's
bracket.
nothing there.
But that haunt, it should start to signal that this is going to be a bit of a C-split. In theory, always potential of them making their way onto B as well. OPTIC do have tremendous amounts of options, but second, back-to-back with Marv. Marv does not realize he's crossed yet, and it is all down to the timing. It's all down to the timing, and the gun is revealed.
I won't kill him. If I am Rez, I won't kill him.
Doesn't overplay his hand.
Wait, what?
Just wants to back away, and still the players of OPTIC are in position now for this C push that's coming down to the wire. Only flash after shock is just a little bit too late, but Dev wants to take the fight anyway. Unfavored there with the rifle in the hands of FNS, and now a lockdown just to really make the most of it.
So many
pushing
games,
back the XSET players, making sure that they can
yeah,
a fast retake.
No, but this is a very different comp than what both of these teams
Exactly
play.
as XSET was starting to get into position for
Bro,
the
but they also are what do you call two sentinel team, no? So you have to rely on walk-ins.
Yeah, वही तो walk-in नहीं करना पड़ रहा
है. That's also their end when you play them so often. The agent aside, you have an idea about the tendency.
From Yay as well, but Aaron right behind him and just a stinger in his hands. Does not expect there to be two players. In fact, you could see him pre-aiming down C long. OPTIC playing that one nicely.
What is the new
What a comeback this has been. Only a single defensive round from XSET.
Is it really that strong?
And they are forced
I
to
don't know,
take
bro.
a
In
time
ranked
out
also, people are fucking spamming.
Just
Not
a
Phoenix.
massive run
No,
back from an
Stinger.
8-4 half. We find ourselves 11-9 up.
I
with
still
OPTIC
like.
commanding
I
एक
it
it's
seems
a
like
simple
people use it to
rule.
win also.
Simple rule. If you kill
whether or not
सब
XSET
weapon
let
अच्छे.
a
वही,
monstrous
but
lead slip through their
Singer close range बहुत अच्छा है रे. आप मतलब like you can get a couple of kills.
Possibilities of them maybe, you know, throwing
Singer से वो यही तो close range में
थोड़ा बड़ा frenzy
पकड़ेगा ना hell.
हाँ.
फिर भी नहीं मरते लोग.
हाँ नहीं मरते पर fire rate बहुत fast है ना उसका.
Final timeout
MP9 style.
of the half. Trying to come up with a couple of answers.
Is it worth it to buy Stinger no
armor?
armor?
FNS pushing and pulling the players.
Yeah, I think so. Like rather than buying a frenzy half armor या कभी-कभी sheriff, if you are going to play close range, I think Stinger is better than the sheriff.
These reads through the defense, but also if you want to draw your attention to the chamber battle that's been going on as well. Normally you'd expect the chambers to be favored on the defense side, where they can set up on angles first.
Gun क्यों नहीं लिया रेज ने? उसको लगा और भी कोई आएगा ट्रेड करने.
हाँ ना, हाँ वो ग्रास से स्विंग करके जब need for the gun if he died, it would be
really waking up in this half to now overtake cryocells.
ये लोग सब सोचते हैं यही अगर पग वग रहता है इधर majority of the player gun ले लेते और फिर fight chase करते और भी.
मरने का chances high है, especially at this level. When they know where you are, you're dead already.
That's not going to be coming up with anything. Both of these teams being so patient with a lot of their early plays, making sure that they don't fall for any of the common traps that we've seen over and over again now when you see these fade raise compositions.
And OPTIC play aggressively over on C just to get the ult orb onto Crashies. So Nightfall comes through. And Cryo's got to anticipate that somebody could be crossing into short right now, especially with that haunt. So it pulls down and it pulls second over towards
it's all about,
and this is the way that FNS
there are multiple decisions you can make. There is nothing called correct decision, but you have to choose what you're comfortable and the highest winning
FNS sends the
probability
to a weak area of the Haven defense.
Clear up through A. BCJ is holding his own Nightfall, but when is the timing to use it?
You try to practice making sure you make higher probability.
Yeah. That's why people play rank, scrim, all this stuff to get comfortable making decisions, to know the scenarios when you make decisions.
Like, perfect example is that 1v1 where he decided to stick it. If he had defused the bomb, it would have been like, wow, what a good decision.
Yeah.
Really no concrete plan in action,
wow,
but yeah, has
what
found
a
the opening.
All chat
The spike is going in an opposite direction once more.
That was a hard shot to
Finding his way over towards C. Cryo at the back of things, and it is Crashy picking apart
hey, look,
the defensive protocols.
walk in करके
कर रहा है भाई XSET
हाँ
भाई वो लोग भी tilt हुए होंगे like ये नहीं कर रही है टिल्टिंग नहीं यूज कर रही है OPTIC man
1v4 a hard ask for him at this point. The intended play might just be to save the rifle. At least the operator that was gifted to his feet.
We play some ranked game after this, bro. No way. I'm sleeping after this to fix my sleep schedule. Hopefully.
OPTIC winning around.
Hey, business tour, bro.
Business tour.
Masterful macro
hit that like and subscribe button.
I mean, just gorgeous.
Hey, I hit it, bro, but my monitor broke. No refund.
Yeah, refund.
Working their way around the map, and then
the
way
you
the
click
just
2
opens
times
up
on the
the
subscribe
B-side,
button.
but draws attention to
broke
itself
into 2 now, bro.
as OPTIC go for the repush through C. And just everything is working beautifully here for OPTIC.
No, it makes me worried as well. You watch the way OPTIC
Well,
are playing these attacks
Ross,
down. FNS is holding on to the spike, so obviously he gets the final say of which.
बस ये वाला ADSM दे दो.
At times it looks like indecision.
Huh?
Ye get these picks, but it's just a game.
Slow
control.
Left flick very easy. Left to right is
into those 4 positions, and they find targets. And this is it, on the cusp now for OPTIC, taking away this map when it was just looking like such a mountain.
Are they just booing for no reason?
Still only a single defense.
Yesterday also when there was EME versus NA, they were
off the rip.
That's fine, bro. But now why are you booing to NA? Who are you booing?
Everybody were mad on social media, bro. Like, why are the crowd doing like this?
Far forwards here. Does this get cleared? The angle was just
not this
to the
much,
side,
I
but
feel.
an instantaneous trade from Victor.
These trades are looking great.
Like, even if you see cricket,
run it back in, making space for Ye.
Get a bit of pace in the mix. Why not? Straight through into
run,
right into the connector as well.
And they're just using the Phoenix ult to set Ye up on the deepest line.
Oh, Ye took the entire A lobby.
Control of this one. It's a faster play though, and you can feel it now. The pressure starting to really apply for Victor. One
भाई FNS क्या calling कर रहा है भाई माफ कर
away to
insane calling किया भाई पूरा
OPTIC looking utterly
FNS insane calling किया भाई
you thought that in defense they struggled how they'll do attack. This is how, bro. They walk
ने shots मारा but FNS insane calling
किया crowd there as well at the beginning.
ये calling क्या है ना पोपा जी
game plan और calling हाँ अच्छा
VCJ looks like
as the crowd
अरे Mr. Bean animated series
उसने डेफ के दिमाग से खेल लिया रे बहुत
of the historically great North American side.
Hell,
Cycling the rest of the guys on XSET trying to see if he can rally the troops ready for map 2. That's going to be both of us.
ऐसा cute सा दिखता है देख देख तो चीजें बेटा भी देख
क्यूट बीसीजे
उसने रॉसी एलोंग पे कंट्रोल स्मोक डाल के हॉर्न ए शॉट और ये करके 2 राउंड उन लोग ने कमिट किया और 2 राउंड वही दिखा के वॉक इन किया दूसरे बहुत अरे बहुत खेल लिया उसके दिमाग के साथ
मस्त कॉलिंग किया भाई
हाँ कंडीशन कर दिया रे दिमाग को डेफ के अगर तू सामने वाला आईजीएल है तो तेरा टिल्ट हो जाएगा वो टाइम पे
को पता ही नहीं ना कि आ रहे हैं कि वॉक इन कर रहे हैं
हाँ बॉडी कमिट करना ही पड़ेगा फिर
हाँ वही है
और बॉडी कमिट करने में उन लोग झुंड में लेके बैठे और ये एक सबसे ज्यादा क्रूशियल पीस था इसमें टी साइड का ऑप सबसे ज्यादा क्रूशियल है क्योंकि वो
ट्रेड भी वॉक इन करने के लिए भी उनको भी डर रहे
हाँ ऑप है तो कैसे फाइट लेगा तू टी साइड ऑप नहीं होता तो ये राउंड निकलना ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल है ये ने हर बार रीपिक वाले एंगल को पनिश कर दिया ना
चलो डेथ मैच हो जाए
you're death matching bro listen to analyst desk
oh bro death match
we have you Margil you are our very own personal analyst and this is our desk
I am on 26 I want to go 1
चल रोसी आज तेरे को 1 पहुंचाने के बाद ही सोते तू I will support you
एक्चुअली हो जाएगा पोपो जी बट
हां मैं तो खेलेगा तो हो सकता है
अब ऐसा ट्रिम वम देते रहो मैं जाके मारता रहता हूँ बट मैं सोया नहीं हूँ 4 दिन से प्रॉपर्ली
हाँ तो ठीक है कल करते हैं
मैं उठूंगा अगर आज रात प्रॉपर्ली सोऊंगा तो
कितने बजे उठेगा
अगर आज रात प्रॉपर्ली सोऊंगा टाइम पे
हाँ
सुबह उठ जाऊंगा इंस्टेंट
चलो फैंटम कहते हैं फंटाम अरे हेडशॉट से मरता नहीं
लेवल 400 कैसे भाई इतना खेलता हूँ
यही दिक्कत है भाई फैंटम
आ गया
ऐसा बर्स्ट एक हेडशॉट मारो फिर ऐसा एम ही हिला दिया मैंने और मर गया ना बंदा नहीं मरता
नहीं भाई मैं इसको देखा ना बस वो पैटर्न शूटिंग पैटर्न उसका शूटिंग पैटर्न अच्छा है पैटर्न ऐसा वैंडल में तो 3 बुलेट मारता है ना ऐसे ही मारते हो
हाँ पर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आता है ना फैंटम से
हाँ वो मारते मारते आते हैं ना
चलो देखते ये इसमें से फैंटम ट्राई करते
ये
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it. No prisoners.
भाई क्या वॉक कैंप कर रहे हैं रे
Finished.
ओ मैं भाई कुछ तो हो रहा है भाई मेरा गेम क्रैश हो गया सीधा
वापस
हाँ भाई अरे फिर से चालू भी हो गया कुछ नहीं अच्छा ब्लैक स्क्रीन चला गया What the hell?
भाई इतना टाइम रुका उसके लिए फंटाम आओ भाई क्या कैंप कर रहे हो यार
Insecto. Adiós.
हाँ HellrangeR जिम कब
क्या बोल रहा है आवाज नहीं आ रहा तेरा
जिम
आवाज नहीं करो आवाज करो
अभी आ रहा है ब्रो
आवाज करो
आ रहा है
ब्रो
हाँ अभी बोल अरे मेरा इन गेम ऑडियो ज्यादा है क्या बोल रहा था
आवाज आ रहा है ब्रो मेरा
क्या पूछ रहा था
जिम कब
जिम कल से
आ गया
आप बोलो
मैं सुना है भाई तू कोई फिट एंड ट्रिम में से बनने वाला है लीन बॉडी
क्या
बना के सब ऐसे एब्स वैब्स दिखाएगा सब
भोविन भाई इज ब्रांड एम्बेसडर ऑफ एचपी होमन।
मैं सुना भोविन भाई आपको इंस्टाग्राम मॉडल बनना है इसलिए पूरा बॉडी बना रहे हो।
इन्फ्लुएंसर बन रहा है।
और फिर मैं सुना कि भाई आप कुछ तो ऐसे ये इसमें पढ़ के ओ ब्रो आई एम ट्राइंग टू फिट आर यू फैट शेमिंग एंड स्टफ ऐसे सब अटैक आ गया आपके ऊपर। फिटनेस नाइटमेयर है।
मार रहे क्या
भाई ये शिफ्ट वॉक कर रहे भाई।
नहीं तुम्हें कैसे पता है?
आपको शिफ्ट वॉक करके पीछे से आके मार रहे।
अरे मॉड्यूल के साथ गलत में
आइसलैंड
में के फुटस्टेप सुन रहा है भाई। ये बता तू।
नहीं सुन रहा हूँ भाई, मैं आगे वाले से फाइट ले रहा हूँ। कर रहा है एक तो पहले फैंटम खेल रहा हूँ, औकात से बाहर लग रही है। अरे मरना, हेडशॉट से मरना भाई,
मरना राजा मरना।
बस हो गया।
ओ माय फ्रेंड गणेशा तू
वॉक ओ भाई
Poor wretch. Three souls. Phoenix killed.
आइसलैंड को नहीं मार पा रहा।
Three souls.
हाँ भाई।
ऊपर जी का आवाज आया मेरे को। आप भी शिफ्ट ऑफ कर रहे थे अभी।
क्या शिफ्ट ऑफ भाई, सामने बंदे से फाइट ले रहा हूँ।
देखा
बॉय द सेलर में
भाई शिफ्ट पे उंगली नहीं है, कैसा शिफ्ट ऑफ करूं?
शिफ्ट पे उंगली क्यों नहीं है भाई? हेलो
हां भाई क्यों एज ए
कौन
एफपीएस
लगता है
प्रो गेमर?
हां एज एफपीएस प्रो गेम प्रो प्लेयर तो कैसे नहीं हूं?
हीरो प्लेयर बोलते भाई सिंपल।
ओ माय फ्रेंड गणेशा
My corazón.
कोई तो
everybody is good at Valorant.
Done.
ओए पोपा जी बोलते वो पोपा जी उधर ही हो क्या पोपा जी?
हाँ
क्यों उधर फिर?
अरे एमएन वाले से फाइट ले
फाइटिंग कर सुना।
हाँ भाई पोपा जी तो फाइटर है।
बॉक्सर बॉक्सिंग बॉक्सिंग
हाँ
रैंडल से जैसे स्प्रे चालू करता हो ना बंदे मरना बंद हो जाते हैं। टैप टैप
आपका वो रूटीन था ना, वो क्या हो गया उसका?
कर रहा हूँ
पोपा जी को नाच के मारना। रुका नहीं एक जगह।
हाँ रुकता तो मैं मार देता एक।
पता है इसलिए तो नाचता हूँ मैं। ये देखो शिफ्ट करके पीक कर रहा है एक बंदा।
किधर है गणेश?
बी पे हो पीछे से मार रहे थे क्या पापा?
अरे हाथ तेरा शिफ्ट शोल्डर दिख रहा था फिर तू छुप गया।
गेम चालू हो गया? नहीं स्कोर करता है
गेम देखो
इतनी जल्दी नहीं होता चालू।
एक और डीबीएम लगाओ।
These days I'm using helicopter crasher, bro. You know helicopter crasher?
Helicopter.
already map के अंदर है.
Go ahead, run the Phoenix again, try to knock him out.
What is helicopter?
Really, for the first time in this tournament, has XSET been put into this position.
The sidelines are like
I said,
very
comparatively,
long, and the top
XSET has
like
had a
2 dots.
significantly cleaner run. They only dropped a single map coming into this matchup, and that was versus FPX. So defending champions who are now looking to make a lower bracket. XSET, they had a clean 2-0. Then over Fnatic, whereas OPTIC has been 2-1s the whole way through.
Yeah, but that tends to be the OPTIC story when they get to these international events. They start really slow, and you think, oh, maybe they're not going to be good this time. And then they just build up, and it's just this crazy wave of just quality once they get into these late parts of tournaments.
But the key difference for this matchup compared to all of the other ones that they have played at this event so far is that Breeze was taken out of the pool. That's all of their map losses in every single series it has been on that map. Now they've gotten rid of it. Maybe they can get the 2-0.
All right, well, let's head into our Prime Gaming Agent Select to see, are there any surprises coming into this map too?
Ooh, interesting. For the side of OPTIC here, it does look like they elect to go back to their triple initiator comp. This has probably been my favorite of the ideas that they have shown us on this map, and it was the one that they have been playing most recently. For 𝘼𝘽 here, it is really where he is enabled to play on that chamber.
Yeah, and for Marv, he's going for the Astro. We see, obviously the constant.
इसके बाद rank खेलोगे क्या? नहीं bro, मेरा
depends on player and team taste.
ये lag हो रहा है जब मैं rank खेल रहा हूँ.
क्या पोपो जी ये सब?
What is ISPR?
अरे नहीं, I'm stuttering. मतलब पूरा ऐसा stutter हो रहा है.
PC का क्या?
A marked performance.
नहीं, इंटरनेट का नहीं है. क्योंकि ऑफस्ट्रीम खेल रहा हूँ तो नहीं हो रहा है.
They go back to the
अच्छा तो
only OBS.
Historically, it's kind of an interesting.
अरे मेरे को OBS का अपडेट आया है, मैंने किया नहीं है, वो कर देता हूँ.
मैं भी कभी नहीं किया OBS के अपडेट में लाइफ में नहीं किया.
He goes to Silva here, which gives him the BCJ on the
That's also very bad.
I think the wall swaps have made sense. They've played this in the past. It's looked good in the past, and they've even beaten OPTIC on this map in the past. Grand Finals, NA, to get to Copenhagen. This is a map they've won.
The
question is, can they repeat that?
और नहीं तो भी मेरे से बीच-बीच में स्टटर होता है, इसमें कुछ फिक्स है क्या? पता नहीं क्यों होता है.
मैं वो ढूंढता हूँ ट्विटर में वो ऑप्टिमाइज करने वाला. बात करो.
मैं भी ढूंढता हूँ, रुक जाओ भाई.
बोलता हूँ.
ना भी है 10, 15, 20 डॉलर.
नहीं भाई मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ भाई, मैं HellrangeR ने मांगा, मैं HellrangeR को करा के
Pearl, but it's going to be XSET having to battle against the kind of narratives and the echoes of the past, especially when they played at Copenhagen. They went up against OPTIC there, got knocked down to the lower, getting knocked out of the entirety of the Masters 2 tournament. Ended up playing on both Haven and Ascent.
And they haven't played either of those since being
मेरा कमेंट कभी नहीं पढ़ते पोपो जी, ये लो अभी पढ़ लिया. Sorry boss, FF99.
So there's, as much as Haven was unknown, comes from both, we didn't know how it was going to go. Ascent is back to standard. And that to me is where FNS is able to get the anti-strat going and the attack rounds going. OPTIC going to start on attack here. And with the triple initiator comp, I was never impressed with how OPTIC played it on the attack.
Sure.
Up until recently, where they brought it out against Liquid. And then weirdly, their attack looked better than their defense. Maybe something they've been putting a lot of emphasis on before Jams.
It definitely looks good with this composition. A fast clash. Immediately straight through B main. The players are backing away, but 𝘼𝘽 happy. Filling the pieces. He's going to get traded out though.
Oh, उसने फ्लैश भी डाला ना, KO ने जो स्पॉट नहीं हुआ.
Lose those often.
Only his 12th of the tournament site.
Yeah. That's our first step forward again. Instantaneous trade. Consistent from what we know so far of these teams. There's no messing around. It's a fast play, a double jump straight down. But Crash is still in hell. And a bit shaky with the aim. He can't quite find the third cryo still left standing in that 1v1, and he does not know where the positioning is. FNS again. Critical rotation at just the right time.
Another beautiful round by FNS. Guys, very reminiscent of the one that the Death broke down on Haven.
Instant pivot up through catwalk.
And FNS turns into the lurker to backstab. And
जी आप ऐसा मैच देखते कि खाओ मितास
4-4 against each
I
other.
thought you were really dedicated towards streaming.
It's an even map. But I would argue that
you were my inspiration. Now that you said this, you are no more my inspiration. Yes, Kilosi is now my inspiration.
Yes,
we just haven't seen XSET play it.
Yes, Antare.
OPTIC have gone through a decent evolution, honestly, as well, on a lot of.
Oh, nice recon.
I had a big question wondering where was the next level of innovation going to come from for OPTIC, because they were the ones who really
I'll tell
made
my
their
team
mark.
where
The
to break
compositions popularized that, but that kind of got worked out.
That's how you remember, bro. I thought you were playing Sovano sometimes, so Recon and all.
Teams have made popular.
Too much hopes.
Making it look even better.
Too much expectation.
Refining them.
4A, 1B, and OPTIC going
clash
B.
between the North American teams.
पूजन भाई का रीड तो सही चल रहा है आज।
पूजन भाई आज पूरा फील में है बता रहा। पोपा जी का भी ऐसा होता है गेम कभी-कभी जो जिधर भी रहते हैं खाली रहते हैं जगह। क्या पोपा जी?
कोई दिन ऐसा सबका ही होता है रे मतलब जो
इधर भी जाओ खाली सही प्लेयर मिलते हैं बस। बट ऐसा होता है कभी-कभी वो पोपा जी का भी गलती नहीं है, वो ऑपोनेंट्स की गलती है। तो मैं पोपा जी को बोलता हूँ पोपा जी इनके सामने दिमाग ही मत लगाओ।
अभी भी थोड़ा ओवरथिंक कर लेता है क्या?
अरे देख सिंपल चीज है मैं समझ गया हूँ।
नहीं जिसके सामने
की टू सक्सेस हाँ नहीं अब वो अभी देख की टू सक्सेस इन साउथ एशिया 5 मैन W सिंपल।
पोपा जी सोचेगा अगर
मैं सोचता हूँ लोग मेरे को ही पागल बनाते हैं
बट ओपोनेंट समझता ही नहीं है वो।
हाँ वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना मैं सोचता हूँ ये करेंगे
वो लोग सोचेंगे अरे मैंने ये दिखाया तो शायद ये करेंगे नेक्स्ट।
हाँ ऐसा बट ओपोनेंट कभी-कभी वो देखता ही नहीं है समझता ही नहीं है वो जाता ही नहीं है तो पोपा जी मिडफक हो जाते हैं और हम भी मिडफक हो जाते हैं। अरे पोपा जी क्या कर रहे हैं?
बेचारे तेरी गलती नहीं। I can feel your pain.
Sometimes we tell him, पोपा जी जिनके सामने दिमाग लगाने उनके सामने ही लगाने हैं, बाकी सामने लोग को दिमाग नहीं चाहिए।
Please name South Asian teams where you're not supposed to use brain. Going to create controversy.
क्या मैं तो बोल दूँगा खुला मेजॉरिटी।
मेजॉरिटी नहीं बोल टीम का नाम बोल रहे।
नाम नहीं बोलूँगा मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टीम।
What's going on?
It will be a sense of disrespect because even they will be having their own theory. Like I know HellrangeR will call like this, that's why I'm here.
इसके राशि very diplomatic. When did you learn this?
I'm not diplomatic. It's facts.
Play into it there, Cryo. Tries to take the angle down with the operator.
The most diplomatic people
fight taking
call
place
this
though.
their
How has
diplomacy
Aaron got away with that?
Arzil, I want to be honest on many things.
And then what trade
but I'm in a position I cannot.
You chill.
We're just getting beamed down.
I want to say so many
just
things.
The thought is enough. Just the thought is enough.
By Aaron.
I cannot.
Second's going to clean up. Victory goes for
भाई विक्टर भाई वॉकिंग किया है एंगल दे इतना देखे ही नहीं क्या?
That's the round. Marv doesn't even have a proper rifle to say.
No, he was looking.
Victor is winner.
For XSET, losing
Victor is victory. बोलते.
He had the operator investment as well, but that has been reclaimed by Def. You can see him picking him up there, and he's still locked down the angle.
That's a hero round from Aaron.
But पोपा जी जब भी वॉशरूम जाते हैं स्ट्रेटजी
he is
दिमाग में आ जाते हैं
IGLing their
वो
defensive rounds as well.
और वो जीतते हैं मेजॉरिटी।
वो जीतते
वो राउंड जीतते।
ऐसा वॉशरूम से आते हैं टिश्यू पेपर हाथ साफ करके
तो टैग टाइम आउट ले लो इसको टॉयलेट में
मैं जाता हूँ वॉशरूम टैग टाइम आउट में कभी-कभी जाता हूँ ऐसा जाके सोचता हूँ क्या करना है।
मेरे दिमाग में एक आइडिया है बोलते हैं every single time bro there'll be a call before time out after time out call change guys मेरे दिमाग में एक आइडिया है ये करते चलो
ये HellrangeR सुसु is your friend still
वॉशरूम में कोई है ब्रो आई थिंक वॉशरूम में लाइव फीड चल रहा है शायद पोपा जी
वो एग्जाम में नहीं बाथरूम में तू चिट्ठी डाल के रखता है ऐसे ही इधर में बुक
ऐसे ही वॉशरूम जाओ राउंड जीत के आओ बस 2-0 होने वाला है
They've taken control straight for a cut, and already no time wasted. Crashes. Quick to explode up into it, and now the drone to supplement it. Has to be that fragment need to push them back, Marv. He's caught through the wall.
Oh, Marv died, bro. He had a Vandal.
That's the power of the new fragment grenade.
But they didn't even collect the Vandal.
But they do have space onto the site, so OPTIC have cleared a path for the spike.
Bro, the angle that Def held and the ADS, no?
Get some money being built as well.
Will never work in our rank games, bro.
Yeah, in SCA it's very different, bro. You cannot hold angles first thing.
Feels like OPTIC are very
you need to hold like wide swings always.
Yeah.
You always need to be ready to shoot. Even if you blink your eye, you're dead.
Playing up in mid, trying to capitalize on space that's created elsewhere, but Until 28 seconds left, and now the spike starting to get planted.
Wow, the lockdown being committed as well for the retake.
And Ye's been
Every
spotted.
region is different.
That's a hard
Embrace
read.
your
We know
region.
that Ye likes to play a mid in that kind of fashion. Victor has to make a play here. It's a beautiful set of utility. But the gun's still in the hands of them. The fragment nade on top of it. Victor is doing so much work, but not enough. Not enough.
Oh wait,
and it's pure PM as the last player standing. Sitting duck, an easy target.
मौली बाउंस होके फेल हो गया शायद से।
नहीं डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ लेट हुआ
a couple
थोड़ा।
too many knife kills I think in this tournament.
Too many.
एंड में
चलेगा हाफ बाय के लिए बहुत अच्छा राउंड है।
हाफ बाय राउंड फ्रॉम ऑप्टिक।
किलजॉय अल्ट कमिट करवा दिया। 3 लोग को मार दिया।
Bro, he could break area that XSET have to be aware of.
No, he could have
break in the end. I feel I saw something like getting destroyed.
Fragment nade would have been enough.
I think the fragment grenade. The lockdown was in quite.
I think the nade, right?
They couldn't retrieve the vandal.
It took like
This lockdown destroyed also it came.
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ। It bounced नहीं तो तुम जाता।
No bro, he got detained. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Big ults
It
available.
also got destroyed. You can watch on YouTube.
Both
it happens sometimes
too, and this is going to be so fast.
Yeah.
Def is
At the
instantly going
end
to respond.
it happens.
But it's also bounced off the ulti, so it took like 1 second extra.
It's going to be using Def's own ultimate to try and make the most. And now, control still of
नहीं हुआ
second, not shying away from the fight. Full
सब लोग
confidence
super chat
नहीं रे मान ले रे हम लोग।
No bro, this guys I'll show this guys.
First Def
My chat.
We might see this smokes battle happen so frequently up on catwalk. So it looks like BCJ and Marv have been assigned this area of the map. This time BCJ coming out on top, and Victor setting up this
Lockdown destroyed.
little play with a flash.
Pop flash play, no one playing anti yet still.
Can I say something?
I was facing
You
in
guys
opposite
listen.
direction, so it just didn't affect him that much.
Just kidding. You guys have right to question me.
And he deals with that pesky lurk player.
But yeah, guys.
Optic.
Don't question me.
Contact play.
Go right to him.
Pulling up, swing into cryo. Oh, and then to destroy the horns, legged him in the process, and enough damage for Aaron.
Oh, leg shot.
Prime Gaming flawless
by 2-0
from XSET there, and that was off the back of an attempt at a fast round
देखो guys,
by Optic.
priorities देख रहे हो?
A lot of ultimates being expended on both sides.
हाँ लेके आना इधर, दाल चावल ही लेके आना
pointed out, Brain
हाँ
Crash
भाई,
is finding
खाना,
no value.
no देखो ऐसा वो नहीं होगा पोपल से, मैं चाह रहा हूँ
राजमा चावल है रे।
It wasn't in reaction to the Hunter's Fury.
Rajma.
It was in reaction to the pressure coming off the back
Rajma.
of the Nightfall from FNS. But Crashies must have just thought he was out
यार
of
आज
range.
मजाक उड़ा तो है सीरीज लेते हैं क्या हो गया?
हाँ भाई.
Huge plays by them.
Loving that one. Optic take a timeout very early on.
Part of the course, actually. I think
Very much needed for them to win future rounds.
In the first half, obviously they were getting absolutely dominated.
ये कौन सा mouse use करता है
भाई?
Cosmic
Bite.
Has been quite fast and
No,
losing
Logitech.
Cosmic Bite mouse पर.
Cosmic Bite.
पोपा जी मिसिंग योर रैंक गेम स्ट्रीम्स करेंगे अभी
अरे
चल ही नहीं रहा है अच्छे से मैं ही फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाऊंगा खेलते खेलते पूरा स्टटर हो रहा है
तू
एनीवे फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जा रहा है जब स्टटर भी नहीं होता है तो
what is important is that they start to put some rounds on the board here, and XSET's defense it's really nice the way that they play on Ascent, because the way that they shift roles around makes them into much more of an aggressive team. They've got cryo.
No, Bhavin also offended bro.
नहीं guys swinging on Sova, which is
सब offend हो जाते हो ना सारी guys पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
तू मैं
offend नहीं भाई मेरे को
अरे सुनना तू मैं skills मार्जिन और लूसिया तू सोच तू 1 मुंबई गए 4 बैंगलोर
खेलूंगा ही नहीं कभी ऐसा कोई भी दूसरे लैंग्वेज में सीखता हूँ देख
2 ही प्लेयर चाहिए
हाँ 2 से ज्यादा नहीं समझ रहा है मेजॉरिटी नहीं होना चाहिए किसी का
Lights him up.
Guys, the key to success,
completely blind, but the crossfires are finally aligned.
And
away from a bit of a reload, cryo though, save hands.
बरोबर अभी अपना देख दो बैंगलोर दो महाराष्ट्र और एक सिलचर असम बस
ये क्या कैसे मुझे इनवाइट नहीं दोगे ऐसे साफ बोलो ना ऐसे घुमा फिरा के बोलते हो
नो ब्रो वी हैड दिस कन्वर्सेशन मेनी टाइम्स पोपल जी बोलते हैं 3 एक ही रीजन स्टेट्स के चीज का नहीं चाहिए
वो फिर तीनों खुद में पॉलिटिक्स करके ये कर देते तो 3 चाहिए ही नहीं
3 नहीं चाहिए
हाँ
दो चलेगा
Cryo heats up.
Even distribution.
Cryo heats up.
This could be.
Actually, बात देखा जाए तो even the previous CS team जो हुआ है उसकी वजह से ही problems हुए.
हाँ एक ही रीजन के 3 लोग अपने में बात करके अभी अगर साउथ के है तो कन्नड़ा में बात कर लेंगे या तमिल में बात कर लेंगे या जो भी लैंग्वेज। हाँ, अगर यही बंगाली में एक दूसरे से बात करेंगे तुमको समझेगा भी नहीं क्या बोल रहे हैं,
प्लान कर रहे हैं।
हाँ
हमारा टीम मस्त है भाई, जो भी हो।
हाँ, सीधा मुंह पे बोल देते भाई, खत्म।
And it's again this control
कोई तू चुतिया,
हाँ,
बस तू चुतिया, तू चुतिया।
नहीं मानने का तू चुतिया, बाकी तीन भी बोलते हैं तू चुतिया। हाँ ठीक,
चलो लड़ाई करो।
And he's back and forth, left, right, around generator, and the kills are just flooding in for him.
Oh,
and once more, XSET so clean,
good
so
chemistry,
consistent
bro.
with
Our
the
team,
trades.
Morzil bhaiya.
हौदा bro.
Full fight हो.
Beautiful work by XSET to hold that one back.
कोहली, अच्छा कोहली को भूल गए, पोपा जी भूल गए।
He's being able to crack open the tree.
कोहली अभी आया है ना?
भाई कोहली को तो मैं देख के ही वो अनबन हो गया।
into the A side.
देखो ये सिंपल अपने टीममेट है, अभी नहीं मारेंगे।
Hold off the side tankers.
Oh, one tapped him, baby.
Oh भाई, XSET are feeling it, boys.
The energy is high.
OPTIC का aim थोड़ा left right जा रहा है।
This is what you need to see from XSET. We've definitely showcased in this tournament, or they've definitely showcased, sorry, that they can win. But can they win consistently? Can they bounce back in series? Is their mental strong enough to avoid crumbling? These are all questions that could be answered in this map.
भाई मार्व तो बहुत free kill मार रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है।
Great job in the early rounds here of dismissing everything that OPTIC throw at them.
This matchup here between them and OPTIC is that next great milestone. The thing they've got to overcome here. Top finish.
Oh, shot, bro. They look
XSET. They were watching the notable angles, but Crashies ends up trading. It does have that operated. It could still get scary in a 2v3. Remember that.
Camera operating on delay.
BCJ ends up using his ultimate for a bit of information there. Cancelled it. They know where these two players are. 45 seconds left. There is time to make a move, a play, especially Ye. He's got the rifle. And timing is everything. The peak angle is everything, and Ye wins it out. But still, the spike is dropped. Bit of a backstab play there through market. Smoke propped up, and they know where Ye is. Paranoia scatters across, and it's a cleanup for BCJ.
Oh. Hello, sir.
XSET go up 6-2. An OPTIC
7-5 की OPTIC तो निकाल सकती
with
है।
rifles in
हाँ,
hand.
डिफेंसिव में मार देंगे।
हाँ. This so far
8-4 करके पिस्टल तो भी निकाल सकते हैं।
हाँ, 5 तो चाहिए सेफ है।
हाँ, अगर 4 निकाला तो पिस्टल चाहिए, 5 निकाला तो पिस्टल हारे तो भी जीत सकते हैं।
Now XSET just looks impenetrable on the defense. All of the stuff that FNS was doing on Haven in terms of manipulating defenders, getting lurks into angles, working mid, it all kind of seems absent here.
Still comeback possible, yes sir.
So slightly missing. The OPTIC players looking raring to go almost. Huge amounts of duty. You can see the pull and the horn being used. At the same time, there was a play straight down mid. Using to be peeled back there with the Odin.
The Leviathan set play there. And a suppression onto Arin. Knocks down some of this killshot utility.
It's the time when you should be going in now, but a Hunter's Fury, it offsets all of that aggression. How OPTIC going to be getting back into this one? They still want to make the play. I mean, Def, he can't see a bloody thing. Arin with the crossfire to set up. It's just two.
भाई OPTIC का इतना सामान होने के बाद भी
there's a little bit of luck involved there, Brian. I'm not going to lie. With Def full blinded spraying, but the decision making as well from XSET to absorb the early utility, respond with a Hunter's Fury to keep OPTIC stuck in the choke point, and then fight forwards leads to a prime hit flawless. Look at this. They are not even letting them through the door.
So much confidence.
Yeah, bro. You look very handsome. And then your GE people came and put some
and that's also one of the weaknesses of OPTIC's attack side. Without a jet, without, as Mimi would say, a dive player on the team.
Someone to cut past those choke
points.
But it's all about how you as the defending team adapt
to
just
coming into the crosses, because there's no race to fly around, there's no jet to whoosh.
Their timings of when
there's no Neon, there's no Yoru.
When to fight forwards.
अब तो walk ही नहीं करना पड़ेगा ये भी.
Rounds and a half. OPTIC set up for success when you look at what
they're not like they can't win because
Bulldog on Mao,
without it,
of course, has the headhunter bullets. Anything could
there
happen.
There should be a breach, I guess.
No, bro.
It's difficult.
पापा जी हम क्या खेलते हैं?
हम लोग यही कॉम खेलते थे, फेड की जगह ब्रीच था बस।
ब्रीच हाँ।
Breach is good.
Before Fade came.
I think Fade should have a duelist that can capitalize with speed somehow. Like either a Jet, a Neon or something. I think that's how you maximize the breach.
But in this map, no, Marcel, all narrow angles to clear A-main and stuff.
Yes, Neon will be good.
Awkward, man, so awkward.
No, I mean, breach initiator.
I know, but if you're picking a breach, I feel he's wasted without
up into heaven here for the
duelist. Yeah, but even if there is no duelist, if you still want to run a triple initiator, breach is very useful because for the hopper they can break all this brawler and stuff.
With the right click, Victor running them down, but still only 10 seconds. It's just up to Zekken. He could deny the plant, but he doesn't choose to. Holding, he hears the footsteps. Does he know where the plant is? Close to him. He suspects it. And one shot to the cranium. That would finalize it. A difficult round. XSET really getting pushed to their limits there.
OPTIC have a better hand in defense side because of 3 initiator. उनको info मिलेगा.
His Sova on this map.
But फिर भी कुछ rounds तो चाहिए ना.
And he's
खेलने के लिए rounds चाहिए.
Yeah. Like you might be some advantage, but if you lose the pistol or something, then you're the severe disadvantage. If you make a mistake one round also, you might have losing the game.
You won't have that much confidence in making plays or playing the round, knowing that
you can't take risks.
Risk लेना बहुत कम हो जाएगा.
Burning their second time.
You cannot take any chances.
Have even taken one,
and you have to take risks. You can't play safe and win this.
It's like a repeat of map 1 here. In terms of that first half, who knows what's going to happen from here on out? But you gotta say, OPTIC have just had no answers to the way that XSET are playing this.
IPL cameraman.
It feels like the OPTIC game plan is to try and take a bit of map control, push super heavily through, let's say, Cat, and see if it opens up space elsewhere. And it just isn't. No, there is no space being given up towards the opposite side of the map. If anything, pressuring Catwalk is opening up a bit of space at A main, but they're not utilizing that because they're playing so heavily around mid and a little bit of B main. It just feels like they've got the wrong read here heading into Ascent, and that is pretty reasonable because XSET, it's been a long time since they played Ascent.
Marward नहीं मार रहे, मार रहे हैं ना भाई.
Simply not there. No.
वो unlucky मार रहे हैं बहुत. जितना मैंने देख रहा हूँ.
Peer back into the archives to try and get any
footage.
This map
पे 9-3 याद है.
The amount of time that they had heading into champs, but these are the rounds that matter now for OPTIC. Going to be looking to see if they can get at least 2
अगर तुम लोग को याद है, हम लोग जो खेल रहे हैं उनको तो याद रहेगा ही.
याद रहेगा.
Down in mid here as Cryo takes his operator.
Popaji chose destruction.
There's ops on both sides. Cryo's going to dodge that recon instead of having a teammate break it for him.
Up close and personal there for Cryo. Dashing back.
Serious danger.
Has to burn the updraft just to get out safely, but the Odin's going to be tossed to Second's feet. He's picking up a rifle.
This is one of the things actually that OPTIC have been doing really well, is taking mid control and stopping Cryo from getting access to that area of the map. But any of their pivots through mid to a site are just getting destroyed. A drone over towards A. Now this is going to cement these 3 players in place.
Should at least, but is it enough to try and keep them guessing? Lockdown's going to be used with the Prowler. Surely Aaron lets this one rip now. They are so close towards him. The dart did light them all up, and somehow Zekken did get away with a kill in the middle of all of this. But if you can't break the lockdown, you have to respect it. And OPTIC, but they're just backing out of it.
Only just escaping as well. Null command being used, in fact, by Def.
Yeah, I think Def suspects as well that this hit might be coming through into a different direction, but he's pretty far back into spawn. Doesn't mean Victor ends up using his, but he angled Cryo, just missing this one. And it is a split attempt through Cat, through Tree, straight through main, and Cryo still is being under so much pressure. The 8 deals have been well enough, but Heaven is still locked down, and the spray down. XSET finds their targets, and they shut down the approach of OPTIC.
Last round before the switch.
These side hits are not working by OPTIC. Their players are scattered.
Team ban karke
They're not tight enough to each other to trade. It looks like a scramble as they hit the A side. Gaze's about the only player that gets onto a line. The rest of them grouped up, unable to play off each other. And Aaron on the defense side, IGLing and fragging.
Yeah, this guy is having an absolute world-class game.
Look how happy he is there. 14 and 5, up at the top of the scoreboard right now.
You want to play?
And can OPTIC get one more round We've seen major comebacks. It could make all the difference.
Oh. Try and bait the shot out of Cryo.
Oh.
One more round could be the difference maker. That is a great way to open things up. There is pace behind this one. OPTIC not wasting any time, including that Hunter's Fury. That's going to be scattered across onto the site.
But here come all the rotates, and this is the problem. As soon as OPTIC go through Cat, everyone from XSET responding to it. But this time it's opened up space for YEH.
And YEH has found the gap, and with the Torque Force in his hands, a quick scope, that will do the job. Space game for his team. Knows that nobody else is going to be left standing.
भाई कैसे बोल सकते हैं bro? अभी
Cosmic divided in a way.
The game.
Very tricky ask for XSET to try and find their footing.
एक राउंड नहीं रोशी देख मेरा बात सुन वो पूरे गेम में अभी तेरे को वो तूने एक शॉट नहीं कनेक्ट किया तो पब्लिक क्या बोलती है वो शॉट उसके पहले 50 हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ ना उसके पहले तो 50 शॉट मार ले तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा
उसका फ्रैक्चर ये देखा भाई उसका पिछला सीरीज एक शॉट मिस नहीं किया पूरा गेम ऐसा मारा है
One after the
other.
They do get that 9-3.
ऐसा डिसरिस्पेक्ट मत करो ब्रो
डिसरिस्पेक्ट मत करो लाइक सब्सक्राइब करो
Is it too late?
Yeah, that is going to be the big question, but maybe the analyst desk.
अभी तक 1.7k भी नहीं होएगा
Send it down to them to break down the first half of this map.
I posted. Thanks,
Victor. The crowd behind us, if you just heard them a second ago, are clearly still so fired up for OPTIC and skills on our hands. What a massive difference from XSET, from just going one defensive round last map to now 9 straight in a row. Of course, OPTIC taking one away from them at the end to break the streak, but still, just a massive difference.
Last map ही क्या मारा उसने?
This guy right here.
He's been playing so good
because good lord. Aaron is putting up numbers. We were talking about this coming into this, that Aaron had a little bit, you know, he's typically the quieter player on this roster. Not the one who really puts up big numbers. We've seen it a couple times from him on Pearl, but man, from the outset, his play coming through here with this has just been phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, this defensive-sided calling from XSET continues to be phenomenal. Look at this setup. A perfect crossfire across the line for XSET. OPTIC just runs into it. They are looking lost on some of these executes. It's because XSET is so well put together on holding against him. Aaron is stepping up, Def is stepping up. All the players that were criticized at their last international showing from Copenhagen for struggling on land are absolutely fired up.
अरे भाई मजाक में बोला था फिर मैं भी मजाक है
And another player that we should talk about is YEH, because he's the one that everybody for OPTIC is always looking to. They're expecting him to put up these big numbers
one of the best
carry the team through this.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a slow start for him.
He never caught
my eye before. Happen on the first map of Haven. In that first half, he was not really finding that much impact. As soon as they swapped sides, that's when El Diablo really started coming back in. Right now, BCJ scoreline is 6-6-6. I think he might have just inadvertently summoned El Diablo for this next half, because as they get ready to swap sides, the signs are right there. As they get ready to swap sides, he's got those defending lineups, the defensive sight lines rather on this chamber.
भाई OPTIC round के हारा वो बारे में तो बात किया ही नहीं.
Ryan and Arya, Dada Sports.
All right, well, let's get back into the second half and see if we're going to have another reversal. Let's go back to our casters.
OPTIC round के हारा डेस ने तो बात ही नहीं किया.
So far,
bro, that's why they're so broad, na? It doesn't make
on the way. It started typically with these pistol rounds. I think they've won every single pistol round.
I'm sure our audience enjoys it.
Get it done there.
The comeback.
I think actually they are doing it for the broader audience.
Getting 4 kills in that round 30.
हम लोग professional player तो हम लोग वही आँख से देखते हैं ना कि
leading in terms of the first bloods. YEH didn't get a single one in the first half of a set.
Like
that is so unusual for El Diablo.
कम में और
demon of first
casual
kills.
audience ज़्यादा है.
हाँ.
He's been a menace over the course of this tournament.
But now he's on the defense.
हमको भी बोला क्या
all the way through. XSET going to be cutting it across. Quick dash to the side has to be dealt with, and there's an instantaneous trade. The will fall. Dad is doing a decent amount to gather that information. It does grab Crashies.
The comeback starts from here.
हाँ comeback करो
They
भाई.
must have thought Crashies was cleared by that fragment.
Nice रे Crashies.
Drops down again.
Drops down into hell.
ओ भाई क्या fast आए रे इन लोग.
ओ भाई.
Beautiful stuff by Crashies. With XSET trying to bait the swings. Saw there was a tap of the spike, trying to make sure that that retake was shut down. But beautiful opening by Crashies.
लोग ही बोलो OPTIC जीतेंगे ठीक है. तभी देखेंगे.
That is 4 out of 4 pistol rounds going the way of OPTIC. It's been a major factor in terms of how they were able to turn map 1 around, and it's going to make this map somewhat feasible. Even after
हाय भाविन, एक भी मैसेज नहीं पढ़ता है अनरियल डिस्ट्रिक्ट। अरे ऐसा थोड़ी अजय भाई, पढ़ा मैंने आपका मैसेज।
These kind of are the best
on this map. They have been good on their defense side. It often looks like their better side on Ascent when they play this triple initiator composition.
Yay taking an early peek out catwalk there and uses rendezvous to get all the way back into mid for another peek into mid. Using that mobility on Chamber pretty wonderfully. And OPTIC did struggle a little bit with their defense side against Liquid on Ascent.
Yeah.
But in general, they are such a good defense side team on this map. So the question is, can they tap into that history? Can they tap into those incredible defensive protocols they've showcased previously?
That's what I mean. In other matches, you do see them. They use...
Nothing, you idiots. Dr. Dre's dead. He's locked up in my basement.
Making sure that it's very difficult for any sort of attackers to get presence in the choke points, shut them down, cut them up.
And while we're talking about the questions of whether or not they're going to be able to, you know, brush off the loss in a comeback of map 1, whether they've got that championship mentality, you just know it's there from OPTIC. Prime
let's go OPTIC
to round 15 now.
खत्म करो। अच्छा खेल के खत्म करो।
They've showcased it time and again.
गंदा खेल के तो खत्म नहीं कर
Starting a year ago.
अब दोनों टीम अच्छा खेले 13-11 हो जाए।
Guaranteed themselves top 3 at every event in 2022.
One of the most consistent teams that we have on the international stage.
अजय का मैसेज डिलीट हो रहा है। ये तुम लोग मेरे साथ वापस स्कैम कर रहे हो, मेरे को मालूम है।
They know that they're good for a Josh.
मत करो, लास्ट टाइम कर दिया तुम लोग ने।
Simply don't phase them.
क्या हुआ?
लास्ट टाइम मैं 2 मिनट के लिए नीचे गया था, मेरा चैट बोल रहा है नाइट बॉट सब चैट डिलीट कर रहे हैं। जितने भी चैट है ना लास्ट 2 मिनट के सब डिलीट हो गए। तो मैं बोला कि क्या अच्छा होएगा, एक्चुअली नाइट बॉट को रिमूव मॉडरेटर कर दिया, फिर सब हंस रहे हा 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 हो गया प्रैंक। मैं बोला तुम्हारी तो
इसने कोरियोग्राफ किया लेकिन
वो पता नहीं ना।
हम भी करते हैं ना पोपो जी का
डिस्कॉर्ड। एक तो डेविल रहेगा ना जो बोलेगा
Looks like this attack side from XSET with Def calling is going to
दोस्त लोग ऐसा
very slow affair.
David Marshall, the guys are menace with it. That long sightline angle, there has to be respect being shown. You can see XSET immediately backing away from it. They want nothing to do with that.
बोनस राउंड इतना प्रेशर में खेल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग।
And if Cryo decides to try and engage, I mean, he's already lost the
dash. बहुत comfortable खेल रहा है
बोनस से। He was to try an entry.
एक्चुअली ऐसा लग रहा है तड़प के खेल रहा है।
हाँ, तड़प के खेल रहा है। देख सकते हैं।
भाई उसने क्लोज एंगल के लिए मॉली डाला।
हाँ।
It just feels like he's on every
3-man A shot push अच्छा कॉल है, but जिंदा रहना पड़ेगा।
Going to have to be used to push him out of stairs.
Oh no, they know.
Out into mid. They are squeezing XSET right now. Positioning is known. All the players are grouped up into B main.
Yeah, he should get at least 1 kill Popa. Oh, never mind. इधर ही खत्म हो रहा है।
He's eventually going to go down traded, and now 13 seconds is left, and all of that damage prior. Well, they're going to make their way onto the site. They're going to make their mark. Spike has to be planted here, and it's an opening for them. Pushing them sides into the lane. The weaponry now is down to the 1v1. Crashies versus Death. And a quick
nice Crashies.
Crashies reigns supreme.
भाई ये reload गेम खेल रहे हैं दोनों, ऐसा लग रहा है कोई।
What a clutch by Crashies. He is so good in these situations. 1v1s, 1v2s. That's the domain of OPTIC's initiator
broke the door himself.
Just the way that Ye was just constant.
No, he did not.
He's everywhere. Yeah, he was on every angle.
Market, B main, watching main again.
And
you can get people by surprise, bro.
To play to their strengths. Mark
yeah,
gets to trade.
You can
That's
surprise
what he
one,
loves
I
to
think.
do.
But then he drops
Just
his
gets
guard.
to clutch. That's what he loves to do. An OPTIC win a bonus to push things forwards and make the comeback absolutely doable now.
Familiar sights.
उन्होंने सीज पुल सब कुछ डाल दिया रोकने के लिए।
Massively important round for OPTIC to win. You can hear the crowd is firmly behind them.
Stingers भाई देख 4 stingers है पोपो जी।
XSET have got to find some magic, I think, to try and pull their way through this one. But with Ye in top form like this,
oops,
defensive play on the chamber. Yeah, it's a bit of a whiff there with a fragment nade. Angle has to be watched here for Victor because there is a fast bit of pace injected in one after the other, but still Aaron
nice, यही बोलते El Diablo.
both of these teams demonstrating that they know exactly what to do against a full tree push.
no. We're in for a game now.
इसने aim leg पे क्यों रखा था? वो bottom mid के लिए रखा था.
You know, 4-1 pushes where there's just a single player in a
shot पे नहीं लगा था इसलिए. वो bottom mid के लिए लगा.
भाई अभी ऑप्टिक जीत गया तो फर्स्ट मास्टर्स का ही अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल रिपीट ना लाउड वर्सेस ऑप्टिक ये साल का फर्स्ट मास्टर्स का ही.
नहीं वो लोग फाइनल्स पे खेले ना.
दोनों में खेले अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल में भी खेले ग्रैंड फाइनल में भी खेले.
No command on both sides and that is why Marv is in spawn. He is determined not to get hit by this from death so that he can still use the pulls on both sides of the map.
Deploying drone. He's quite worried about it. Drone over the top now for Zekken, wants to try and re-clear through into mid. Doesn't get too much
Firebolt.
though. I believe that was broken down by Marv.
And that drone from Crashies also doesn't spot BCJ, but it does allow Crashies to jiggle peek, and now he spots the Omen. Are they ready to hold off? Knife is so good. Another
split. spotted so good fuck, full info, bro.
There was an attempt at an A split. Well, look where the spikes
Fox
landing.
off having like triple initiator.
Bit of a fake play by XSET, but the re-clear remain. OPTIC,
oh, shot.
They have control of it. Crashes is taking liberties with the jump peek as well. Have to respect the knife though.
You watch
it scrambling a little bit now.
Yeah, you watch.
जिधर भी जा रहे हैं हाँ सब जगह इन्फो. अभी शॉट पे रिकॉर्ड मार देगा घुसते रहेंगे स्मोक करके तो स्मोक भी नहीं है. Garden recon आ रहा है.
All of the information on this side of the map. Yeah. You watch Crashies and he's never worried.
Cut noise re-hit. Dash now into that cloud burst. Moving forwards. There's Victor watching that angle with Crashies as well. Odin in his hands. Great wallbang angle. Couple of shock darts.
Oh, bye.
Soften up the opposition. Marv's got a lovely line. The angle is being found, but Zekken wants to fight it anyway. Brute force has to be the name of the game, but the spike is dropped down anyway. There will be no reclaiming of it. And a swing through from OPTIC. All the players, with the exception of Marv, surviving, carrying forward the guns.
Dream success live, yes.
I know how XSET are feeling right now.
Feels like
I have been here. I felt this.
5 rounds in a row now.
And I know how OPTIC are feeling.
The aggression coming out from Victor and Crashies to gather proactive information.
जब सब जगह ऐसा शटडाउन हो रहे हैं ये हो रहा है फिर बाद में करना क्या है वही नहीं समझ आता है. हम लोग भी हारे ना भाई 5-12 से. I know how both sides feel.
I mean, XSET did a great job in the first half, bouncing back.
Oh, it was.
But this is testing them even further.
How do you deal with this one?
Odin goes.
Wow, bro. Such a descriptive.
It is a bit of a half buy.
3, 2, 1. Odin goes.
Not enough to buy for XSET to fully invest into this one.
Goose
And they have
guy,
managed to
bhai.
find themselves a bit of space onto lane. Moving forwards. Crashes though. Evading them for the time. Making sure that he buys enough time for the rest of his team to rotate in. So they are willing to give them the site and the plant.
What a great...
On the top though, you got to be careful of this one.
Oh, lane. Oh, bullet khatam ho gaya.
You can't counter spam. They just don't have good enough weapons.
No, the Stinger's not enough to try and get through it. It has to be a re-clear. XSET want to try and play fast and loose in this one. Fighting for control of stairs, but a nade over the top. Damage is being done, and Aaron.
Fusion by a frag ke liye nahi
easily.
khelte.
Nice retake by OPTIC, and that is going to put them
in
this series.
Because I keep going and throwing. No, I need someone to secure rounds and stuff.
So you admit?
XSET were only able to
yeah.
अदर चोट जब मैं करता हूँ तब नहीं पसंद आता है जब पूजन करे तो पसंद आता है.
अरे पसंद आते ना.
मजाक कर रहा हूँ.
नहीं पोपची करके नहीं. We lose because the distance between Pujan and the teammates are very close. The distance between Anders Popaji is very far.
Because you are going in before anyone else is going in.
Not evenly matching how strong they are on ascent defense.
Current Fnatic versus DRX, yes.
Both of the coaches here, a small smile on Chat's face as he realizes that they are in control of this map, in control of this match. And Don looks worried.
Let's go, Chet Singh.
Rightfully so, I think.
Going, bro.
Silver lining for XSET coming into this one is that they do have a ton of ultimates to work with moving forwards. Every single one.
Bro, I cannot play with this monitor stand, bro.
The reason why they're in that position is that they haven't been able to cook up a game plan to actually use them in prior rounds.
You put such simple problems like a simple solution, bro.
Their slow-paced style on Haven Gave OPTIC so many
कल
troubles.
तो लूज सिचुएशन हो गया था कहाँ है यार
ज़्यादा मत बोलो पापा जी के बारे में इतना उठवा लूंगा घर से अच्छा ऐसा मत करो भाई I am the sole son of my parents. Let me take care of them. Good, very good.
Arguably the greatest roster.
You are the soul,
I
bro.
wouldn't even say arguably.
Yeah, I'm the sole son.
You are the soul. Over the last 12 months, and XSET
No,
new
Popo
to this kind
is
of
mine,
stage.
sorry.
Although a familiar opponent across the stage.
And there might be a bit of action occurring now in mid. Exchange that utility. Flash over the top. You can feel the XSET players there. They were patient, playing anti-flash.
I really like this set play that people have taken from Leviathan. Just trying to throw a wrench into the spokes early and knock XSET off their plan coming out of the timeout.
ये round थोड़ा लग रहा है XSET जीत सकते हैं.
Hasn't been much played.
5 अल्ट तो है.
और जाके information भी नहीं दे रहे उनको ऐसा बग के.
It's the one that they have to win. Money's running low. This is a full investment into the round. You got 5 ultimates.
तुम बेटा पता है क्या जल्दी select किया तो defense मिलता है. ऐसा है क्या? पता नहीं भाई. Ranked में है क्या ऐसा?
XSET are playing so passively for extremity control right now, and it's just giving OPTIC so much.
Wow, the bro league gamers crazy ball.
So early.
It is randomized.
It's just going to be flashing to re-clear it. I mean,
they are ultra confident.
अभी एक को shots miss ही नहीं करना है, miss किया तो हार गए.
Even if it is an A split, to hold on to A.
And XSET, all these attempts to try and fake that it might be an A split,
gave the call, yes,
are just being boomed. The knife gets information, it only tags onto the one player. So OPTIC, they know that this hit's coming through now. No command has to come through, and Yay just a slight tag. Bleed damage being done with a quick scope, but eventually
Voila.
still knocking Death to his feet. Time is running short though. 10 seconds in a round, there has to be that plant.
And here's where the ultimates are really working for XSET. Utilizing the lockdown and the null command. Left OPTIC in a sad spot. Hunter's Fury is going to be used proactively here. There is a timing and a target is eventually found.
चलेगा 3 अल्ट यूज हो गए.
Critical one at that. Victor, he had the knife.
I'm the new coach of VLT leagues on your stream. Okay, thank you for the weeks. What's up, Vishal? What's up, welcome to stream, bro.
Look really doable with the manpower that they've got.
But any exits here are going to be devastating for XSET. The economy difference could not be larger.
And no one's clearing the one side.
Concussing it.
BCJ's managed to get his way past. TP across. The players are just absolutely choked up, bogged down. Might be able to get away with a rifle here. He does indeed. So just 2 weapons being saved for the next one. But at least they do get that round online. XSET was struggling to gain that first attack round.
अभी XSET एकदम पीछे से खेल रहा है यार. मतलब चाकू के लिए रुक रहे हैं, फिर एशॉट पे प्रेशर कर रहे हैं.
राउंड स्टार्टिंग में खेल रहे प्रॉपर्ली.
Absolutely right, but it was the ultimates to me that made the difference. They're not going to have a null command next time. They're not going to have a lockdown to put that level of pressure on.
ये का पहला शॉट अगर थोड़ा रुकता तो मार देता रे.
हाँ थोड़ा. अरे वो पोजीशन ही ऐसा है भाई कि तेरे को बी में से भी पड़ सकता है बुलेट, तो तेरे को निकलना पड़ेगा जल्दी. मैं भी उस पोजीशन में बहुत शॉट्स मिस किया हूँ. बहुत कंफ्यूजन है एंगल.
वो तो है.
कौन सा एंगल?
The CT above CT barrels.
got it.
Very confusing. I missed so many shots from there. It's a good angle, but it's your mind should be very clear to.
At least within the next 20 seconds, they are.
Mind should be clear, ever.
Defensive setup. On this one sideline angle.
Empty your mind.
Marv's got his back as well. He's ready to watch.
My mind is always empty, brother.
Just in case there is a peak timing. And XSET again biding their time on these attack side
London
rounds.
Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Surprised he missed that one.
Doesn't actually respect them enough to back away. Finally, though, he's going to use his rendezvous.
Oh no, yeah, no throw.
There was a 0 point there, and I'm not sure whether he caught second.
Slow like this, Josh. I don't think it quite makes sense against a triple initiator comp. They have so many tools to slow you down, and when Ye's got the operator as well, it's just one
beginning
more
of the
obstacle
end.
in their path.
Ye already getting onto the B main sight line. Not worried about people being posted up there because of how slow XSET are playing.
What is the game plan? BCJ has the ult. He could pivot with the spike in his hands. He could go anywhere, but
they just look so scattered.
Yeah, XSET are all over the place right now. Slight miss there from Ye.
Oh no, that kill
in the chamber.
That kill would have decided the game.
Is gonna be
the round.
slowing them all the way down to a crawl. Down over the top, lights them all up as well. But a fragment nade stops anyone from pushing through. But they have to deal with crashes.
Oh, nice
this
kill.
guy's still in the corner. A beautiful flash. Not enough
nice
time.
Flash.
There has to be a spike plan, and I just don't think Aaron's got it.
Papa.
The only way he wins this is by forcing a fight, and he just can't do
Papa?
it.
क्या?
Flash.
Yeah, he donates an operator to the cause there.
वो वाला जो है ना सिटी से जो डालते हैं हाँ
But it's OPTIC responding to get up to 10-10.
अगेन अपना बैक साइड कोई खेलता किधर
देखो पापा हम भी सेम ही है पापा सेम चीज ही करते हैं
हाँ पर बैक साइड कोई खेलता नहीं है ना मारने के लिए
हम बीमेन भी मर जाते हैं
Every corner they turn around,
जिएंगे बीमेन पे मरेंगे बीमेन
play slowly, use so much utility, jiggle peek every corner.
Popo plus guys हमारा भी ऐसे ही है सेम टू सेम है बहुत चीजें बट हम करने से पहले मर जाते हैं
We've seen it time and time again. A dart, a knife, anything to slow it all down.
Fuck yeah, why is this?
Again, they're using so much utility, paranoia off the rip, and a turret, and trying to wallbang spam, and yeah, he's still there. However, XSET have shown a couple of different looks. While they were playing pretty heavily over mid control early on in this half, now they're playing heavy over extremities. They've got Zekan up.
Why do I feel like Popa Valorant की watching बहुत कम हो गया?
At the minute mark, go back.
हो गया क्या इसलिए?
नहीं लगता Popa आपको?
Control, but it was a deeper smoke, and I don't think he cleared wine.
It's actually reduced, bro.
He's worried about that. Marv has been
Hello?
in there every now and then.
Huh? What?
It's actually reduced.
So much reduced, bro. Like
the first champion itself in the Sentinels one had the highest viewing.
Caught in that 0 point.
बहुत
Kept
कम हो
reducing.
गया. Hardly out.
It looks like XSET are grouping up now.
On official channel 82k, Tariq 100k.
Withdrawn.
Yeah, and here comes the play. Flashed. Oh, that's dodged by
Nice
spray down. The guy just can't be stopped. In fact, he wants to take the fight to him. One after another, 3 kills
holy
under his belt. Cryo has got to try and pick up the pieces of this round, but with only 15 seconds remaining, the spike is in such an unfavorable position. No one's able to retrieve it.
10 seconds left.
Let's go OPTIC.
XSET just have to hold on
किधर
to these
जाना है
guns
बताओ?
for the sake
फटक
of
से
Where to
जाते
go,
हैं.
bro? Tell me.
Where to go, bro?
They've been put in that position.
Upper bracket final.
And that is gonna be a blow.
Sentinels को qualify तो होना.
Losing Zekan's rifle.
वो थोड़ा फेवरेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए ना इसके लिए
मतलब ऐसा सेंटिनल टीम ऐसा देखने के लिए मजा आता है भाई
हाँ अभी सेंटिनल जाएगा G2 भी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है
G2 भी आएगा
Look at this, the nightfall, sound cues cut up, pop flash plays, Victor's anchoring it down, he's got teammates to help him out.
And just thinking about what Ye is doing, right? On the first half, I said he had 0 first kills. He went 0 and 2 in terms of his first duels. Quite strange, in fact, that he only took 2 first duels, when Ye normally takes a ton. In this half, now that he's on the defensive side, he's been able to take 3 and won them all. So no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, back to that statistical relevancy.
But just a massive swing that's making a lot of difference. It feels like the win condition for OPTIC, I mean, obviously there's more to it than this, but at its simplest point, it does feel like
2k likes पूरे करो जल्दी
नहीं
अच्छा ठीक है 45 के पूरे करो जल्दी बस
कर दिया
back-to-back maps, saying a huge gulf between them in the rounds, but OPTIC have been able to wrangle back control.
And remember that it was
OPTIC
that started XSET's crumble at Copenhagen. It was these 2 maps, Haven and Ascent, where XSET got eliminated by Leviathan. There'll be so much playing in the backs of their minds, especially after that comeback from Haven. And if OPTIC are able to pull this off, we will have a guaranteed repeat run finalist. And an opportunity for
भाई मैं एक प्लेयर को देखना बहुत मिस करता हूँ भाई क्रॉनिकल
हाँ भाई क्रॉनिकल की वैंडल महाकसम
भाई
क्या मारता था
भाई वो एल्बो से खड़े रह के उसने बाइंड पे मारा था ना
And you have to cancel the drone there. The knife was going to
5-man rush हो रहा है दोस्तों finally.
XSET haven't really gone for a burst play at any point in this half.
Smoke dropped up, paranoia. As a seize, it connects onto him.
Perfect timing.
Yep, Cryo is in such a dangerous situation.
भाई पहली बार देख रहा हूँ ये लोग properly ऐसे किया है like
just trying to play up close and personal. Cryo. It's a lovely angle to take. He has dealt with Mars easily enough. There's an attempt. A play was being made there by FNS, but he's also shut down. And finally, XSET are able to gain some ground.
Which team am I supporting? This series, this game.
On a force buy round with weak weaponry seems to have worked beautifully for XSET. And EA wants none of it. I mean, EA is just saving.
Yeah, just backing away. You think about when OPTIC were last playing a set in a Team Liquid game, the thing that they were struggling with when they're on their
देख रहे silver strats always work. Sometimes unexpected things will always work.
Oh wait,
sounds counterproductive, I think, when you're going up against a triple initiator comp, because you saw how much Cryo got stopped down. There was a siege in his feet.
You have to dodge C's, you have to dodge the Haunt. The Haunt's going to be comboed with a flash and a recon.
Yeah.
It becomes extremely difficult to burst into these sites. But one of the big advantages that it has for XSET is that they've been the best team for trading each other. In the tournament, the only team that trades more than 20% of their deaths.
Yeah. It's a really clean round. You can see that the way XSET was setting themselves up there on the right lines, post-plan protocols.
Do they go and try that another couple of times? Maybe a B burst, something like this? This is the serious question. Mind games and how deep your strat book goes become really important once you get to round 20, 23, 24.
OT का game लग रहा है मेरे को.
भाई नहीं भाई, energy नहीं है भाई.
11-11. There's the score line.
I'm surviving on 4 hours of sleep.
Deep smoke straight down mid. There is still no trademark. You have to worry about the Prowler. Oh, BCJ is down the open.
क्या बोल रहा है उसने कैसे मार दिया उसको?
Never should have been able to get away with that.
Animation.
Now XSET grouping up towards B. They have a lockdown that they could use here. And Crashies has ult to try and deny it. But that takes Crashies out of the picture for a little while. And stops his recon dart or his drone being a problem.
Oh, rush कर दिया भाई.
अरे क्या कर रहे हैं? Drone कर रहा है.
Killjoy lockdown Crashies. Why are you droning there? Knife into the back, holding the angle, he just expects it, but there is discipline. He's just suppressed. Yeah, XSET were just so well drilled, they didn't burst their way into the site, they didn't flood in like he was expecting, and Crashies, he's got no choice but to try and slowly evade them. And another save for Ye.
वो क्यों नहीं की चाचा? उसके बाद suppress था क्या? बचा के रखा था?
नहीं, suppress. अच्छा, okay, हाँ.
बचा के रखा था knife शायद इसलिए.
XSET ended up going for without even smokes to work with.
No.
BCJ dead off the rip, and XSET still make a B burst play work.
I can feel Ye. बेचारा कोई नहीं है उसका
a counter on the other side. I mean, that is XSET pulling a magical round out, and also leaning into what's currently been working for them after the timeout.
Big burst he plays.
Burst executes. Yeah. They've gone A, and then they ran a bit of a default into a B exec. Can they keep this going, or will OPTIC find the counter?
Third map जा रहा है क्या?
Well, OPTIC have one more opportunity to do so. It's going to put XSET on that map point. Necessary for them if they wanted to bring us to that third and final map of Pearl. Everybody wants to see it.
One enemy remaining. Apart from OPTIC.
Yeah, they'd love to just clean this one up. PCJ reapplying the shades, okay.
He's a cool customer. Crashy still has this ult to work with though. And they're going for a double operator setup. This is frequently what OPTIC are going to go for if they have money for it at the end of a half.
Yeah.
So Marved holding at the back of B. While Ye might consider looking for a peek into a main, or perhaps just going to play an anchor position.
Technical timeout.
Oh no!
This
is where the OT comes to play.
In this series.
One of the most important rounds in the series. For XSET, for OPTIC.
Hey,
nice a slight glimpse of that minimap. You can see it is XSET leaning towards that A main area. Spike in tow. Crashes is there with his Hunter's Fury. Didn't end up using it in the prior round. The crowd seems to be behind the sides of OPTIC. One of the first times I've heard any sort of cheers for them.
Yeah. Notoriously have the crowd against them in many of these tournaments.
Yeah.
And they've said before that they don't like it, but it makes them angry and the anger fires them up. So they frequently perform well when the crowd is against them. This is a bit of a different vibe here. XSET definitely have fallen into the heel role here in Istanbul. But I think this round coming up just defines so much about XSET's story. If they let
ये सीज है ना कभी कभी बहुत लालच देता है कि पीक करके मार दूं पर अगर मल्टीपल लोग रहते हैं तो
वो ऑपोनेंट चीज होता है तभी
हाँ
वो भाई कनेक्ट कर दिया
Cryo still returns of one though. Ye was capitalizing off the chaos. He tried to put himself up onto that line and he was shut down in the process.
And that's the main reason that Crashies goes for the ult, is to set Ye up on that.
Let's go over time.
Cryo still with the punish.
Strong dodge, they're retrieving the
Oh no, he didn't check the box.
Still want to go for a double op setup, or rather Marv does now pick back up the Vandal.
उन्होंने सुन लिया उसको शायद वाइन
But I think
में
they still have one over a B.
I'm curious what the players
Vine's
here,
nice
because Cryo's
one,
sitting with
immense
that spike
numbers.
online. I see BCJ with the ult. Are they going to be trying to get the spike dropped onto him, try and pivot into a B hit? It's all really crumbling because Crashies, I mean, the guy's just sitting nice and pretty in wine. Smoke to try and get him out. Of course, the backup is there, playing inside the smoke. Sidestep, side dodge, Cryo is making the most of it, and yeah, he's a one-man army! Tips his way across, an attempt is being played. Cryo, he's got the spike, and BCJ wants to regroup with him. He's going to teleport back to his teammate.
It's an impossible choice for FNS. But he picks correctly, goes into A, which is where the spike has been planted here.
Sees connects, he sees it as a double swing, but it's the win nevertheless. Clean trades is what carries it through for XSET, and we will see map number 3.
Nice try.
Pure relief painted onto the face of the XSET guys as they fend off a comeback, keep the mental strong, and secure ascent, sending us the Pearl.
Good night, bro.
Pearl है
I really thought they were going to let that
Hell भाई चैट पढ़ लो पढ़ा अर्जुन अच्छा तू जा रहा है हाँ मैं थर्ड मैप कर रहा हूँ गाइस कहाँ करके खाऊंगा फिर
चलो गाइस
It wasn't the case. Got control back. They cooked up a game plan at the very last minute of this map.
And the game plan in those final few rounds was such a good adaptation. And crucially, in the final round,
be right back.
They killed El Diablo. They shut down the monster.
City idea as well. They wanted to go for that classic play.
अरे बाखरवाड़ी है रे गाड़ी में लेके आना चाहिए था
But they were forced to adapt
नीचे जाके थोड़ी
and did a great job of it. Don still taunting the crowd, still playing against them. And heading into Pearl, I mean, this is the perfect way to finish an NA versus NA match. You heard the EU teams and coaches talking about it before. They said, Pearl's been a bit weak. That's one of the reasons why EMEA has struggled here.
Yeah.
But Pearl has been great for the NA team, so we don't know which team is going to be better. It's such an unknown.
Which team is going to be better? That is the question. But it's a question for our analyst desk as we go to a short break. On the other side of things, they're going to be breaking down the action and setting us up for map number 3, so don't go anywhere.
OPTIC have done a very good job of bringing us back, honestly, when they were at such a big deficit.
Run B. Wait, one B. B. Fast elbow.
Salah lagi.
Cancel.
Okay, listen to me. I'm gambling a B split. I'm gambling a
They can go mid towards on you guys. I'm only holding frost one down.
I think it's gonna be their B split.
Yes,
There's 3 elbow. It's gonna be 3 elbow and 2 main. Jake has mid, don't worry.
Kita bisa ke
Cok, kali ini gua ke kiri ya, ke kanan kagak ada.
Lu bisa ke atas sih kalau mau Gi.
Iya, gua ke atas. I promise it's a B strat.
Yeah, just waiting right now probably.
Gua recon sekarang.
Ada trap di kanan.
Go flank.
Wall here. Smoked.
Kiri, lari dia.
Recon. Left side. Swing in left. Can you come, Jake? Come.
2 backside, 1 Cina.
Cina mati. Sabar.
Backside.
I'm flanking. They're not flanking.
Yo,
Tight. Just touch. Watch your back, Jake. Watch your back.
Nice.
Watch your back.
Guys, one pillar. Chill. We have a flank. Hold.
Do we know where? The angle's being watched. Bolo, though, he does not expect to crash. He's still holding it.
Satu lagi pit, ada sofa. Backset. Nice.
Sabar.
Another incredible play from the Viper. He gets down the pit as well. Marv just snuck his way in.
One more bit.
As much as Ye is doing for OPTIC, Tebotol is there for Boo. 31 kill.
All right, welcome back. What a crazy map that just was. Not what we were expecting. It seemed like OPTIC was really coming back on their map pick and that they were absolutely dominating. And I think all of us here expected them to just take it, but then XSET out of left field. What changed?
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy out of XSET in particular, right? Because you come out of losing a map that I'm sure was absolutely booming to let slip away. It looks like it's going to happen again. The crowd is chanting against you. You're the team that's not favored. You're the younger squad. And still somehow they clutch it up with like 2 rounds at the very final moment to push us to a 3rd.
It's just yet another case of like picking a map and then not being able to close out on your own map pick. You can see that over preparation coming through to try to make sure that you can take down your opponents where you think that they're going to take you to. And XSET, they barely scraped by with the win. It's been back and forth, trading off who was topping the charts here for the squad. Second, Aaron, Cryo, everybody really just putting up some solid numbers.
I mean, I think this matchup was very interesting because it was, in particular, kind of defined by the initiator players there between the 2 Sovas, and in particular by Zekin. That closes out Ascent there, but in the future, it's going to be kind of defined by these 2 players, Zekin and Victor. They're both such incredibly flexible players for their squads. On the next map, they pivot on over. Zekin's playing the Neon. Victor tends to play on the KO there. Here, Victor's switching on to a different role. The flexibility is a big part of both of these squad successes, and both these players have been stepping up. But in particular, I think it's been Zekin that has been the more impressive, particularly with how young he is, how inexperienced he is, and he's still making a show on this stage.
For sure. I mean, just look at the streaks here at the very bottom of your screen coming through. I mean, XSET, they start things off. They have a monstrous 9-round streak. Can't quite close out the final one there. And that is what starts the snowball there for OPTIC. But they get so damn close. But these crucially timed timeouts coming through from the side of XSET have been a bit of a difference maker. You can see it being able to slow OPTIC down. Psycho coming in, talking to the team. He's been able to pump the brakes and really just right the ship when things are starting to go askew, and that's what helped them close this out.
Yeah, thus far, well, I think map number 1 could be defined in a way by, you know, some of what the preparation was going in with OPTIC trying something new. The rest of the series has been who adapts better on the fly, who off of those pauses is coming up with the best idea when the going gets tough. I think the casters talked about this really well, in that when you get into these crazy late round situations, being the team that can show something new, that can come up with that idea on the fly, really can push you over the line. And XSET did that in these final moments, right? They make the gamble on this eco round to just rush into A, completely change the pace, and it works for them. They're rewarded with the map win.
Especially after we've seen them take so many of these rounds so slowly. We're getting down to 20 seconds and they're rotating to another site, not even getting near planting. And then all of a sudden they kind of just bum rush in there, and there it is.
Yeah.
I mean, down to the wire. This looked like this absolutely could have been disastrous for XSET. They have the lineup, but they just can't quite get that bang shot to come through. Maybe if you had a Vandal instead of a Phantom, perhaps you'd have enough punch to make it happen. But either way, we're getting what we wanted. We've been begging. As soon as we saw the draft, go all the way to 3, show us Pearl between these two teams that have looked dominant on that map, and now we get it.
And who do we think is going to take it? Both have obviously looked amazing.
I have no idea.
XSET has had a little bit more practice on Pearl in this tournament in particular, but, you know, just one game's worth, one map's worth. So who's got the advantage here?
I mean, I've been a much bigger fan of the decisions that XSET has made in terms of their composition and the implementation as well. Second, playing the Neon on this map with that kind of solo controller Astrocomp, I've been a really big fan of. You compare that to the side of OPTIC, where I've taken that different approach. They're actually running duelist list and going instead into that double controller. I think it's an idea that has worked really well for them and plays their style. Obviously, they crushed Loud there, but XSET have just shown now twice how well their comp works.
Exactly. And that's what I was going to mention, is that while OPTIC did look strong versus Loud, we have only seen them play that map one time. So do they have a different look for us? Have, you know, since those days when they did square off against Loud in the group stage, have they come up with a different, have they concocted a different composition, and will they show it now to try to throw a bit of a curveball at XSET, catch them off guard? We know that XSET is incredibly good with the Neon in the ranks. I'm just curious to see if OPTIC are going to make any changes.
Well, at least we're here on this third map on Pearl. It's a very exciting place to be. These two giants of NA have been going head-to-head and really slugging it out, taking each other's map picks away from each other. The mental fortitude that both teams have to have right now is massive. And on the side of XSET, it's really difficult in this arena right now because the crowd is so heavily favoring OPTIC.
And I think there's just been a really good point proved by XSET. The crowd is against them now for the second match in a row. They're down again. They've been in this position before, and again, they're able to rally back and push us to that third map. They're showing that they have that mental fortitude that it takes to be a champion, that it takes to go all the way in one of these tournaments against a team that we absolutely know has that has shown that in the past, has won tournaments in the past. It has been an incredible performance thus far from XSET. Now all they have to do is close it out.
Yep, they took down FPX 2-1, and that's another one of the giants in this tournament, a previous winner, and I think they're set to do it again. Are they going to take down the other winner?
I mean, they've already knocked down two of the strongest teams in the tournament, the top two EMEA teams, beaten by this underdog squad.
And if you want to go all the way back to the first match here for XSET, Transitive Property would say that they should be able to take the series because XSET, they beat 𝘼𝐽𝑎. The pain of OPTIC, the pain of envy. They took them down 2-0. So Transitive Property has XSET taking this, but I think just based on what we have seen from them, how aggressively they can play and how much they can slow down the pace as well on Pearl, how much time that Cryocells can buy for his team, just holding these long sightlines on that chamber. I would have to give it to them, but OPTIC do have the veteran status. They have the fortitude to be able to push back.
𝐽𝐽𝐿𝐴 का लिया था मैंने 𝐽𝐽𝐿𝐴 शाही का
select and see if are these teams going to pick what we expect them to run, or are we going to see some surprises, especially on the side of OPTIC? We haven't seen as much of them on the map in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I wouldn't expect any changes. Neither of these teams have had a lot of time to prep in for something different thus far. And with the early picks coming through, you again see that head-to-head between styles. It's leaning into the KO, the double controller side of things over with OPTIC, and it's leaning into this Neon for XSET. But on the OPTIC camp of things here, I think what makes this comp most interesting is that you are playing against that duelist. You have no gap close dive agent, so it does put a lot of the pressure on Victor, particularly when they're playing the attacking side, to be that tip of the spear. He's moved into that role more and more, but I feel like he's been struggling thus far at
Why
this
Mimi is so
to
pink?
be able
Dhruv,
to show us that Victor that we know he can be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how they're going to pilot this, especially when you've just got that Neon sprinting at you time and time again. Time buying tools. There's a couple of them. Obviously, you can slow them up, throw the pop flashes to try to stop the aggression from coming in. Make sure that he can't come sliding around the corner if you can connect that knife. But I feel like just based on how fluid the play has looked from the side of XSET on this map so far and the two showings that they have had, I think OPTIC absolutely have their work cut out for them. But both teams, I mean, they left this map open for a reason. OPTIC clearly has studied the tape from XSET. They should have a decent idea of how they like to play it. The question is, in practice, can they actually shut it down?
Yeah, this could be the showdown here. Cryo versus 𝘽𝐽𝐿𝐴, two of the absolute best chamber players that we have in the world, that we have in this tournament, on a map that plays so well to both of their strengths head-to-head here in the server.
Work cut out for them. The pressure, I mean, this is for everything, you know, to make your way into that upper final. Loud waiting with bated breath at home, watching this matchup, I'm sure, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah, the pressure's really going to be on for this squad here. I mean, for OPTIC in particular, you have that pressure of prior being the champion, of being the favorite in the past, and now all you have to do is put it over the line, make your way, another top 3. I feel like if OPTIC were to win this, they would secure themselves. They would really put themselves in that position where, hey, you are the best team of the pre-2023 run of Valorant here. You are the most consistent squad at international events. XSET, this is their chance to define their future, define the storylines for this team heading into this rest of the tournament and heading into the rest of their future and their careers.
And OPTIC has had plenty of ample opportunity being in these positions before, and actually we took a second to talk to FNS on how he prepares for moments just like this.
ठीक है Morzil.
See you, enjoy your watch party.
Thank you, bro. See you.
Liquid looked phenomenal right from the beginning. They obviously had the crowd on their side, and I even told my team right before we started our game, you know, I want to shut this crowd up instantly. That wasn't the case. I mean, honestly, I thought we'd have an easier time on Breeze, and then they proved me wrong instantly, and they were just on point right from the start. They instantly took momentum. They were up 7-1 before I could even blink, and they ended up taking that map. Some people might have taken my statement where I said I'm angry at the crowd the wrong way. I'm definitely not mad at the crowd. It just fires us up to do better when they're cheering for the other team. And just shutting them up is just a very, very nice motivator. Honestly, though, towards the end there, right as we won, we definitely heard a lot of OPTIC chants. So hopefully we're getting some fans on our side.
Team Liquid are up through mid. Screams, whip, and FNS. He punishes.
If XSET is our matchup, and I'm very excited to play them again. I think they have a talented group of people. I think NA Valorant has just come so far. If we both make an upper bracket run here, to be able to beat FPX and now Fnatic would just be extremely impressive and something we even haven't been able to do. So yeah, I would definitely give hats off to them.
Well, the crowd has definitely swung in OPTIC's favor, so I don't think Finesse has to worry about that at all. They have been chanting OPTIC this whole night.
Well, maybe they do need to worry about it, because he said that they play better when they're chanting against them. They use that as fuel. Maybe if you're an OPTIC fan and you're here in the audience, you need to just cheer for the other team just to piss off the OPTIC players a little bit more. Get them jazzed up, get them ready to fight.
I mean, I feel like if something is going to get them jazzed up to fight, losing that map too is going to be that thing. That Ascent game slipping away from them, I'm sure, does not sit well. It's a force buy, an eco for XSET to even get back in and then to close it. They're now here on Pearl. They want to prove that they are the best NA team in the tournament. I'm sure they're fired up to close out.
Yeah.
All right, so without further ado, let's get into Pearl, the map 3 that we were all hoping for that would happen. We are here. Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
Let's get to it then. Right back into the action here. Map number 3 in the Battle of North America versus North America. An age-old rivalry between XSET and OPTIC. But on the cusp, honestly, of something magical, because you got XSET. These guys, this is one of the biggest milestones that they would have been able to overcome, honestly. If they beat their rival from North America, they played against these guys time and time again, and they've really fallen short a lot of the time.
This would be such a gigantic step. The meme around XSET is that they always finish top 4, but no further. That meme is just, it's dead in the water now.
Yeah, it's done.
They're now one of our best North American representatives, and they are one map away from finishing minimum top 3 at Champions. That is a dramatic difference to the disappointing flop that we saw from XSET at Copenhagen.
Yeah,
they've
turnaround.
They've taken that global experience and instantly turned it into something special.
Now we get to see the clash of styles on Pearl. Map number 3. Here on the opening pistol round at double control, the double smokes composition that OPTIC are running versus the neon comp of XSET.
And remember, OPTIC have won every single pistol in the series so far. 4 out of 4. And the score is still 1-1.
It's been the thing that's gotten them back into the positions to be able to make those comebacks happen on the second half. Bit of information covered and a right click, well, gifted of a slight kill. An attempt there by OPTIC. They're just trying to take the space, capitalize maybe off of it, but okay.
And the chamber battle over on B long. It goes the way of Cryo.
What? Right through his kneecaps. 2 players going down there, and Cryo has just made a mockery of this approach onto B.
What a beautiful round. And now left to FNS to see what a nuisance he can be, sneaking towards the back.
Spotted out,
cleaned up. And XSET take their first pistol in the series.
Exactly, Josh. The first pistol round in this series goes the way of XSET. With how close this has all been. Back and forth. I mean, expectations really out the window, I think.
But it is OPTIC that have the experience at this point. You can see the stat there. They're used to having close games, close matches, but they're great in these decider maps. And part of the reason is because they have a deep map pool. So no matter where their opponent brings them, they're still in comfortable territory.
Let's go XSET. Hello Yash, क्या हाल है दोस्तों? Hit that like and
really
subscribe.
good on Pearl, but with vastly different approaches. OPTIC, if anything, going for the EMEA approach with the zero duelist comp, and XSET have their own unique blend on how to approach this map.
Very different takes, I think, on how they want to be running this one. Cryo obviously taking contact here, pushed up aggressively. He's moving up past his own rendezvous, but it's a weaker buy, obviously, for OPTIC.
दोनों टीम
They're
लेने का है.
taking liberties, obviously trying to find out, I think, the defensive setup a lot of the time here now.
And OPTIC didn't really get too much time to demonstrate their attack rounds against Loud.
Whoa. Okay. Right, Josh, really not a lot to really showcase at all. The right clicks are putting in some serious work so far. The 2 rounds that we've witnessed. And guns are being retrieved. That's 𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐊𝐒 picking up a bit of an upgrade.
And this is what OPTIC were doing on their attack round against Loud, getting into such dangerous lurk positions. Here comes FNS back through Flowers.
Yeah, is this going to be watched for? The answer is yes, yet somehow Aaron ends up losing out the fight.
Deadly.
Just a minute's value out of the classics.
Deadly crosshair placement from FNS.
They deal with FNS now. 𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐿 will get the plant down. Extra money in the back pocket of his team. In fact, this round is looking potentially winnable. The knife does spot him, and this is a really risky play from 𝐋𝐈𝐍𝐿𝐒.
Oh, but he's found the timing.
Oh, Cryo watches for it.
Wow.
Really patient play, and honestly, heads up.
But what a close eco round there for OPTIC to almost take it away. And let's break down how it happened. They go through mid very heavily, and once they take control of Art, they split into that connector. And that, to me, was the most interesting thing, watching OPTIC approach this map. With the zero duelist comp, they fight really heavily over mid, and once they get into mid, they try and take control of the very center connector. And at that point, they're setting up lurks on lurks on lurks. And that is something that XSET are going to have to be very cautious of.
There is tape on both of these teams on this map, so they're going to be prepped and ready for it, but you're right, OPTIC's approach. Control that middle section of the map. It really is the lifeblood of the map as well.
So this from OPTIC looks like they're going to be leaning over towards mid and B. They ran around like this against Loud, where they had a double lurk play, one through mid and one all the way going through A on a B plant. See whether they commit to anything similar.
Cryo can hear this utility coming his way. He's got peace of mind knowing as well that Ali is under pretty good control, and XSET do have that triple player facing the position. They're giving up control of A main.
Nobody's worried about it on either team.
No presence really being made. There's going to be this late lurker in middle. And now the rest of OPTIC, they are creeping and crawling their way up B long. The jump peaks, I don't think coming up with anything. And look at this. Pulling back the utility. This is Cryo removing his rendezvous. And an explosion onto the site. The Haunt's going to be lighting up the 2 players in Ali, making sure they take control of Elbow. And Marv as well. Really good discipline. Gets the kill, backs away, maybe gets a second. No, 𝑍𝐾𝐿 will take care of him.
Great play by 𝑍𝐾𝐿. Forces the fight and shuts him down. Shuts Marv down, sorry, so that they can fully commit to the retake. Now, how do you flush out these players?
2 players in Elbow. A couple of them are weak. Looks like they want to try and fight over this one. Victor was holding the flash, but FNS takes contact anyway. Only that takes off the heads of Cryo. Another attempt's being made, but just dodging the flash rule. Not quite connecting. Down to just 𝑍𝐾𝐿. A lot of life to his name and the rifle as well. Might opt to save it into this one, but I think he just wants to do the economic damage. He knows that they are just trying to escape away with the weapons. A bit of damage, gets the bullet tag, but Victor wins it out.
And OPTIC come away.
Oh, bhai. Ek hi banda zinda
without
raha.
many weapons. I was going to say with a relatively clean anti-eco, but that B long is deceptively short.
Yeah.
The spike chased them all the way up there. I don't think that's going to have too much impact. They're on the attack side. They got the spike plant down.
Enemy remaining.
should still be able to get a bit of a buy up.
Yeah, the money should be in an ideal place. Maybe a couple of players on the half armor.
But watch how Marved was playing there in mid-window. He's in that same position again on their attack side. And OPTIC, their approach seems to be very heavily around setting up lurks, playing the map heavily, instead of going for big execs.
Which is understandable. They're playing a slower comp. There's no duelists at play, at work.
And we just saw such masterful attack IGLing on Haven from FNS.
This fight that might be about to take place. Smoke, that's pulled back and it gets 𝐽𝐽 in this forward angle. And he has crossed. They have to expect this one.
Haunt being used to try and clear out some of this B connector, and that allows Victor to jump in, take out the trademark. Is there any response from the defense, though? Not particularly.
Deep knife that's going to be used into art there, but again, patient play from the chamber players. Biding their time, waiting it out, and the spike is starting to make movement now. It looks like they want to go for this B split. Viper Wall's going to be sent straight up. 3 players now working their way around, and Cryo, wow, just playing right within range of his rendezvous. He's going to be getting back to safety, but look at this, it's a complete pivot.
Yeah, the spike is already headed the other way, and this is the value of having mid-control. OPTIC are able to make these mid-round pivots, and XSET, they don't have a clue where the spike is going.
They haven't bit entirely, though, on this. They do have players lurking, waiting at the back of the site, but there's so much pressure on 𝐼𝐽𝐴 to try and get value now, especially when all of this explosion, the utility comes his way. Haunt into the back, has to be destroyed. Marved, he capitalizes. Jumps on the space that was created off the back of it. He's going to win out that fight against the Astra player.
And now, crazily, 𝐽𝐽 becomes the longest lurk of all time. So far away, and OPTIC's job is just to buy time for this. They're playing fully off-site.
Retake a bit more faster if they inject the pace into the round. 𝐽𝐽 could find himself on the short end of this, but now to Nightfall, that is going to be creating so many opportunities. 𝐽𝐽, he could get a move on if he wanted to. There's no more sound cues. The pulling them back. A stun on top of it, and there we go. 𝐽𝐽's time to strike. The kill's going this way, that way. It's chaos, it's pure pandemonium. And 𝐽𝐽 will strike. One after the other, the players of XSET fall. Just not quite ready for it. And OPTIC showing so many layers to their game plan on the attack.
We heard from XSET earlier in an interview where I believe it was Cryo declaring that they thought they had the best Pearl in the tournament. And I think that's a pretty reasonable point of view, to be honest. We've seen it twice. It did look excellent. It's a lovely blend that works on the attack and the defense side. But OPTIC have got some great fundamental macro ideas here. More so than the tactics, just their read on how to push and pull the rotates. Most of that, presumably coming from FNS, has been marvelous in the game against Loud, and an early demonstration of it there.
Operator, seconds acquired at some point during this.
So quick onto that sight line, but just misses the shoulder of Marved.
Yeah, flick of the wrist, not enough.
Given a moment. And OPTIC prods towards B as a bit of a feint right now. They've left the trademark. This round was clearly supposed to end A. Just trying to add a layer of deception into it.
And honestly, that prior conditioning, all the emphasis being placed by OPTIC into mid on our attack side rounds means that, look at this, A main is wide open.
And this could lead to FNS getting down a very clean Viper's Pit on the site. The ults here combo up beautifully.
Yeah, and now with the swing through, the operator not quite catching it onto the mark that he was looking for. Now they're going to start to barrel through. OPTIC want to try and get this plant down clean, but it's a tap to try and bait the swings. And bait they will. Right through the wall, being watched for. Making sure the angles are there.
But not even requiring the investment of the Viper's Pit. OPTIC reading what that defensive play would be. And dealing with it. Zekken's just getting out of there.
किसको support करे पोपो जी? XSET को कर रहा हूँ.
We'll keep this one going. Okay. Dangerous. Trademark at his heels. Get out of there.
This is not going to offer any opportunities.
So his goal, just trying to save that operator, running rings around and laps around the map.
But what another lovely round by OPTIC.
It is magical.
They press a little bit of attention over towards B, and XSET are worried about mid. Meanwhile, OPTIC just slide
by OPTIC जीतेगा हाँ तो ठीक है उन लोग favorites है ना मैं underdog को support कर रहा हूँ guys तुम लोग भाई को support करो like subscribe करो
You can see
Tuke
that
likes,
XSET had some
jaldi.
ideas of what they wanted to do on the defense side.
Jaldi,
XSET
Tuke
was
likes.
throwing out a haunt that lit up a lot of people.
Subscribe करो भाई, तुम्हारा भाई भूखा प्यासा यहाँ बैठा है, प्यासा नहीं चलो भूखा बैठा है.
You know, Zekken trying to use his conks through the Cosmic Divide, but just not quite aware of where the angles are played. Probably just because it's a new map.
Yeah.
But XSET with rifles in hand as we head into round 6.
This is the important one.
There.
Tef even with his own null command as well, but how does this round end up being played out? Spike should be waiting for the time being. OPTIC are quick to take this A main control. It's a Horde as well to just layer it all in. They are putting such a heavy emphasis into this one, but a reminder, the Spike nowhere near them. All this presence, I think, is just to try and push and pull these rotations.
Yeah, this is a weird round because XSET didn't bite whatsoever, just playing for mid control.
For mid! FNSC does fall. Swing attempt from Victor.
That's pretty beautiful. And the chamber battle goes the way of 𝐽𝐽 over on B long.
Yeah, so B theoretically now should be open for them. Normally they've just got Cryo holding that deeper angle.
But they won't have FNS's Viper Wall to work off. So this is still going to be a little bit of a struggle. And Marv on the lurk. This time, 𝐼𝐽 catches it. Nice to see 𝐼𝐽 already adapting to the way that OPTIC want to play the lurks.
OPTIC with no Viper Wall. OPTIC to just contact their way into the site, make sure that they not only start now making the noise cues, but work their way into the site. The spike is going to be planted per second. He's already in. One shot to the head, that's Victor dealt with, but somehow the Fragment gets some pretty tremendous value of BCJ falling. Still that 2v2 though, they have to deal with the elbow control. 𝐽𝐽 sets himself up into this angle. Fast lane. Cross now the overdrive, and now a bit of a stun sent flying. He's got over his head, and 𝐽𝐽, while he strikes, the backstab in play.
Oh भाई, ये ने क्या positioning किया?
Finds the
लोग का
target he
मांगा
was
देते
hunting
हैं.
for there. 𝐼𝐽 just none the wiser.
प्यासा होना चाहिए जब करेंगे सपोर्ट. ठीक है, अभी मैं पानी नहीं पीऊंगा गेम के एंड तक.
Zekken is able to get the stun onto 𝐽𝐽, or at least know where he is. Or, I mean, the stun does connect, but if he's able to just glance down, I think this round probably goes the way of XSET.
But such intelligent play by 𝐽𝐽 though, in the blind spot.
Yes, instantly tucking himself under. And OPTIC's game plan is working here. XSET are now going to go for some A aggression. Zekken leading the charge again on the light buy with the only rifle that XSET have claim to. He pokes in, nobody's seen. All right, time to pivot. XSET are already on the rotate, trying to gamble here.
Yeah. It would be a correct gamble if they can get to B in time. Smoke was propped up. No commando cutting across. 𝐼𝐽 is holding very close angle here with the Viper's pit down. Do they want to try and play fast inside of it? It's just waiting a timeout, Marved! Right from just making sure the late lurks get incredible value.
कर रही है.
Love the way that OPTIC are playing this as well. It's so cautious in their approach. They laid down the Viper's pit, but nobody was playing inside of it because they're so aware of how to play into this one. No casualties, prime gaming flawless, all the guns carried forwards into the next round.
And it feels like every time we start a map, Brent, one team is going on a 5, 6, 7 round win streak. What a beautiful play there, by the way, from OPTIC. And I've been talking about the lurk plays the entire time. It's clear when you watch the VODs that that's how OPTIC want to set this up. But Marv manages to get a peek there as the trademark goes down and just sets up the most gorgeous timing. You saw 𝐼𝐽 be able to actually collect the lurk play on A one of the rounds, but every other time it's found value.
How do you deal with it all the other times? I mean, this is where Marv is in his comfort as well.
Oh,
he's able to make those deep lurk plays as a controller.
OPTIC इन लोग को हेवन की तरह घुमा रही है इधर उधर.
It's not as risky if he gets dealt with. They still have some utility to be able to get onto the sites with FNS playing the Viper. It's not like you're putting all of the emphasis on keeping your controller player alive. Marv is given a lot of free reign to just take whatever timings he wants, and he's intelligent with it.
XSET have got to find the solution here. They take the timeout after 5 rounds lost in a row. And it feels like the defensive aggression can't really catch anybody because OPTIC are not going early round into vulnerable positions. But by the time OPTIC commit somewhere, there are so many lurk plays elsewhere that if you try to meet them head on and flood rotate, you're just leaving yourself open to the lurk. So at this point, I think the answer is pretty difficult for XSET to grasp hold of. It may well involve playing much more heavily over mid control, but that means you're playing retake with this comp. And how comfortable are XSET on that? Tough to know.
It's been half of them. Cryo now with the operator. Stuns to set that one up, slow down a bit of the presence that OPTIC are showing in mid. But it's a similar game plan from what we've seen from them in the past. Just make sure that you poke and prod, and drag the bodies, the defensive protocol. You're just trying to basically upset what XSET are running. Prowler in the face, that has to be respect shown. And of course the rendezvous to safety. And they have taken alley control. OPTIC, bit of a triple face right into the line of sight of it though. It's just going to be that 1-for-1.
And Zekken, did he hear them rotate out there? In the midst of all of this, Ye is taking space on the opposite side of the map. Does Cryo
seems aware?
Pay attention to it?
And he has found. Yeah, you just unscoped at just the wrong moment for it.
And the chamber play for XSET has found all the value in this round. Def as well, finding the timing to pop off his null command. This feels like everything here. Yeah. They've even read the lurk plays. If there was a lurk happening on the other side of the map, Zekken's position in mid would be perfect to deal with it. And BCJ is still watching for anything crazy happening on A.
Zekken can hear the footsteps running of Marv. He can hear them just barreling their way through.
And he only hears one, so he looks for the second player first.
Timing is everything.
Before following Marv.
Listen, it's all about the timing. FNS, he sees the mark, he calls it to Marv. Marv knows now he can pincer him. And Zekken gets dealt with. Rotations are being made though, and XSET, they do have bodies here to shut this one down. The crossfire, it's a whiffage. But Def eventually cleans up the mistakes, and with only 7 seconds remaining, FNS has to get this spike down. He has to plant it. A tap to force the fight, and you just have to stick it there. You're not playing to your outs.
Not in the slightest. So OPTIC let one slip away that could have been recovered. It would have been, it would have taken something spectacular to recover it. But it was within the realm of possibility. OPTIC have let that one drift away from them, an opportunity missed perhaps. But on the other side of things, gotta give credit to XSET's adaptation there. They had a nice play pushing Cryo into an area of the map where he can have more impact, as in mid, playing around double doors. They caught Ye, who was trying to take space on B, and then they got aggressive with Zekken in the mid round. All very good adaptations coming out of the timeout. And starting out here again with a very spread default from OPTIC, stuff that we've seen before from them. Viper wall goes up, Prowler towards B, trying to pull anybody away from that area of the map as they instantly take the spike towards mid and A.
The game is to try and punish a lot of these deep lurks. Right now, not too much presence being shown by XSET in mid, just making sure that they hold Ali and Ard ever so slightly.
Yeah, the trademark being used on B here as well, so that they can stack players more towards mid and A on the defense. But that also leaves B link open. Cryo.
He saw the gun and a jiggle. Yeah, not going to be enough to try and offset that one. Still, Ye has opened things up on the other side of things.
It's all on Aaron here.
Another split attempt to try and come through. Ye finds the target, finds the timing. Pure, intelligent play from him. But a Nightfall will scatter them to the win now and pushes back OPTIC once more. They don't have space being gained by a lurk player this time. What's the play? Has to be to try and cut noise and re-hit, but with Marv being dealt with, it feels a little bit unorthodox, I think, their approach to this attack side round. All the players are lurking in mid. There's 25 seconds left.
BCJ's got the read here. Yeah, he was thinking about going for it.
Backing away now.
Cryo being alive as well is just giving them constant information on the trademark. There's no time for this.
Left. Def could just stop this in his tracks, and he hears them running. Fragment nade stops them down in their tracks. Has to be the plan now. FNS off to the side, and a bit of spam will do the job. And no more time on the clock for them. You have to force the fights, but OPTIC have been bamboozled.
And it's another really good round from XSET with their adaptations. Gotta say, Cryo again, finding another area where he can have impact. And you might say, oh, well, it's just lucky that he's playing on A and they happen to go towards him, but the Prowler used earlier on gave him the information to stay posted on A and gave him that first kill. He comes back, collects Marved, and meanwhile, the trademark positioning is still allowing Def to just hold on to B on his own. I love how they've changed this defensive setup. And now Chet gets an opportunity to respond.
There have been so many back and forths, the mind games between both of these teams.
Just so deep. On such a new map as well, Brent. That, to me, is the biggest one. This map has not been out for very long. Yeah, neither of these teams came through LCQ, so they've had a little time to work on it. But the level of detail from all teams in this tournament, from Peripherals, who went out in groups, and a lot of others, has been pretty beautiful to watch.
It's been magnificent, I think. Seeing all the different ideas come together as well from teams, their approach to the map, how they want to see it to be played.
अभी XSET ने पकड़ लिया है guys कि लोग walking कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, Raven के तरह ही.
How is
punish
XSET
कर रही
getting
है
Cryo in the perfect position every time?
अच्छा लग रहा है.
Is it because the Prowlers are getting too much value? Is it because the trademark? Do we need to apply more pressure
2K
on the
likes
B
करो,
rather
नहीं
than
नहीं
just a single
करेंगे
Prowler at the
थोड़ी.
beginning? All of these questions will be going through FNS and Chet's head, and they've come up with some kind of solution. Let's see what the adaptation is.
Paper X तो चाहिए था.
I imagine it's going to be cautious once more.
Off the mad by technical time.
Look at the read from XSET actually. Putting Cryo and Zekken over on B indicates that they've got a hard read that OPTIC might head that way.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're just going to be using this stun. We do have another pause as well in the round, so work out what that's for in just a moment. We can talk about the setups, at least where these players are leaning. I wonder if they just want to use the early stun to try and set them up.
Yeah, very possible.
Put Cryo on that deeper angle.
The problem with Cryo being on the deep angle is that about 8 or 9 rounds out of 10, OPTIC have been faking B-long pressure, and then retreating. And if they do play B-long, it's in the late round. Not even the mid-round, the late round. So having Cryo up on a deep B-long position, while it does theoretically give you a lot of info, it also means that one of your best players is out of the fight for, 3/4 of the round. Yeah, which doesn't seem like the best way to utilize it.
Thank you.
That strong fragging power that Cryo can give you.
Well, we have all the information as well to work off of here. I want to point your eyes. You can't quite see it, but we can. It's the Astras using their ultimates as well. The Cosmic Divides are online for both of these teams. Last time OPTIC had that, ended up a pretty successful A-hit by pulling the rotations. I wonder if they want to go for that again.
Just that shot of Zekken juggling and Don shouting in the background. Sums up XSET, I think. They looked frozen and a little nervous when they played at Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And that wasn't in front of a big crowd. That was just the beginning of playoffs. Playing against a comfortable opponent in OPTIC. And then Leviathan, where things got scrappy, and they fell to pieces. There's no way of putting sugar on it. They fell to pieces in Copenhagen.
But this time around,
they look relaxed. They look confident in terms of playing with the crowd and having fun in these spots. Just a demonstration of how much the experience can help. And OPTIC certainly know that.
Yeah, these guys look primed.
Coach technical timeout में नहीं बात कर सकते.
Sunglasses on. Back and forth. Don's trying to rile up the crowd as well. Get a bit of an XSET chant going.
But for all of these players, a pause like this comes at such a frustrating time.
Yeah.
You're just starting to get into the flow of the game. You're trying to get a read on how your opponents are playing. And remember that whichever team comes out the other end of this is going to be facing Loud. Psycho.
Trying to bait the crowd. Trying to bait the interactions out of them and nod of the head, but times like this, the player's just forced to simmer. Chet, I mean, you think he's just working the office, he's trying to get his 2 hours of work done before he pretends to work. Just leaning back.
I
mean, at some point here, as a coach, your job is to just
let
the IGLs adapt on the fly. Yeah. You have your timeouts where
Chat
you
read
can get input, but
a
lot of the rest of the time, you're just going to be trusting that FNS can get in.
It's a matchup as well that a lot of people, I think, have been looking forward to, at least to a degree, having a bit of a matchup in the upper bracket between the North American teams on either side.
Absolutely. And remember, whoever wins this game is going to go on to play Loud in the upper bracket final. I mean, if OPTIC get through this, it'll just feel like Masters Reykjavik all over again. Parallels will be crazy. And then on the other side of stuff,
मेरा एक ये है, मुझे मैच देखते-देखते खाना नहीं पसंद. मैं जब खाना खा रहा हूँ, मुझे ब्रेक चाहिए. बाकी टाइम पूरा गेम खेलता हूँ या देखता हूँ. खाते वक्त भी गेम ही खाऊँ, थोड़ा रिलैक्स करना रहता है. शो देखूँ, थोड़ा चिल करूँ. आज राजमा चावल बने.
Massive milestone if XSET were able to take the series.
And think about if XSET were able to, they'd just be giant slayers going through the tournament, taking down the winner of Masters Copenhagen, Now, if they're able to win on Pearl, taking down the winner of Masters Reykjavik.
कुछ दिन पहले रोल खा
already
रहे
claimed
थे।
Fnatic
हाँ
scalp
वो
in the
तो
quarterfinals and
मैंने
looking
खाना
to
खा
go
लिया
out.
था पर कोई
No
तो
one
रोल
could
लेके आया तो
possibly
खा
say
लिया
that
ही।
XSET's journey through champs
वही तो तभी मैंने
has been
खाया
or will
पर
be
मुझे इतना
easy.
पसंद नहीं है ऐसा करना।
Not by a long shot. But that's what
और
makes
राजमा चावल
this
कैसा मेरा
champions
वन
the
ऑफ माय
best
फेवरेट है
of
तो मैं
the
ऐसे
best.
आराम से बैठ के सुकून में सा मुंह धुल मैं और खाना
When the
खाता तो
pressure
हाथ
is
मुंह
on,
धुल
do
के
you
ऐसा
crumble
बैठता
or
हूँ
does it
खाना
turn you into a diamond? It feels like XSET are starting to get some of that.
अभी और कोई नहीं है guys
Starting to build that out, that development where they can perform under some pressure.
They got the experience from Copenhagen.
Tech
It's under their belts, looking to try and make a mark now at the biggest stage of the year, Champions 2022. And we got the tech issue resolved. Looks like we're going to be heading back into the fight, back into the action here. XSET versus OPTIC momentarily. Small break as well for the teams to just simmer, think about what's been happening so far. So right back into it. Map number 3 here. XSET and OPTIC fighting for that minimum third place spot. Chance to face off against Loud deeper in the bracket.
And you're right, Bren, it was just that concussion blast early to set Cryo up on the angle. They used a 0 point as well from Def and didn't see anything. So 3 players are going to move over to A.
They've completely given up mid.
This middle area of the map, OPTIC use it so well. Because most teams will just use it to rotate between A and B. But for OPTIC, they'll push deep into your own spawn and look at them go.
Yeah, this is just a massive gulf, a lack of information. Zekken was forced to jump peek that just to see what his players are, but it could be anywhere by now.
And now Def is stuck in spawn just watching this little cubby hole.
He has to watch this angle.
Because otherwise, if anyone slips through it, it's a disaster for defense.
And either side just watching for the right moment. It's Ye who takes first contact. Cosmic Divide cuts its way across, and FNS, how has he found his timing?
Def got pulled into the site.
Right in between them, and he takes out Zekken.
The way that OPTIC work the map is just sublime.
Just down to Cryo. Spike planted, post-plant positioning. Cryo wants nothing to do with it.
And Bren, you just simply cannot give OPTIC the middle of the map on
You can't
Pearl.
give them that space.
You can't, because they work magic with the middle of the map like nobody else. Just that small moment sums up a lot of the game plan from OPTIC. They get the middle of the map. You could see FNS thinking about what timing to take, and he waits until there's a pick on A, and Def is forced to come and help.
Yeah.
And as soon as Def is forced to come and help, FNS has got it, the map in his mind of where everyone's going to be, and just slinks on through.
Seems like it is a heavy emphasis for OPTIC.
Oh, I.
To try and land their way on the A side. Whenever they got the Cosmic Divide to make their mark, Cryo will make it just that bit more expensive, but there is money in the bank of OPTIC for them to take risks.
It's a consolation prize, isn't it?
पूरा map control लेके squeeze
had
कर
some
रही है,
really nice
rotations
adaptations to stop
बुलवा रही है
OPTIC, what they were doing, but FNS and Chet have instantly responded. And when Ye is able to give you these kind of openings,
एरिन हर बार पहला मर रहा है रे तो
it
smoke
really
करने
can
के लिए
be
कोई
the
है ही
first
नहीं.
breath of air that knocks down the house of cards. Yeah. XSET now taking a
timeout.
Wow.
Okay.
Just so much going into the mind games here. These teams forced to take every spare moment they can to try and get every round they can on the board. There are only 2 left.
The second timeout, I believe, now being used for XSET in the first half of this map.
Yep.
So much emphasis being placed in these final 2 rounds.
But also one of the most even first halves, that we've seen so far in the series.
Between both of these teams.
I thought OPTIC would run away with it, and they still might. We still might see an 8-4 half here, but XSET trying to do their best to ensure that that's not going to happen. And Brent, I think the adaptation
guys, hit the like and subscribe
button.
button.
Cryo was playing around mid,
Jaldi
or at
jaldi
least
karo.
when Cryo was playing with
Like
his
karo,
initiators.
subscribe karo.
The plan of having Cryo play B is just not working. He's not able to get active enough in the rounds.
It was better when Cryo was just hunting for the late lurk. That's how OPTIC have typically been playing it, but OPTIC now, I think they can smell the blood in the water. This is their opportunity to gain a pretty sizable lead
Valorant
in
में
the first
scope
half.
है क्या मेरी टीम में परफॉर्म करने का मौका किसे मिलेगा?
Cryo
Open
round-
qualifiers होते
round
हैं events
10.
के खेलो.
All of that distraction we were talking about, the way they
Perform
work the
करो,
map,
आगे जाने का मौका
part of it
मिलेगा.
only works because Ye's able to get the opening kill. Yeah. And Brent, that was Ye's 50th opening kill of the tournament.
Oh my god.
And he's only died first 14 times. He's 50 and 14 in first kills to first death.
I don't know if a performance like this will ever be matched in a tournament again.
Yeah.
Being able to find a consistency in his first kills, the first deaths, the guy is just every duel he takes, he's coming out on top.
Yeah, it's just absolutely absurd what he's been able to put up. And Brent, he hasn't even really been dominating the game in the same way that he has in the other series. A lot of it's come down to the game plan.
Yeah. Now another tech falls.
Yeah,
so if you wanted to simmer, this is the time for it.
It certainly is. Aaron even getting up to have a little chat with what's going on here.
Just seeing what's happening, but you can hear the exit chants.
Yep.
Aaron just looking like the standing man emoji. Just I don't know. So up at his PC, trying to get to the bottom of a lot of these issues.
Exactly. And we're going to have to swap a PC out here as well. That's what the tech pause is. So something a little more significant that is going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with the completion of Pearl in just a few short minutes.
Guys, ये PC चेंज कर रहे हैं, वापस आएंगे करेंगे. मैं अभी के लिए सॉरी गाइस, ये मैप कंप्लीट नहीं करूँगा. बहुत भूख लगी है. नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टेंसेस में मैं कर भी देता, पर इतना पॉज हो गया, ये हो गया. ठीक है, कल करेंगे. अभी एक 6 पीसी रख देते. पीसी रहेगा उनके पास, पर सिर्फ चेंज करना है. Hey guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Love you all. Like, subscribe ठोको. मिलते हैं कल. ठीक है, अगर रात को पग स्ट्रीम किया तो करूँगा. बाय बाय, टेक केयर.